Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the FIDE Grand Swiss. I'm Sahaj, and today I'll be guiding you through all the drama, the battles, and the tension of on who will qualify for the candidate spot. It is it is actually crazy, and I was doing some calculations myself, and there is a slight chance that Arjun can still qualify today. And but usko hone ke liye, I think he needs a bunch of rounds to go his way. If we can have the standings on the board, just so we can understand all the necessary pairings that have to go his way. So right now, basically, Blue Bomb, Firuja, Hans, Anish, and Vincent are on 7 points. And they are the ones who will be leading the pack basically. But I think Vincent has a typically a tough round today because he's playing against Arjun with the black pieces. So he needs to score a win. If he draws, actually, his chances go really down. But the good thing for Vincent is that Arjun को भी जीतने के लिए खेलना है. So that's going to be a very, very important matchup for us today. The people who are saying Nihal statistically cannot qualify anymore. So I was looking at a video from by Chessbase India, and basically the top eight players that you see on the standings right now, up until Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward also has some chance similar to Arjun Erigaisi, but Nihal, sadly, even if he wins today, he doesn't qualify into the candidates. It's a very sad thing. He's had an amazing tournament, but sadly, this is chess for you, yeah. Um. So yeah, I mean, going back, as far as Blue Bomb goes, I think Blue Bomb just has to hold a draw, and I think once he holds a draw against Firuja, I think his chances to qualify are really, really high still. Now, switching to the women's standings here, we have Vaishali leading the pack with 7.5 points, and Lagno is also on the same points as her. And Vaishali basically needs to draw today, or I mean, if she wins, of course she qualifies. But if even if she holds a draw today, she definitely 100% qualifies. There is a slight chance that even if she loses, that she can still qualify because her opponent Tan Zongyi, who's a very, very strong opponent, has already qualified into the candidates. So that spot is still there. So Vaishali, I think, looking quite good in comparison, I would say. But in the open section, Arjun needs to, have some matches going his way. So it's going to be a very exciting day, I think, for everyone. Here we have the pairings in front of you. We have Blue Bomb versus Firuja, Anish versus Hans, Arjun versus Vincent Keimer. That match is going to be crazy. I mean, looking at it from both players' perspective, because दोनों को जीतने के लिए खेलना है यहाँ पे. Because if Arjun wins, he has a slight chance he can qualify. If Vincent, he has to beat Arjun with the black pieces, which is definitely not an easy task. We have Nodirbek versus Avander Liang, and we have MVL versus Nihal Serene, Andy Woodward versus Yuangi, and Vidit versus Abhimanyu Mishra. Actually, speaking of Abhimanyu Mishra as well, कि अगर Abhimanyu defeats Vidit with the black pieces, his chances to qualify in the candidates are really, really high because he has the best tiebreak, even though he's on 6.5 points. So that's a very, very interesting point for you guys. But beating Vidit with the black pieces is definitely not an easy task. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा आज चैट. लेट्स सी क्या होता है आज. आज 1 घंटा जल्दी कैसे भाई? 1 घंटा जल्दी इसलिए बिकॉज इट्स अ फाइनल राउंड, एंड फाइनल राउंड्स यूजुअली थोड़ा जल्दी स्टार्ट होते हैं बिकॉज दे हैव टू डू क्लोजिंग सेरेमनीज एंड ऑल ऑफ दोज अदर थिंग्स. That's why they started 1 hour earlier. But I think it was announced many times. So yeah, for Arjun to qualify, it's not an easy road. Yeah, I think basically he needs a result between Blue Bomb and Firuja, and I think he needs to beat, of course, Vincent, and between Anish and Hans, he needs a draw. Basically, that's the situation because Blue Bomb and Firuja have the best tiebreak in on 7 points. Both of them are higher than Arjun. So if one of them wins, second board draws, and Arjun wins, and Abhimanyu does not beat Vidit with the black pieces, then Arjun qualifies. I will say his chances are basically around 5%, but still it's more than 0.23% chat. So very, very good chance for him to qualify. But जीतना यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है. साहिल भाई कहाँ है? साहिल भाई की यार आज थोड़ी तबीयत खराब है, सो ही इज़ नॉट, आई डोंट थिंक ही विल बी जॉइनिंग अस, बट होपफुली ही इज़ गेटिंग मच नीडेड रेस्ट because it's needed. Yeah, you also saw it yesterday. He wasn't feeling the best, I think. But yeah, Arjun has a better tiebreak than Alireza. No, I think Alireza does not have. Arjun has 2687 and Alireza has 2684. Correct. So basically, Blue Bomb को नहीं जीतना है. That's the thing. Blue Bomb को नहीं जीतना चाहिए. That's a good point. We are seeing a lot of like RCB type pairings. So I'm also a bit hazy on the details, but Arjun basically has to win. अगर वो जीतता है, then there is a good chance. But the good thing is कि विंसेंट को भी जीतना है. तो विंसेंट भी सॉलिड नहीं खेल सकता है. कोई भी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सॉलिड नहीं खेल सकता. तो we'll see an absolute fire on board three for sure. And I think based on all the pairings that I'm seeing today, I think Blue Bomb has the highest chance to qualify, at least in my eyes, because he's white against Ali Reza, and his tiebreak is the best. So he doesn't necessarily need to play for a win. अगर वो ड्रॉ भी करता है, the only thing that kind of doesn't go his way is if अनीश और हंस में रिजल्ट आता है, एज इन हनीश जीत जाता है, फिर हंस जीत जाता है और विंसेंट जीत जाता है, against Arjun, and then Abhimanyu भी जीत जाता है, then again that's the that's the start. But I think he can count on the fact that Vincent is not going to beat Arjun with the black pieces and Abhimanyu is not going to beat Vidit with the black pieces as well, which I think is fair. Yeah, अगर आप statistically सोचो, mathematically it makes more sense, I think, in this situation. But I think anything can happen, by anything can happen. अर्जुन का टाई ब्रेक कौन से नंबर पे है? अर्जुन राइट नाउ इज नंबर, आई थिंक, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. He's finishing seventh right now. He's seventh in the current standing, but on 6.5, he's number three. So he's only behind, oh no, number two, because he's only behind Abhimanyu Mishra. Because Abhimanyu Mishra ka tiebreak is insane. He's the only player, I think, in the entire event who has 2730 average. I think he's the only player who has 2700 average, in the entire event. So अगर मिश्रा जीत जाता है तो अर्जुन के चांसेस एकदम गए, जीरो. तो इफ मिश्रा विंस अगेंस्ट विदित, इट्स गॉन. जिस तरह से विदित ने मतलब हिकारू को 2 बार हराया था, इन द कैंडिडेट्स, उसी तरह से विदित को आज ये ही हैज टू मेक श्योर कि अभिमन्यु डजंट विन टुडे, एंड दैट्स हाउ अर्जुन कैन स्टिल क्वालिफाई. कंफ्यूजन तो है भाई. इमेजिन व्हाट द प्लेयर्स फील, या who have the highest chance to qualify. I mean, look, statistically speaking, I would say Blue Bomb has the highest chance to qualify, because if he's playing with the white pieces, if he beats Firuja, he's in. Like easy, he's in. There is no one who can stop him. Same way, if Ali Reza wins, then I think 90% chance that he also qualifies. The only thing that doesn't work for him, I think, no, actually, I think if Ali Reza also wins, he also qualifies. So basically, top board pay between Blue Bomb and Ali Reza, whoever wins qualifies. Simple, very simple. But अगर यहाँ पे ड्रॉ होता है, तो अली रेजा के चांसेस मतलब ड्रॉप हो रहे हैं, और ब्लू बॉम के चांसेस बहुत हाई हो रहे हैं. Tiebreaker is simple, chat. The tiebreaker is that you are taking the rating average of everyone you have played in the tournament minus the lowest seed that you've played. That is a tiebreak. So at this point, we already know 11 rounds have passed. Or 11 rounds, हमें सबके opponents पता है. So already we can calculate who can qualify, who can not qualify, and all of those little things. Yeah. कहना क्या चाहते हो भाई? आई एम इन द सेम बोट. आई एम इन द सेम बोट एज यू गाइस. सो बट बट लेट्स सी भाई, लेट्स सी क्या होता है. बट सो फार राइट नाउ आई थिंक लेट्स फोकस ऑन ब्लू बॉम वर्सेस फिरोजा, बिकॉज दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट मैचअप फॉर अस, एंड ऑल्सो अर्जुन वर्सेस विंसेंट इज गोना बी क्रेजी टुडे, बिकॉज बोथ प्लेयर्स हैव टू स्कोर अ विन टुडे. दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. टिक्कू भाई की तबीयत थोड़ी खराब है, सो ही इज नॉट गोना बी जॉइनिंग अस टुडे. इट इज जस्ट मी एंड समय भाई. समय भाई भी कमेंट्री करेंगे आज, यूल सी. Blue Bomb should draw or win, then Hans Anish needs to draw, then Abhimanyu should draw or lose, and if Arjun wins, then only he can qualify. Yes. Blue Bomb का draw, Hans, actually Blue Bomb अगर जीत भी जाता है, I think still his chances are not gone, yeah, because Blue Bomb will go up. Hans और Anish में किसका टाइब्रेक बेटर है? नहीं नहीं, हाँ. सो अपार्ट फ्रॉम ब्लू बॉम्ब, अर्जुन का टाइब्रेक सबसे बेटर है. सो अगर ब्लू बॉम्ब जीतता है तो भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता हमें, एज लॉन्ग एज अर्जुन विंस. Who is your money on? Why I because statistically speaking, I think Blue Bomb has the best chance right now, because he's playing with the white pieces. He's on board one. He's playing Ali Reza, of course, a very strong opponent. But why I would say he has the best chance is because he doesn't need to win. He doesn't need to win. Or Abhimanyu is the match we have to focus on a lot. Because Abhimanyu जीत जाता है तो Arjun के chances become zero. We have 1 minute to go, chat. The matches are just about to start. भाई बड़ा मजा आएगा आज. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Chat, who is your favorite? Based on all the things that I've told you, I know it's a bit confusing, but who is your favorite to win today? आज सबकी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप वाली प्रेप आएगी. बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. This is the match. I think it's a most important match for basically everyone who, in the entire event. And for some of them, it might be the most important match of their lives. When will game start? In just a minute. So just a minute. We'll have everything ready for you guys. VD भाई VD का तो चांस नहीं है यार. VD even if he wins, sadly he doesn't have a chance. But Arjun definitely has a chance. Firuza, Blue Bomb, I'm seeing. Yeah, I think Firuza or Blue Bomb is the most important matchup. Yeah, because any player who wins this is basically qualified. भाई अगर unfortunately अगर Arjun loses today, तो can he qualify for candidates via his rating or any tournaments? No, because his rating is lower than Hikaru's by like 40 points. So it's a big thing. By the way, look at this. We have the Dutch on the board. Leningrad system most likely with G6 Bishop G7. An opening that is very famous for to play for a win. So definitely Alireza knows Alireza knows that making a draw here is not going to be in his favor. So he's playing for a draw instantly. And by the way, we're getting some moves actually very quickly here. Switching to Arjun's board very quickly, we have the very typical Catalan, or we'll have Knight C3, which is the original Queen's Gambit on the board. By the way, he plays Queen's Indian. Interesting choice by the German number one player. Okay, 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 okay. So I think he's going to go G3 most likely. That's the most likely move here. If white plays G3, black goes bishop B7, white goes bishop G2, and we are very much in mainstream territory. Besides G3, there is also A3 in this position as well. But यहाँ पे, it's difficult to get a fighting game. For that, black has to push C5. C5 आते ही position बहुत fighting हो जाएगी. अरे thank you bhai, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's the last round, so you gotta represent. विदित इज आउट. विदित जीत जाता तो अभी तक ये 7 पे होता, आई थिंक, बिकॉज ही ड्रू दैट मैच. बट या 7 पे होता एंड हिज चांसेस वुड वेरी मच बी अलाइव. बट सैडली दैट्स नॉट द केस. सैड फॉर वीडी इन दैट सेंस, इन दैट वो जो हुआ यार, दैट वाज नॉट राइट यार. बट इट्स ओके, इट हैपेंस. Going to Blue Bomb's game very quickly. This is the current position. Black just played Bishop G7. And now White has to choose between G3 or E3. I think G3 is the most logical move here. You develop the bishop via fianchetto. Okay. 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 What is this? Never seen this before in my life. Usually when you play B4, now your knight is supposed to be on D2, as far as I remember, because bishop B2 aane ke baad, your bishop is sort of, more open. But knight c3 and b4 I've never seen before. So this is Blue Bomb. I think he's in prep. Looking at his time, definitely I think he's in prep. And Ali Reza यहाँ पे सोचेगा, I think. Leningrad Dutch. I know why. Last time I played Leningrad Dutch was in South Africa, and I suffered such a disgusting loss that uske baad I decided I'm never gonna play Dutch again in my life. So it is a very dangerous opening, but I think the tournament demands it. Yeah, especially from Ali Reza's perspective, he has to score a win by the black pieces. I mean, you saw how sad he was in yesterday's game with that Knight C3 against Anish, which he completely didn't expect over the board. And once that happened, he had to, go for a draw in that position. So Alireza knows he has to play for a win, otherwise his chances just go away. Is this preparation? Yes, I think for white it is preparation, but I have never seen this before in my life. As I said, usually when you play b4, your knight is always on d2, not on c3. And yeah, I think Ali Reza definitely taking him out of prep. But a very interesting point here is that there are around 14 games in this position played, and White has a spectacularly amazing result here. There's around, I'll just give you the stats of the games. 14% win for Black, 7% draws, and 79% of the times White has won. So clearly this is prep. based on, not just the statistics of the games, but also I think he has prepped it at home as well. White does have a pretty good advantage, I think so far. It's point 0.4, point 0.5, something like that. But I think this is looking decent for Blue Bomb so far. Blue Bomb will be the Abasov of 26. You don't know yet. I mean, Blue Bomb is, I think, slightly stronger player than Abasov, I think. In regards of consistency as well. But एक player तो आता ही है, there is Abasov, there is Kirill Alexyenko who's around 2600 as well. So काफी players आते हैं. I think Blue Bomb could be that one player. And yesterday he needed that break, yeah, with that knight takes G3. I'm not sure if you guys saw that knight takes G3 that happened in that game against Vincent. We covered it live. Actually, we saw it live. Everything that happened there. So it was insane. I went back and I looked at the actual footage of the players, and Vincent was shocked. He was completely winning, dead. I mean, it was dead winning, and just one move just completely takes it away. And that could be the blunder that costs him the 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 candidate spot, because Vincent today has to beat Arjun with the black pieces, which is not an easy task. Switching back to Arjun's game, he went for a3 here. It's called the Petrosian variation. Black goes bishop b7 and now knight c3. And usually black tries to play d5 in this position. Okay, he goes d6. So this is how you know Vincent is also playing for a win here, yeah? Because if he goes d5, that's historically known as, let's say, the solid variation, so to speak. But d6 is him trying to keep more pieces on the board, not having any exchanges, and most likely he's going to develop his bishop via g6 and bishop g7. And we know Vincent is trying to play for a win here. भाई साहिल भाई कहाँ है? साहिल भाई की तबीयत थोड़ी खराब है, so I don't think he will be joining us today, but it's me, यार. You'll have me today. And there is a chance that Rakesh bhai will also join. So it could be either. I wish to visit all states of India. By me too, me too. I haven't visited in the northeastern states, and I would really like to visit them because I've seen them in photos, and it's so beautiful. But yeah, definitely would love to do that. By the way, checking some other games. Let's check the game that we are looking for the most. Abhimanyu Mishra versus Vidit. So it was Reti system. White plays c4, g6, knight c3, and he plays d5. So we have anti-Grunfeld on the board. Anti-Grunfeld because यहाँ पे white ने d4 नहीं खेला है. White goes cd5, knight d5, and then he plays h4. This might seem a bit weird for you guys, but this is still mainstream preparation. White का idea होता है h5 करके you take, or you keep the pawn on h5, and then maybe you push e4. Black takes here, you take with the d pawn, and this pawn on h5 actually can be a good piece for you. I think good start by Vidit here. c5 he plays, white goes h5, and knight c6, and this is the current position on the board. I think a good choice. I think यहाँ पे Vidit has a decent chance. One interesting fact is that if you go h takes g6 here, black has to go f takes g6, which is a bit uncomfortable. एक तो आपने golden pawn touch कर दिया. ऊपर से I think this is also a very odd recapture in this position. So I think this is also prepped by Abhimanyu Mishra here, trying to play for a win. I think every single board is trying to play for a win today because they know that today is the day. And if they don't, show their best self today, then the candidate spot will go to someone else. What do you think about Firuza as a player? 2863 blitz rating, 2763 classical world number 6. I think he's one of the best players in the world. I think the best player in the world when it comes to blitz and bullet chess for sure. But I think one of the best players in the world for sure. And I think a candidate's player as well. Why people say Queen's Indian is a bad opening? It's not a bad opening. It's definitely not a bad opening. By the way, switching back, I'm Queen's Indian bola, so I'm just switching back to that board very quickly to see what's going on. So this is the current position, and after d6, Arjun is still thinking. By the way, the match of Vaishali is also really important, so I'm gonna take a quick look there as well to see what's going on because she's playing against Tan Zong Yi. I think a very, very strong opponent for her, and Vaishali has to hold her basically. If she draws or if she wins, she is qualified to the candidates. So that's a really, really good news for the Indian fans out there. And I think this is what happened here. White plays c4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, g3 खेला white ने. Black plays d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5. White goes bishop g2 and knight c6. And Looking, just judging by the time and how fast Vaishali is playing, I think she's very much in prep. This is a great opening, I think, to play for a win by the black side as well. Because if you go knight c3, black usually goes knight to c7, then you play e5, bishop e7, and short castle. And this is a wonderful setup. Maroksi type ka setup lag raha and this is generally considered to be quite decent for black. So I think a good start for Vaishali here. Okay, switching back to the open section, I think Vaishali ke chances are really high. As I mentioned, even if she loses today, the only way I think that she doesn't make it is if दूसरे लोगों के points उससे ज़्यादा हैं. Let's not forget that Tan Zongi has already qualified into the candidate spot. So even if she is, if even if she loses the match and Tan Zongi is ahead of her in the standings, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. Anish game. Let's go to the Anish game versus Hans because that is the the match that we were all waiting to see what will happen. Because it is Hans after all. White plays c4, knight f6, knight c3 आता है, e5, knight f3, knight c6. White plays e3. Usually you are going for g3 setups in this setup in this position, but Anish chooses a different way. He goes e3, bishop b4, queen c2, and bishop takes c3. And white goes queen takes c3 in this position. And Anish looking very, very well prepped. By the way, queen e7 also played just now. Giri needs to draw. Yeah, if Giri draws, Giri ki chances gaye bhai. Giri also needs to play for a win. Don't let's not forget that because Anish ki performance, Anish ki rating, like the final tiebreak, is actually lower than Hans. Like most likely it's going to be lower than Hans, or unless they go to like Bukhol's tie, Bukhol's one, Bukhol's two, Bukhol's three, then it's gonna be very tricky. So it can be anyone's game after that if this match is a draw. So this is also a very crucial match for both of these players because dono ka tie break is not the best. So if they draw, then Arjun, if he wins, then he can actually go past both of these players. Do you think Pragg got fatigued due to it's possible. It's possible that Pragg got fatigued, and I think I can only imagine what it's like playing 6 to 7 hours every single day. Because I think a classical match is supposed to be 4 or 5 hours, but in this event, because the time control is much longer, the games are going much longer, and it's possible. It is possible. If Abhimanyu wins, no one is on 8 points. He will guaranteed a spot for candidates. Yes, exactly. So Abhimanyu has the highest tiebreak. If he wins, then everything else goes away. That's also why I think Anish is not going to play for a draw. Neither is Hans because अगर ही इन दोनों का draw होता है and then Abhimanyu wins, he's past everybody. So you cannot take that risk. Yeah, I think only Blue Bomb can take that risk because his tiebreak is better than apart from Abhimanyu, his tiebreak is better than everybody else. So Siraf, I think Blue Bomb is the only player who can play for a draw, who's okay with a draw. Is Arjun out of preparation? Let's take a quick look at Arjun's board. I don't think he's out of prep. I think maybe okay, look, D6. I don't think he's prep though. Oh, it is prep, yeah. There's still 89 games in this position. D5 has some 7,831 games according to the database, and D6 only has 100, something like that. 89 games actually, as far as I can see. And it could be that he's out of prep. He's thinking. How can Arjun still qualify? I have mentioned this before. The top board needs to be a result between Blue Bomb and Firuja. मतलब कोई भी जीते, it doesn't matter. Anish has to draw. That's very important. Arjun has to win, of course. And then Abhimanyu, who's playing against Vidit with the black pieces, should not win. That's how Arjun will qualify. भाई साहिल अपने चैनल में लाइव आ गए आपको धोखा दे दिया नहीं नो चांस भाई नो चांस नो चांस नो चांस मिश्रा रिजाइन नहीं भाई focus on we're going to focus on I think all the boards. I think we're going to focus on basically everyone I think who has a chance to qualify today. Of course we'll take a look at the Indian players as well, but I think it's a very important day. It's the final day. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Queen d3 bhai, what is going on? Not queen c2. Yeah, queen c2 is the normal way of playing to try and push for e4. But Arjun goes queen d3. Interesting choice. I'm just trying to understand how is queen d3 different from queen c2? Like, how does queen d3 help him? Maybe he's trying to keep the option of d5 alive. Like, in case white e4 nahi khelta though. Okay, he goes G6, still in prep, yeah? Crazy. That is interesting. Very interesting. Oh, by the way, E4 played. Some moves are coming in very quickly. 16 seconds taken for this move. Black is going to go bishop G7 and white goes bishop E2. And I think black's going to castle, white's going to castle, and then the game is on. एक भी pawn तक exchange नहीं हुआ है यहाँ पे. Please show the game of Nihal Sareen. We'll take a very quick look at Nihal's board to see what's happening. But as I have mentioned to you guys before, that Nihal's chances to qualify are basically zero. Not basically, they are zero. Even if he beats, he's playing against MVL today. But even if he wins today, statistically, he doesn't have a chance to win this. Or not to win the tournament, but to qualify into the candidates, there is no chance. So that's the situation. By the way, this is the current position in Nihal's board. It was a normal Spanish opening: a6 bishop a4 knight f6, white goes short castle. The main variation: black plays bishop e7 d3. The side stepping a bit. Usually you go rook e1 here, but d3 is also quite popular these days. Black plays b5 bishop b3 d6, trying to make room for the bishop. White plays a3. D6 का एक और बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया होता है कि since the pawn is not defending the e5 pawn, Black wants to play knight a5 and take this bishop on b3. That's why he's played e3, a3, ताकि knight a5 पे bishop can be saved, basically. Black goes short castle, knight c3, rook b8, h3. Black goes h6, and now knight d5. This is the current position. Slight, like opening advantage for MVL so far. So not a very crazy choice by any player. I think because okay, neither of them are playing for to qualify into the candidate. So I think this is more of a normal game. But yes, switching back to Blue Bomb versus Firuza to see what's the update there. So after b4, Firuza plays b6 and now he goes e3. I think now we are looking at some transposition. I don't know why this reminds me. Just this knight should be on d2. That's the only difference I think in the position. This knight should be on d2, and then I think it's a very well more or less a normal position. But the knight on c3 throws me off a bit, and I think Firuza also would be a bit let's say not sure about what to play here because this knight on c3 is a bit interesting to me. So yeah, that's the current position. Blue Bomb still very much in prep. I think he has statistically speaking, he has the best chance to qualify, as I've mentioned before. Let's check what's happening with Arjun's board. He has made a move, bishop to e2 आता है यहाँ पे, and now I think Vincent is going to castle. Arjun is also going to castle, and then the game begins for both players. And it's very interesting that Vincent is kind of keeping all of his pawns at bay, not trying to exchange anything too quickly because he knows jitna lamba ye game chalega, the chances of Arjun making a mistake is there, and that's how he will strike, basically. What about Andy Woodward's chances? Andy has the same chances, I think, as Arjun. Basically, Andy has to win, Arjun has to draw, Abhimanyu doesn't have to win, and the same result on top board पे एक result आना चाहिए and second board पे draw होना चाहिए. Then Andy Woodward can qualify, basically. Andy has the same tie break as Arjun, but जिनके the one small thing that I want to mention. Let's say एक player का final tie break is 2-6. I'm going to give you actual numbers here. Arjun ka tiebreak is 2687, Andy Woodward ka is 2686, right? But Andy Woodward ka jo tiebreak hai, it's 1 point below Arjun. So that's where things get a bit tricky because Woodward ke liye it's slightly more difficult because agar Arjun bhi jeet jata hai, then Arjun is going to be above Andy Woodward. Shahzad, do you think Gukesh is the best player in preparation? One of the best, yes. Top three for sure. Top three for sure. Fabi, I think co-op you cannot ignore Fabi here because I think historically he's had the best prep and Gukesh also I think especially post World Championship I think he's had some crazy ideas there. I think Arjun should also be in that equation and I think Pragg definitely should be in that equation as well. But yeah, and Anish as well should be there. And Anish ki prep is unmatched as well. Giri versus Hans game. Let's take a quick look what's happening. Oh ho ho! So we are getting some fire on the board already in this position. This is where we left it. Black took bishop c3. Queen takes c3 आता है. Queen e7. White plays a3 and black plays d5, breaking in the center. And Anish plays d4 here. So he doesn't take on d5, yeah? Because if you take on d5, then I think this is a slightly more comfortable position for black. It resembles Sicilian, but it's like with reverse colors, yeah? Black ne e4 khela, white ne c5 khela. That's what it looks like. So, but he doesn't go for it. He plays d4, and I think in the long term he will have some pull because of the double bishops as soon as the position opens up. But right now the position is roughly balanced for both players, and Anish very much in deep prep here, as you can see from his time, an hour and 41 minutes on the clock. Top three seeds है event में India से still we are struggling. I know why, I know it happens, why it happens. That's chess for you. Things can be quite interesting. And by the way, Firuza has made a move. He has played e6 in this position, and Blue Bomb thinking for the first time with an hour and 41 minutes on the clock. As you can see, both players, Vincent and Firuza, who I think need a win from the black side, are trying to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. I really like Firuza's choice because he went for the Dutch. I think it's very bold of him, but it can also backfire. It can also backfire. People really underestimate Magnus' reliance on opening prep. The guy has played 5 championship matches and has insane memory. Yes, yes, yes. But I think uski preparation, I think, is of course unmatched. But I think he's even scarier when it comes to middle games and end games. Like he understands positions much. He only gets better as the game progresses. How players choose their seconds, and how will they make team for World Championship? Um, I think it's a very personal sort of decision for each player. They try to, I guess, assess the player. Unka style kaisa hai. I mean, like for example, Gukesh chose Vincent, right? I mean, clearly, there was some maybe they've played each other many times. He likes Vincent's style as well. He's young as well. That's also, I think, a factor here. But it's a very personal decision, I think, for a lot of players because you also trust your second with everything. Yeah. I think Firuza will overpress and oh आई थिंक फिरोजा हारेगा तो नहीं आई थिंक ड्रॉ के चांसेस काफी हाई हैं बट आई थिंक फिरोजा हारेगा नहीं यहाँ पे अनीश ऑन द अदर हैंड will be an interesting match, I think for sure. By the way, some updates in the Anish board. This was the current position. Takes, and he plays c5, and Anish goes queen h4. So out of everyone, we are around half an hour into the broadcast, and after everyone, Anish is the only player who is still prepped. So Anish looking quite good so far. And I think this is the kind of position जहाँ पे हांस के जीतने का चांस बहुत कम होगा because most likely, this bishop is going to get traded off with this bishop. Let's assume black plays dc4, bishop c4, and at some point black's going to play bishop e6, and these bishops are going to get traded. Then you're going to looking at a position जहाँ पे मेरे पास bishop है, आपके पास knight है. Pawns are on both sides of the board, so white has some slight pull in the position. Maybe, he doesn't even exchange this bishop. Maybe he can bring it back to e2 and just, keep his double bishop advantage. But Hans के जीतने का chance यहाँ पे कम होगा. Will I stream title Tuesday? I will see, bhai. We'll see. I'll try. 2024 कैंडिडेट्स के फाइनल डे जैसे किया अरे हाँ भाई यार हाँ भाई यार वो तो बट वहाँ पे गुकेश ऑलरेडी वाज लीडिंग नो वहाँ पे गुकेश वाज ऑलरेडी he was half a point ahead of everybody else half a point ahead of Fabi and Caruana so slightly different because Arjun यहाँ पे half a point behind है so slightly different by the way some updates in the Arjun board as well after bishop g7 he plays bishop e2 and then ये तो देखा था हमने and then Vincent goes knight bd7 so he doesn't castle immediately in this position he's holding it off. I don't realistically, I don't think he's going to go long castle in this position. It doesn't make much sense to me because white has a lot of pieces here. You can launch an attack via a4, a5, and it can be a bit scary. But I think keeping the king in the center is a good approach. Maybe he's saying, "Pehle aap castle karo, then I will castle." Because if you castle first, maybe I can launch an attack on the king side as well. Although it doesn't seem feasible to me, but he's just waiting. Yeah, "Pehle aap castle karo, then I'll castle, and then the game is on." Ahead of Fabi and Nepo, you know what I mean, yeah. We need Sahil Bhai for Nepo. I was just waiting for subconsciously I just said Fabi or Caruana simply because I was waiting for Sahil Bhai to correct me by saying Nepo hoga. Whom are you supporting? Be honest. Why Arjun, yaar, of course. I would love to see him in the candidates. He's always been so close each time. So I would love to see Arjun in the candidates. I would love to see a match of Arjun versus Gukesh because I think it will be insane. As an Indian fan, I think it would be insane. So for sure, Arjun in that sense. But of course, Vincent is, of course, you want to see him in the candidates as well. I mean, Vincent deserves it as well. I mean, he broke top 10, 2750. He's won the Chennai Masters, won the freestyle event as well. I mean, he's had a spectacular year so far. And yeah, I think Vincent also, I think it's so sad what happened to him yesterday. Abhi, all the standings you're seeing right now, Vincent would have been half a point ahead of everybody else. That was that was there. It was right there. But one oversight by Vincent, and it just ended in a draw. One oversight. And it was a blunder that I think it's very rare for someone of Vincent's strength, caliber, to miss something like that. It is very rare, and it's just super unfortunate, I think, um, for Vincent. So you do feel for him. Why not Armageddon? You mean Armageddon? Because that's not the tiebreak here. That's not the tiebreak here. The tiebreak is very simple. It's average rating of your opponents minus the lowest player, and the second is book holes. And book holes can be even more complicated than the average rating of opponents. So there is no need to even calculate, what's going to happen there. Hoping that doesn't happen there, because I will be just as clueless as you guys in that sense. But yeah, look at Mishra's time. Taking a quick look what Mishra is doing. Ooh, Bhai Sahab, I was mistaken. Mishra also is very well prepared, and Vidit is half an hour behind. Should we be worried, chat? Because अगर मिश्रा जीत जाता है तो हमारा कोई चांस नहीं है. Arjun doesn't qualify if Mishra wins. Arjun has an insane plus score against Gukesh in Classical. Yes, but I think when you play a championship, you are preparing for something completely different. So none of that matters. Board गया क्या? I don't know. Can you hear me? Is the board gone? I'll, I'll just refresh very quickly, chat. Sorry, the board has I'll just refreshed. आ गया वापस? Yeah, didn't. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. The board is back, chat. So f takes g6, Abhimanyu takes in this position, and this is what we are looking at. Abhimanyu with an hour and whooping 43 minutes on his clock with 7 moves. Matlab, he hasn't thought for a single second in his entire game. So Abhimanyu is out to win. Stream atka tha. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. But now it's back. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, switching back to Arjun's board. I know I'm switching the games very quickly, chat, today, because there are so many important matches, because it is the final day, and the stakes are so high, because this is where we decide who's going to the candidates and who challenges the world champion. So it's going to be insane. By the way, Arjun plays h3 in this position, more or less indicating कि ठीक है आप शॉर्ट कासल कर सकते हो यहाँ पे, बिकॉज मैंने h3 खेल दिया तो मैं मे बी मैं h4 नहीं खेलूंगा उसके बाद. So now castle is pretty much the only move that Vincent has to play. If he does anything else, he has a big disadvantage here. Saj bhai, why not Ding played any big tournaments in 2025 and 2024? He played Olympia and Norwiches. Not sure, yeah. Probably because of his health issues, I'm guessing. Weight of the crown, yeah. And also, I mean, because of his health issues, I'm guessing that's what happens. Oh, we have a huge update for you, chat. Switching very quickly. Um, Katrina Lagno has drawn her match, and she goes to 8 points and effectively qualifies for the candidates. And that means if Vaishali wins, she could win the tournament. She could be the winner of the Grand Swiss, and of course, she will qualify. But even if she draws, she's 100% in. So going to the game, this is the current position, by the way. Knight b4 aata hai. Knight b5 is what Tan Zongi plays, and she has a slight advantage in the position, although she has to not take on d1. She has to play a6 here, and white has to take on d8. Black goes king takes d8. Of course, if you take with the knight, then I have knight c7 check, and the rook falls. So king d8 happens, and now you bring the knight back to a3, defending against this knight c2 check. And now knight d4 gives her a very good advantage, in the position, but not an easy sequence to see, because even the follow up of this moves are not easy to see, I would say, especially if you haven't looked at it. So going to be a very difficult match, I think, for Vaishali. Let's see what happens. But this means if she wins, she has won the tournament. She's the only Indian to have that. So let's go, Vaishali. Okay, switching back to the open board, we are looking at Arjun versus Vincent here. Vincent did castle, and I think now Arjun is also going to castle, and that's where the game begins. Two Grand Swiss in a row. Why? Not many people can claim that. I mean, Vidit had that claim, but okay, it's not statistically possible now. But yeah, great update there. Taking a quick look at others, this is okay. Let's just wait for Arjun to castle here, yeah, because I think without castle, what else are you gonna do? Candidates lineup: Fabi, Hikaru, Pragg, Arjun, Nodirbek, Hans, Blue Bomb, and Anish. Who would I add here? Vincent, no? Vincent would be insane. 1 2 3 4 5 6, आपने तो 8 बंदे ऐड कर दिए यार, बट एक मेरे को विंसेंट चाहिए यार. विंसेंट would be insane, because the second, it would be also crazy if the second challenges the first. Yeah, that would be insane. Does Arjun still have a chance? Yes, he does. Theoretically, he does have a chance, but the first board needs to be a result, second board needs to be a draw, and Arjun needs to win. And then Abhimanyu cannot beat Vidit with the black pieces. So these are the four things, four conditions for Arjun to qualify. So maybe like 5% chance of Arjun qualifying in this field. Nodirbek will not. Yeah, Nodirbek का भी chance कमी है, I think. If I remember looking at this, Nodirbek statistically doesn't have a chance. Even if Nodirbek wins, Nodirbek doesn't have a chance to qualify from here, but he can still qualify via the World Cup. Is there any major tournament in which Arjun is playing before the World Cup, Sahaj bhai? Not that I know of, and I think it's a good thing because World Cup is a month long. I mean, imagine the type of games you're seeing right now. It's the same kind of intensity, but World Cup में tie breaks भी होते हैं. Because you have, if you draw in the classical section, in the tie breaks you'll play rapid, then उसके बाद you'll play blitz, you'll play Armageddon. So it takes a lot out of you. So it's a good thing that you have a month rest before you play. And of course, these guys will be preparing so much for the World Cup as well, especially those who are not qualifying, via this event. So I think it's more or less a good thing. By the way, he goes Bishop E3. Why is Arjun planning to go long castle? Oh God. Yep, Arjun bringing the fire. Let's go. 5% better than 0.23%. Exactly, Soch King. That's exactly what I was thinking. 5% is still very good. By the way, the best move for Vincent here is to play D5. How scary is this move? Because D5 ke baad, don't I have takes, and just E5? Apparently, CD5 is a bad move, and I'm supposed to go E takes D5 here. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to give away my center, my central pawn. And also, इस position में I want the queen to be on C2, right? I don't want the queen on D3. Because C2 पे रहता तो आप DC4 मारोगे तो मैं बिशप से मार सकता हूँ. I don't know. This looks a bit weird to me. But D5 is the best move, and more or less, Vincent has equalized already. Considering India as a superpower, why can't we host more premiered events? I am aware of only Tata Steel, Kolkata, Rapid Blitz only, and Chennai Masters Classical. So we have Tata Steel, we have Chennai, and then we have the World Cup. Of course, we hosted the Olympiad as well. And then uske baad, don't forget, there is a potential event in Hyderabad also happening, which was announced in Chennai. I think it was Feb or March. I don't have the exact details, but Feb or March mein usko decide kiya gaya tha. And apparently a lot of top players are going to be playing there. So that's 4 or 5 big events happening in India consecutively, yeah? Which is I think pretty good. Check Pragg and Gukesh. Bhai, of course, let's check Pragg and Gukesh. Let's start with Gukesh first to see how he is doing. He's playing with the black pieces against Andrei Volokitin, a very strong player as well. He goes with his favorite Karo Kanya. So I'm just going to go quickly, very much, in this game. E6 aata hai, Bishop E2. This is the Nigel's short variation. Also one of the most popular variations inside the Karo Khan. He goes A5. Not the most typical move here. Usually you go knight d7 and c5, or c5, or you can play knight d7 as well. But a5 could have thrown him off a bit. White goes a4, f6 he plays, okay. White goes short castle and knight bd7, bishop e3 and queen c7, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. And now Volokitin has just one move to kind of keep that advantage. Yeah? If he doesn't play c4 in this position, he's going to be in some trouble at least. Or well, the position would have equalized. Trouble is a big word here. That's Gukesh's board. I think he's looking pretty good. Has more time on the clock as well. Let's check what Pragg is doing. Pragg is also playing with the black pieces against Nicolas Theodoru. If you guys remember who Theodoru is, he defeated Gukesh with the black pieces um, some time ago, and I think in the sixth round of this event. And he was unbeaten until the last round, which he lost against Avander Liang. So he's having a great event as well. And today he's playing against Pragg. It was the Nimzo Indian defense. White goes e3, short castle, bishop d3, d5, knight f3, d4. Still very much mainstream preparation here. Bishop c4 happens, b6 he plays. Usually black goes for c5 and develops a knight via c6. So b6, sidestepping a bit. White goes castle, bishop b7, queen e2, trying to play e4 at the right moment. Black plays knight bd7. Don't forget, chat, e4 is not possible right now because I can go bishop c3, bc3, and knight takes e4, and you will just lose a pawn. And this is exactly why instead of playing e4, he goes a3, kicking the bishop away. Bishop goes away to d6, and now he plays e4. And now the only move for Pragg, which he plays, is c5. And if you guys are afraid of moves like e5 here, that's not happening, because if white plays e5, there is c takes d4, basically undermining the pawn chain. And if you take back, then I just take this pawn and thank you for the free pawn. If you take any of these pieces, I will take on c3, and okay, I will most likely be a pawn up when all of this is finished. So a good decision by Pragg there. White should not play e5 here. He should go rook d1. He has maybe a slight advantage in the position. Okay, he goes d takes e5 instead. Still a very normal move. And now Pragg has to take back with the pawn. If he takes with the bishop, that's a huge um, uh, advantage to white already. bc5 also feels weird, no? In this position, like you're giving yourself like sort of an isolated pawn. But if you're afraid of e5 now, then there is bishop takes f3. And again, knight takes c5 is happening. And yeah, this is not ideal for white here. So bc5, a difficult decision for Pragg. Let's see if he can play it. Meanwhile, while he's thinking, let's switch back to which game shall we go to? Let's look at the chat. Um, Vidit's game. Okay, let's look at Vidit's game because Abhimanyu still. Bhai, ये तो रुक ही नहीं रहा है. He's not stopping. Can people asking, can White lose this? I mean, it depends on where his prep finishes. Yeah, I mean, according to the engine, I mean, Vidit still has a pretty decent advantage here, but I think it's not really an advantage. It's more like White ki pehli chalti. The game can be a bit crazy here though, and I think a great choice by Abhimanyu. If Abhimanyu wins this, then his chances to qualify increase dramatically. He has the best tiebreak. If he wins this, it is over, chat. And let me tell you guys, Abhimanyu Mishra, one of the craziest stats of Abhimanyu Mishra is that he is unbeaten for some 64 games. And he's unbeaten in this event as well, playing basically an average rating of 2730. 2730, or is it more? It is 2731. Yes, 2731. He's playing. And he's played against the likes of Pragg, Gukesh, Anish, Nodirbek, Hans, MVL, Vidit, um, Matthias Blubaum, Yu Yangyi, Alexei Sarana, and the other Nodirbek. So it's like every opponent of his has been a 2700 player. And it is a fantastic result, I think, for him. He's 2611 right now. Okay, his current rating is 2611, and he's gaining a whooping 30 points in this event alone. Do you know how difficult that is, chat? To gain 30 points at a rating of 2600 at this, I mean, at this level, when you gain plus 10, plus 15, it's considered an incredible tournament. When it's plus 30, it's considered to be like you're a machine, yeah? You're a beast. Abhimanyu video goes. I haven't seen the Abhimanyu video that went viral, but would love to see it. We'll check it out. Plus 32, 32 है क्या? 30, 31 है यार. 30.6 would be 31. आज अपना विदित तोड़ेगा अभिमन्यु का स्ट्रिक. Hopefully भाई, hopefully. but Abhimanyu's time is just not going down, and there is a 40-minute difference between these two players, and that makes me a bit scared, yeah, because Abhimanyu's prep is just insane. थोड़ा एनालाइज चलो एनालाइज करते हैं पोजीशन थोड़ा लेट्स सी व्हाट कैन यू डू सो white has let's before we analyze let's understand what's happening in the position first yeah white has played h4 h5 hg6 so white का h pawn गया black का f pawn गया in comparison I would say the f pawn is more important than the h pawn especially in the middle game it's the golden pawn and black's king could be in some trouble like in the future. Even if black castles, this king is never truly safe because the f7 pawn is not there. You can put pressure via queen b3, knight g5, and so on and so on. The best move for Vidit here, there are two moves which are the best here for him. One is knight takes d5 and one is short castle. Now, practically speaking, I don't want to play short castle here. And I think it makes sense because h4, h5 you played to keep this rook sort of alive on the h file, right? You're waiting for black to castle and then you're going to say, haha, I'm not going to castle anymore. And my rook on h1 is going to be a brilliant piece to conduct this attack. And this is also why Abhimanyu hasn't castled here either. So castle being one of the best moves, I don't like it so much because I'm not sure if it's going to play it. The other best move is knight takes d5, which is also a bit unlikely to play in this position. Black goes queen takes d5, and then you must go d3. Only move, by the way, to retain not just equality, but I mean, not just a slightly better position. If you don't play d3 here, you're just worse, clearly worse. So d3 you have to play. Black has to go queen d7, and then you play something like queen c2, defending this pawn on b2 for now, and then you can bring this bishop all the way to h6, and maybe, just maybe, you're hoping for a long castle and keeping this rook on h1 alive. And now you might wonder, why black long castle क्यों नहीं कर सकता? Now that's because my queen is already looking at c5. To defend this, you have to play b6 most likely. Otherwise, you're just dropping a pawn. And b6 खेलने के बाद, look at this bishop looking all the way, on these important squares. And maybe there are some queenside attacking chances here as well. So I'm not sure if I would expect this from Abhimanyu. But yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to choose. So this is what could happen in the position. White can play bishop h6, of course. Black should not take this. Black should keep his bishop, alive. And then maybe you can play a3, long castle, or maybe short castle. You can even play king f1 in this position, which is not a bad move because you keep the rook on h1 alive. So that's the analysis. And short castle, as I mentioned, is another move, but I think it's difficult to play this move because you're just thinking this H rook is so good in this position, and you might be jumping into Abhimanyu's prep too, because अगर वो 9 चालों के बाद he has 1 hour and 42 minutes, Vidit has an hour and 5 minutes, like you are probably not thinking that he's going to play the. I mean, if he plays the top moves, then Abhimanyu's prep just continues. So it is crazy. Okay, Saj bhai, is it a prep by Abhimanyu Mishra because Virit also not played a very popular moves? No, no, no. I think it's prep. It's prep. All of it is prep. कहाँ पे popular चालें नहीं खेली उसने? I think let's look at it from the bar itself. H4 I think is a very hyper modern line. So if this is what you mean, everyone knows this at the top level. This is the most annoying line I think for black. This is why a lot of people don't play anti-Grunfeld, especially when you don't play d4. Black plays bishop c5 here. That's the crazy line, no? Because c5 was completely sidestepping. Usually you are going bishop g7 here. So Vidit यहाँ c5 देख के थोड़ा surprise हो गया होगा. h5, knight c6, hg6, fg6. By the way, 3 games in this position, all 3 of them black has won. All 3 of them black has won. So it's a bit scary, I think, for Vidit so far. Bishop f5 आता है, queen. By the way, this is the current position. He's thinking here. Only 1 game so far. White can play queen b3 here, which is what was played, and White lost that match. Someone in the chat asking, gaming with Ayush, why not d3 e4? Because I think you meant d3 e4 after takes d3, right? Because otherwise you're just dropping the knight on c3. And if you play d3, I'm just going to go queen d7. And if you play e4, I'm just going to defend the bishop. So not really a problem. But if you meant d3 instantly, then knight takes c3 is hanging, and bc3 and bishop takes c3. And we go into chaos here. Bishop d2 you have to play, bishop takes a1, queen takes a1. This is pure chaos. But black is slightly better here after short castle or knight d4. Both of them are possible here. So I personally want Hans Niemann to win because I think Hans will bring that masala to candidates and WCC. Also, he is playing really well. I think masala is separate here. I think the fact that he has performed so incredibly well in this tournament, and you cannot ignore that. Switching to Hans's game because I think Hans deserves that. Yeah, I mean, come on. like especially in the last, he started off with two draws in the beginning, so very similar to Vidit, yeah, because Vidit also lost his first match, and then after the first two matches, he was one out of two. Hans was as well, and after that, being unbeaten in the entire event, playing the likes of Firuza, Pragg of course, Abhimanyu Mishra, Erdogmus, Demchenko, Leon, all of these guys, and now Anish as well. And to be scoring this against this field, I think is insane. And by the way, his rating right now is 2742, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just take a quick look. Yes, he's 2742 and he's world number 14 right now. He's right behind Vishy sir. So if he wins today, he's going to cross across Vishy sir. And I mean, Hans's story is incredible. I think, being from there and to what he has done, I think is incredibly well. And of course, and having Hans there would be amazing, but Hans has to win. Hans has to. If he draws, then the chances of him qualifying are really low. So he has to win. And also, let's not forget, Anish is still very much in prep here as well. But yeah, भाई किसी का तो दिल टूटेगा for sure. If Hans qualifies and wins candidates, Magnus will train Gukesh himself. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think so. But it will be interesting. I think the World Championship match would be interesting. So, chat, question for you. Okay. Very interesting question for you. So now at least you have some idea of who's gonna win, what's gonna happen, and or well, who can potentially qualify. Let's assume the names that you see in front of you, Anish, Hans, Blue Bomb, Firuja, Arjun, Vincent, and let's add Abhimanyu Mishra to this question as well. Between these players, who would you want to see a world championship match of? Like who do you want? अगर इन names में से अगर मैं एक player बोलूं आपको, so Blue Bomb, Firuja, Anish, Hans, Arjun, Vincent, and Abhimanyu Mishra. Who do you want Gukesh to challenge? Okay, I'm seeing Arjun, Abhimanyu, Arjun. Everyone's saying Arjun, yeah. Vincent as well. Vincent is a good one. The second plays the first. Abhimanyu will be crazy, yeah. I mean, imagine agar, I think if Abhimanyu qualifies, he's the youngest player to qualify into the candidates, yeah, ever. Because he's 16. No one has played the candidates when they're 16. It's insane. It's not possible. It is possible for Arjun. Theoretically, it's possible. 5% chance, but it is possible. So don't go anywhere, chat. It is possible. Ali Reza. Okay, that would be interesting as well. Why personally, I think out of everyone, of course, Arjun, I think is what I've been wanting to see. By the way, Vincent plays A6 in this position. Why we have that setup, क्या कहते हैं उसको? We used to call it the elephant structure. If you put the knight on E7, and it's also known as the hippo, the hippo setup. But ये transpose हुआ है, like from something else. But we used to call it the elephant structure. And this is historically known to be a very bad setup, but you have to play it if you want to play for a win. Hedgehog नहीं हुआ भाई, hedgehog में आपको सी pawn नहीं होता hedgehog में. So if I just take this pawn away, then this is hedgehog. Bobby Fischer played at 50. अच्छा हाँ, that's also okay. In modern chess, let's say it will be the youngest player. Magnus had qualified. Really? Are you sure? एक बंदा लिख रहा है मैग्नस एट 15 प्लेड कैंडिडेट से कह रहा है कि ही वाज ही क्वालिफाइड बट ही डिडंट प्ले यार. मतलब बड़े कंट्रोवर्शियल ओपिनियंस आ रहे हैं चैट से आज. विरिट विरिट गोइंग अंडर द मिनट्स. यार मेरे को उसी चीज़ का डर है कि मेरे टाइम प्रेशर में फिर से ना आ जाए यार. ही इज स्टिल थिंकिंग इन दैट पोजीशन. नो मूव्स येट. भाई डोंट गेट सरप्राइज. बाय द वे, दिस वाज जस्ट एनालिसिस. दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन ऑन द बोर्ड एंड ही इज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर हाउ लॉन्ग? 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Okay, not a lot of time, but if you consider the fact that कि G3 खेलने से पहले he thought about 14 minutes. To take HG6 he thought of for about 12 minutes. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. भाई मिश्रा तो शायद बोर्ड पे ही नहीं बैठा होगा अभी. वो उसके विदित के साइड पे जाके कैलकुलेट कर रहा होगा. हाँ हाँ, आई एम हियर. स्ट्रीम ठीक है ना? फिर से बोर्ड आ गया वापस. बोर्ड आ गया वापस. बोर्ड आ गया वापस या नहीं? Okay, okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Sorry, chat. Internet issues. इतने सारे issues हो रहे. By the way, knight h4 mistake by Vidit Gujarati on move 10 after he thought for 15 minutes. And this is a slight mistake. Bishop e6. Although I'm not sure why it's a mistake. Is this a draw for like knight h4, bishop e6, knight f3? And he's hoping black is going to go bishop f5. Is this a draw for? Interesting, very interesting. Now, yes, Mishra would be out of play क्योंकि knight h4 आप expect नहीं करोगे इस position में. But now he has to think whether he should go knight takes e3 in this position or whether he should go bishop e6. But honestly, bishop e6 feels like a hand move. It feels like very, very natural. What I'm curious what he's thought about here. Is he planning knight e4? Maybe some knight g5, some queen b3, these types of ideas. But this is looking good for Abhimanyu Mishra. This is looking very good for, I mean, so far it's looking very good. He has around 40 minutes more than his opponent, and already the position is more or less equalized. Not comfortable for either player. And I think this is where he wants this is where he wants the game to go. Any chance Indian can win? Yes. Arjun can qualify into the candidates. He cannot win the tournament, but he can qualify. He can finish second. That is possible. 5% chance, but it is possible. Switching to Anish versus Hans very quickly while Abhimanyu thinks for the first time in this match. This is the current position. We left it here. Anish took CD5, Black took Bishop Knight D5, Bishop B5 check, and Bishop D7 happens, and this is the current position on the board. And Anish having almost the still the same time, so I'm still wondering whether it is his prep or he's on his own. I'm not sure what's going on. He has two choices here. Yeah, he can go bishop d7. Let's say bishop d7 के बाद black goes queen d7, and then you play queen e4 check, attacking this, of course, checking and putting pressure on the knight. So you cannot go queen e7. You have to go knight e7 here. White goes bishop d2 and activates his bishop to c3, and then he goes, or maybe he goes long castle first and then bishop c3. Because bishop c3 के बाद queen रोक लेगी हमको. So we go long castle and then bishop c3, and I think this is a good position for Anish to just try and play. I wouldn't say like it's a winning position, but I would say good chances, yeah. The other option is besides bishop d7 is that he can go queen e7 and black will take with the king, I'm assuming, because it's the endgame, and endgame mein king becomes a piece itself. So king e7, and now he mustn't take on d7 now. He must go bishop e2 to keep his double bishop advantage. Now he has to choose between two different setups. दोनों में white का slight pull है, like very slight. So he has to think about whether he should go for this position or whether he should go for this position. That's what is going through Anish's mind right now, because I think he's thinking for the first time, unless he's not on the board, which I'm not sure of. Unless he's not on the board, this is the first time that he's thinking. So these are the two moves that he's considering here. Two options. Keeping queen good is, I also feel that. I feel like keeping the queen on the board and going into this position, like it feels nice, yeah, because the bishop on c3 looks at the g7 pawn. You'll short castle. Black's probably gonna you long castle, and black's probably gonna go short castle. You go h4 g4. Let's go by attack all the way. भाई साहिल भाई की तबीयत थोड़ी खराब है आज, so he won't be joining us today. Maybe he'll join towards the end, but he's not going to be joining us today, I think, for the broadcast, because he needs to take care of his health, and health is the first priority, yeah, of course. So wish him well, chat. Maybe he's looking at the chat right now, he's watching it, so just कुछ अच्छे messages लिख दो साहिल भाई के लिए, so he feels better. Magnus had qualified with candidates at 15, but yeah, I think it was that कुछ तो controversy हुआ था, if I'm not mistaken, वहाँ पे why he didn't play, and then they changed the rules or something like that. But I'm not exactly sure on this. I will have to check it and then I will get back to you. अरे 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 अरे, वेरी नाइस चैट. कुछ अच्छे अच्छे मैसेज लिखो. ही इज मोस्ट लाइकली रीडिंग द चैट राइट नाउ, आई कैन प्रॉमिस यू, बिकॉज वो तबीयत उनकी खराब है, बट हिज फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी हैज ऑलवेज बिन चेस. So he will feel really good once he sees all of these lovely messages coming in. Okay, going back to the games. Okay, we haven't checked Blue Bomb versus Firuza in quite some time. This is the top board, very important match, I think, for the standings. Black played e6 here. White goes a4 by full on queenside attack. Black plays a5. B takes a5. Rook takes a5. And now queen to b3. And Firuza in deep thought. कितना टाइम हो गया फिरोजा को सोचते हुए? 13 मिनट. 13 मिनट। स्पार्कलिन भाई, अच्छे अच्छे मैसेजेस यार। जब तबीयत खराब होती है तब ट्रोल नहीं करना चाहिए, तब बहुत खराब लगता है। ओके, क्वीन बी थ्री आता है यहाँ पे, एंड नाउ फिरोजा थिंकिंग। आई थिंक बेसिकली ही हैज अचीव्ड अ गुड सॉर्ट ऑफ play on the queen side, because he can go bishop d2, maybe bishop a3 as well, and maybe bishop b4, and he's looking for some break on the queen side, like a5 or c5 or something like that. He's looking for some break on the queen side, I'm guessing. But Firuza, I think, thinking, because if white is playing on the queen side, then black should play on the king side, ideally. So probably Firuza is thinking, how can I generate something like knight e4, for example? कुछ तो यहाँ पे हो, like g5, g4. I don't know. You go complete all in. That's what you need, yeah. That's what you need in this position. What about Vaishali's game? By Vaishali did not find the best move, but the position is still very much equal. Wouldn't really say that she's in any trouble so far. And let's not forget, Lagno has drawn her match. That means Vaishali just needs to draw, and or if she wins, then she wins the tournament. तो क्वालिफाई करने के chances वैशाली के काफ़ी high हैं so far. And I was taking a look at the standings a bit earlier, and if I remember correctly, the girl that yeah, actually it's true, Lagno ने जिससे draw किया ना, उसका टाई ब्रेक सबसे बेस्ट था। ऑल उसके पॉइंट्स कम थे, बट उसका टाई ब्रेक सबसे बेस्ट था। तो वैशाली, आई थिंक इवन इफ शी लूजेस, there is a good chance that she will qualify. There's Bibisara and Song Yuxin, which is, and their matches are still going on. Bibisara wins. Actually, no, Bibisara, if she beats Anna Muzichuk, then I think it's a problem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Vaishali has to draw. हार नहीं सकती भाई. Vaishali has to draw. But the position is still roughly balanced. Not really much has happened there. But yeah, let's stay here for a while, because यहाँ पे बहुत crazy हो रहा है भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे. But I think Vaishali is more or less in safer hands. But we'll switch back to it, I think, in a few minutes. Let's stick to it right now. I think let's check some other games while Alireza is thinking here. So we are gonna switch to Arjun versus Vincent Board, and whoa. So C D5 तो नहीं आया भाई, but C5 जरूर आ गया यहाँ पे. So the first break in the position is on the board. Now, of course, he's saying, are you going to take dc5? Of course not, because black can capture back with the knight, and you're forced to give up your lovely bishop on e3. And once you do that, the position is basic close to losing for white already. So you should not take on c5. If you move the queen away, then you lose the pawn on e4, and that's even worse. So let's not do that. After c5, he has other choices. If you cannot take, then you should try to play d5, of course. Taki, the position remains more or less complex. This bishop on b7 also becomes kind of a bad piece for now, because we have this pawn chain kind of blocking the bishop on b7. So d5 can be a potential option here for Arjun. And now Vincent should go e takes d5, e takes d5, and then b5. And then the game is on, basically. I think Vincent also is playing very, very smartly here. Is VD going to disappoint us? I don't think so. Why? I think at the first step is to get him out of prep, which I think he has done already with that knight h4. It was a mistake, but Abhimanyu's thinking. So prep guy, but like now, now the actual chess starts. So I think we'll know in a few. But if the more important thing is Arjun has to win. If Arjun doesn't defeat Vincent, then none of it matters. Sahaj bhai, is this one of the closest Grand Swiss? I would say so. I would say so, because last time I like Vidit already was projected to win, yeah, because वो half a point ahead tha, like and he was playing Pragg, if I'm not mistaken, with the white pieces. And Pragg is, I mean, he's still a very strong player, but Vidit is 27 like 20, and Pragg was 26-80, something like that. So on paper he was higher rated, and he had white pieces, and he was half a point ahead. So that was not as close as this one. यहाँ पे चार लोग are fighting, for the candidate spot, all on 7 points. And there is a very good chance कि जो 6.5 पे बैठे हुए हैं, they are, if these guys draw people on 7, then the 6.5 wale can, take over, just because of the tie break. It is crazy, I think. Sahil, are you based in India? Bhai, Sahil nahi, Sahaj. Sahaj, are you based in India or South Africa? And are you actively playing chess? I'm not based in either of those countries. I'm based in Hungary. I was based in South Africa before, but I moved around 2.5 years ago, something like that. and now I'm living in Hungary. And as far as playing chess goes, I think I'm more of a commentator these days. I'm also coaching chess, but I also play from time to time. I'm playing a very big event, at least for me, which is the Romanian Super League. It's gonna happen in the next 4 or 5 days. Yeah, in the next 5 days, the first round is happening. So yep, that's that's what I'm doing. राकेश भाई को बुला लो भाई, बुलाया यार. I think वो आएंगे अगर if he's free, but we'll see. We'll see. क्यों रहते हो भाई हंगरी में भाई, क्यों नहीं यार. हाँ, यूरोप है, एंड it's a hub of chess. A lot of cool things happen in Hungary. The Olympiad happened in Hungary. The Polgo Chess Festival happens in Hungary as well. And a lot of chess players actually come here. By the way, we do have an update in Anish's board. The queens have been traded off, so he doesn't go for that bishop d7, bishop d2 option that we were thinking about. He goes for queen e7, knight e7, and he does play bishop e2. Black goes rook c8, and this is where Anish is thinking. I mean, we are very close to a situation जहाँ पे I think Hans का जीतना बहुत मुश्किल है. I think Hans is kind of, I mean, he still has a chance because he has a majority on the queen side, and White has a majority on the king side. But at the same time, White has double bishops, Black has a bishop and a knight, and knight is generally not the best piece in such positions. So I would say a slight preference to Anish's position, but looking very drawish right now. Do players play inferior moves to get out of his opponents from prep? Yeah, for sure. Many players do that. Like for example, I think now this is just speculation on my end, but in this position, you can see the white queen on d3 here. But if I go back to move 5 in Arjun's board, I think queen c2 is more kind of logical, simply because I think maybe he didn't like queen c2 because black c5 खेल सकता था. Could be that. Maybe I'm just over analyzing this. But queen d3, I think maybe was his way of kind of throwing his opponent off. But it didn't actually work. And this is the current position. And okay, time is roughly balanced, but एक भी piece, एक भी pawn यहाँ पे exchange नहीं हुआ है chat. Nothing has been traded off. Saj, in order for Arjun to qualify, Arjun must win, Anish and Han should draw, and Abhimanyu must not win. Results on board one does not matter. It does not matter if wait, board one ka result. Let me just check the standings. It does matter. It does matter simply because if blue bomb wins with white pieces and because वो 8 point पे चला जाएगा, and then second board draws, third board actually yeah, you could be right. You could be right. You could be right, yes. Because एक player ने तो ऊपर जाना ही है. You could be right. Quick look at Gukesh's game. Sure, bhai. Let's go. Let's take a quick look. What's happening there? By the way, D5 he just played as soon as we can. We'll just jump back to that very quickly. This is the current position where we left it. White played bishop f4, and Gukesh took 6 minutes to play f takes c5. Very nice move, I would say. And as soon as white goes knight takes c5, d takes c5 is apparently not very good. And I think it looks more logical to play d takes c5 in this position just to keep this knight not coming to f6. But knight e5 के बाद bishop d6, and Gukesh is already completely equalized in this position. Nihal does not have chances to qualify anymore. Statistically speaking, he cannot qualify. And it's sad, I think. Very sad. Also because Nihal, what happened against? I mean, let's just take a look at his stats. What happened against Firuza was a bit sad, yeah. Because okay, he had a winning chance there as well, and then it was a drawish position, but it was a very complicated draw. I have to give him that, and he defended for like some 7 hours. And then against Notherberg, I think that's where it hurts the most because I think he was completely winning there. Like, it was dead winning after like the first hour or something. Nihal was completely winning, like +3 position at one point. But that match ended in a draw, and with that, I think his chances just completely dropped. But he has played spectacularly, I think, in this event. You cannot deny that. But yeah, his chances sadly are no longer there. By the way, switching back to Arjun's board, because d5 happened, black took e takes d5, and now Arjun takes e takes d5 as well. And now b5 is the only move for black to keep the position balanced. If he doesn't play b5, then he's going to be in trouble. Now, why is that? If I play b5, black has to find like a bunch of only moves here, like b5, b3, I'm guessing, because cb5 just feels odd. cb5 मारा तो just ab5, yeah, ab5. Knight b5 में तो ये pawn मर रहा है, तो queen b5 मारना पड़ेगा. Bishop a6 happens, queen moves somewhere, bishop takes e2, knight takes e2, and now you black is a pawn down, but chat, question for you. Not really a chess question. Not really a कौन सी ये चाल निकालो वो चाल निकालो. Something you cannot find with an engine. What does this position look like? Like कौन सी opening से आई है ये position? If I could just ask that question, which opening is this? Would love to know. If Benoni, you're close, very close, but not quite. Not Benoni. Yes, the person Billy. Benko is correct. This is Benko, a typical Benko, I would say. Because in Benko, you have this sort of attack on the A and B files. White always retains that extra pawn. But I would actually argue this is a much better version of Benko. Because Benko में ये pawn और white का E3 या E4 पे pawn रहता है, तो white has some control over the D5 pawn. But here you don't have that control anymore. So it's actually a worse version of a Benko. But yes, that is absolutely correct. I thought it would trick you guys, but you guys know your openings, yeah? My thoughts on Benko Gambit, I think it's pretty good. I think it's a very good opening to play, I think, until a certain level. Not at the highest level, I would say. It's as useful, but until you reach out, I would say 24, 2500. By the way, B5 played. Until you reach 24, 2500, I think it's a pretty nice opening. Also, I think Grandmaster Swapnil Dhopade did a lifetime repertoire on Benko as well on Chessable. So if you want to learn that opening, would highly recommend that course to you because Swapnil was the one player जो बचपन से बैंक को खेलता है. So he understands it very very nicely. Yeah, and no. Dragon is I think way more dangerous than Benko. Yeah, way more dangerous. Is Sonberger tiebreak more fair than this tiebreak? No, I think this is. I mean, both have their own plus points and both have their own disadvantages as well. I think they're both fair. Said before 2018-ish, candidates lineup used to look so much stronger than now. Do you also think the same? No, I mean, if you're considering Karyak and Kramnik and those guys, then maybe. But I think it looks a lot scarier. Actually, it looks a lot younger, which I think is scarier. Um, chess is, I mean, at least competitive chess is getting much much harder. I think, especially at the top level, you don't know which player is capable of what. B5 natural move, B3 is also a natural move here, yes. So no more Benko. He doesn't take the pawn on B5. He wants to keep these pawns and probably wants to keep his D5 pawn as well, ताकि bishop जो है जो D5 जो bishop जो B7 पे पड़ा हुआ है, it is a bit weak right now. But I'm seeing the idea of B4 a lot in this position. So if white goes AB4, CB4, and then probably bringing the rook here, knight here can be quite good. I would say यहाँ पे दोनों players के काफी अच्छे chances हैं जीतने के. ड्रॉ यहाँ पे लीस्ट लाइकली रिजल्ट लग रहा है मुझे फॉर नाउ. Do you get commission if someone purchases membership from your link? Chess.com? Yes, but I have never really advertised it ever before, and I don't think anybody has bought it. In fact, I don't even know if I have a link. Apparently, I do have a link. I think साहिल भाई ने मुझे एक बार बताया था, but I have never really posted it anywhere. What if any defending world champion comes in top two? Then that spot goes to the player who comes third, basically, because they cannot play the candidates. I'm struggling in non-tactical positions where I have to think positionally and make plans, suggest something. Um, Non-tactical positions. So do combinations. Yeah, do puzzles as many as possible. I think take a book, like take any combination book. I also bought one recently. I'm not sure if I can. I don't have it in close to me. Otherwise, I would show it to you. It's a book by Romain Edward, and he has like a bunch of positions in that. So basically, what I do is every let's say few months, I buy a new combination book, and I just do the combinations in my free time just to keep myself sharp and do this every day. Yeah, matlab, try to be as consistent as you can with this because if you're not consistent, then it's not going to work. Vaishali game says, well, let's go by Vaishali's game. Putting it up right now. This is Vaishali's position, and she is actually okay. Maybe position is kind of equal, but I like Vaishali's position more because this knight on a3 is a bit annoying. It's defending the square on c2, but I like Vaishali's knights more. Black can go bishop g7, maybe go for short castle. Looking very equal, very equalish, symmetrical position. And I think Vishali is on track. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. Vishali can actually qualify here very easily. Rook d8 she plays, I think pinning this bishop and the rook. Nice move. If white goes knight c3, which is the only move in this position, black can go bishop e6. Oh, bishop e6 a point to not allow knight c4 ताकि ये knight a3 पे ही बैठा रहे सारा टाइम. Bishop g7 खेल के भी equally है, but bishop e6 is slightly better in comparison. But tough move to play bishop e6, I think, here, because if you have bishop g7, then keep yourself hydrated. I do have water right here, right? I do it from time to time. But yeah, this is the current position. Vaishali has very good chances out, I would say, to qualify. She just doesn't have to lose. Just don't lose and you're fine. Knight c3 played, by the way, in this game. Time is also very good. So Vaishali is not going to be in time trouble here either, because we are already approaching the end game. She has an hour on the clock. I think this is looking very, very good for Vaishali. Very good chance that she draws this and then she, qualifies. And I think Tan Zongi ke liye bhi, it's a, I mean, she wants to win the tournament, but on this at the same time her candidate's qualification is already done, so she's not playing for the candidate spot here. So I think most likely result here is going to be a draw, most likely. Okay, switching back to the open section. Divya's game once. Let's take a look at Divya, how she's doing. We haven't actually checked her game. She's playing against Ivan Shaparinov. I think he was Topalov second during the World Championship match from Bulgaria. Very strong player. 2700, I think, in his peak. Position looks a bit equalish to me. Apparently Queen b5 मारना है यहाँ पे दिव्या को, and to allow bishop f3, gf3, queen e5 doesn't seem comfortable to me, because your pawn structures are just completely damaged. And the other good move for Divya is to play bishop d4 and to protect this pawn. So Divya could be in some trouble. Could be. Could be. Vincent blunders. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? क्या बात कर रहे हो? No ways. No, he doesn't. He has made a move in this position. He played rook e8. It's the best move. Troll mat karo yaar, chat. Troll mat karo. Are you a positional player or a tactical player? I would say I'm inherently a dynamic player. So tactical, I would say. शुरू हो गई chat up. Hedge by why so many players get stuck in 2600 for a good while? What exactly is ceiling chess? What do they lack they can't improve further? Many things, because 2600 is already a very difficult thing to achieve in chess. And uske aage break karne ke liye you need like a support system behind you. You need I don't know. I would say not you cannot hit 2700 alone. That's, I think, very, very rare, almost impossible, I would say. So you need the correct resources, you need funding, you need proper seconds um, for for that to happen. And even then, a lot of people just don't reach that. Teja, why don't I try for candidates? Why? Because I'm not a strong player. I'm not a 2700 player. अगर आप 2650 के ऊपर हो, then you can think about these things. Otherwise, no, not really. Anish versus Hans game, please. Let's put it up and see what's the updates are there. By no updates, they're still thinking the same position. Rook c8 खेला उसने last move में, and now I think Anish will think for a long time here to create a plan, because he plays f3. Okay, 14 minutes of thinking, yeah, and then he plays f3. I somehow think this kind of a position really favors Anish. So he does seem to have some chances here. Yeah, I think he does seem to have some chances here. If he wins this, then Anish qualifies. Arey, thank you so much, Mridal Bhai. You're so sweet. Are the candidates open in women or men in women? I think open in women, if I'm not mistaken. Chess 24 India. If you dedicate all your time to chess, can you not get in the top 10? No, it's not a guarantee. It's definitely not a guarantee. Not top 10, I'm saying it's not even a guarantee you become a grandmaster. Top 10 तो दूर की बात है. I think like there's many things. I mean, you need to have some talent, you need to have the proper funding, you need to have resources. There's so many things that needs to go your way. Grandmaster bhi banna, I think, is not. I've seen people like that, yeah, who have dedicated their lives to chess. People who are 40, 45, 50 years old, who have dedicated their lives to chess. They study chess every single day, and they haven't gotten a title yet. होता है ऐसे यार. It happens a lot. Do you think streaming chess helps you in tournaments? No. Absolutely not. I mean, I think commentating in a sense does, because I see some new ideas and I'm observing the players. I'm trying to get into their, mindset. That does help. But overall, I think the time can be used much better if I'm just, trying to prepare for myself, or, training myself by doing puzzles or looking at, games in a more instructive manner. So commentary only helps with understanding what's trending, कि लोग क्या क्या try कर रहे हैं. So I've also seen it happen. If I play a match now, I'm less likely to get surprised. Like, because I am seeing so many games of top players, so I'm less likely to get surprised, because I have a lot of new ideas because I'm watching these players. But after that, not really. आपका दिमाग थोड़ा slow हो जाता है, I think. There's by three players, according to you, who should have achieved world champion title, but they did not, like Ivanchuk. The three strongest player, yeah? Korchnoi, of course. Korchnoi, Caruana, Korchnoi, Caruana, and I want to say Bronstein, because Bronstein also drew to Botvinnik, and it was a 6-6 tie. And because of the tie breaks, I think he didn't. Bronstein, I would say. Or maybe Rubinstein as well. Rubinstein I mean, I used to love his games. Rubinstein as well. Hikaru, of course, as well. But Hikaru, I think उसने पूरा try नहीं किया, because he was also into streaming and, doing all of this. Of course, Hikaru deserves to be there. But he wasn't a fully classical player overall. Like, he was more into, streaming and, all of those. And he's done wonderfully for himself there. Nepo, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't put him in the same like level as like Korchnoi. I think you guys should really research who Korchnoi was, because I think he's the saddest. He's the most likely example, I think, here, because you cannot have this conversation without Korchnoi. वो तो होना चाहिए था. Like, I remember I was playing London Classic. Okay, it was in 2011, if I'm not mistaken, and Korchnoi was around some 65, like above 65. Yeah, he was 65, 66 years old, something like that. And he was playing a simul at 65. Or I think he was older. I'm not sure exactly what his age was, but he was playing a simul and सबको धोया उसने वहाँ पे. Like, players who were 1900, 2000 little players, सबको धोया उसने at 65, which was insane to me. वो भी simul में. Korchnoi, I will type it for you guys. This is the correct spelling. This is the Soviet spelling, but if you type this, you will get it. Victor was his first name. Okay, so F3 के बाद, I think Hans is thinking this is more of a slower game. I would say both players are going to be thinking here. Oh, plays F6 instantly. भाई गोल्डन पॉन तो दोनों ही टच कर रहे हैं. What is going on? मूड ही खराब हो गया यहाँ तो. Okay, going to, I think, some other game. Let's check out what Blue Bomb and Firuza are doing. So he did play knight e4 in this position. White goes knight takes e4, and now black has to choose whether he should take with the bishop or whether he should take with the pawn. Both are pretty much same. According to the bar, bishop e4 is slightly worse. Fe4 is slightly better here. I think also makes sense because you're opening up the F file. Maybe this rook can also, jump on the attack on the G file somehow. H पे तो नहीं आ रहा because हमारा bishop यहाँ पे देख रहा है. So knight d2 happens, and maybe now c5 is what I'm seeing at least. And the position just opens up, yeah. Aronian could be as well, yeah. There are many names, yeah. Many names who can be there. But I think for me, Korchnoi, Fabi, um, Bronstein, yeah, and Rubinstein as well, and Paul Keres as well. There are many actually. He was 80 years old. Sorry, he was not 70. He was 80 years old. At 80 years old, he was playing a simul. against 19 2000 rated players simul chat at 80 years old, and he beat everyone. Like, it is insane. I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, the guy was just insane. Gukesh long castle, really? Let's check what Gukesh is up to here. Oh ho ho! Some fiery chess on the board loading. Let's go. Bishop g4 and long castle. If you take on f5, then I go ef5 and I'm fine. And then I think you'll. Am I? Is he just losing the knight on e? Is he just losing a pawn here? I can go rook e1, no? Yeah, knight f6, bishop f5, ef5. Yeah, Gukesh is a bit better. With this, after this capture, also knight can also jump to e4. Yeah, Gukesh looking very good. I think good chances. I think he's made a comeback already with the win against Sargisian yesterday. And if he wins today, I think थोड़ा सा, I mean, थोड़ा सा कवर हो जाता है. At least mentally थोड़ा कवर हो जाता है. I think it's a you need to win today because ये draw होता है ना, तो if you end the tournament on a bad note, then it really messes with your psyche. So if he ends the tournament on a good note with two wins, I think he's gonna go. I think he's gonna do good. When am I playing OTP next? By next week, literally. Actually, it's Monday this week on the 19th. I'm playing. I think that match will also be at least live. I'm not sure if it will be streamed, but it will be live for sure. Taking a look at some other games. Okay, Arjun still thinking. This was the position. He went rookie at here. Arjun still thinking here, so not many updates there. Anish also, by the way, king f2, king f7 has just happened. This was the position. So white ne khela f3, black ne khela f6, white ne khela king f2, black ne khela king f7. So they're just copying each other at this point. And Anish has to play e4, I think, to get activity with this bishop. But I think he is hesitating because once you play e4, you weaken the d4 square. We call this the drawback principle because the knight on d4 can be a bit annoying. So of course, the bishop can, go to e3 and you can always take it, but he has to assess that. He has to analyze all of that before he makes a decision. Sajwa, do you think only one Indian will be in candidates? I seriously doubt that because we still have the World Cup incoming, and Arjun also has a chance in this event. Let's not forget that. And World Cup, may I think players like Pragg and Arjun, I think, have a very good chance, to qualify if Arjun doesn't qualify from here. But Pragg to actually already qualify हो चुका है. निहाल हो सकता है, maybe अरविंद हो सकता है. I don't know if Arvind is playing the World Cup or not. अरविंद भी हो सकता है. Mishra inaccuracy. Let's jump there, see what happened. Oh, he goes for the second best line here. So he doesn't play bishop e6. He goes knight takes e3 after thinking for 23 minutes in the position. So this is a clear sign that Mishra is not prepared for this. The first move he plays, we're sure. Will Gukesh play the World Cup? Yes, think so, for sure. Good chance, I mean. I for sure, yeah. I mean, he should. I'm not sure if after this event what his thoughts are, but I think he should for sure. मजा आएगा भाई. If first board draws two, will there be any effect on Arjun chances? Because I think Firouzja tiebreaks is not better than Arjun. No, actually, doesn't have a first board doesn't really affect him. The second board needs to be a draw. वहां पे कोई भी जीत गया तो गए चांसेस पूरे. और अगर मिश्रा जीत गया ब्लैक से यहाँ पे, that also spoils his chances completely. Guys, by all the best for your Romanian tournament. What's your strategy in choosing events you play in? I'm just playing. This is called Super League. So a lot of strong players are going to be playing here, and I'll most likely be playing board one or board two. So it's my strategy is simple. Yeah, whenever I have free time from commentary, I try to find events in those dates because I prioritize commentary over playing. वैशाली winning chances क्या बात कर रहे हो? No यार, no winning chances. No winning chances. Anushka ji, you are trolling. No winning chances so far for Vaishali, but she is equal for sure. Next event after Grand Swiss is going to be the World Cup, which is in Goa. Hopefully, we will also be there, but let's see. Let's see. These questions can be answered. All the young players are young and developing. Top three players considering Blitz, Rapid, and Classical currently. Yeah, I mean we don't know. We don't know. Like it's difficult to answer this question. But Blitz में, I mean, I will take Hikaru or Firouzja. Rapid में, I'm gonna take Arjun. I will take Arjun in Rapid. And classical में, I'll take Magnus any day. I mean, Magnus, assuming we can take Magnus. Actually, I should take Magnus in every format. I should take Magnus in every format. I will take Arjun in Rapid because Arjun has those crazy ideas in the opening. So it leaves some chance for, opponent to think. But Rapid में उतना time नहीं होता कि you can figure out his, like opening preps. So I will choose Arjun in Rapid. Rapid में Murzin? Nah, I'll choose Arjun bhai. There is GCT, but loud noise, really? Chad, is there a loud noise coming to you? Let me know. Okay, going to some other boards to see if there are any updates. Okay, with it still thinking. Andy Woodward versus Yuyangi. We haven't looked at this game, but Andy has a decent chance here as well. But okay, maybe winning is not going to be easy against, especially against Yuyangi, who is a very, very solid player. It's going to be a bit difficult. But यहाँ पे हारने के chances नहीं है. But I think what a tournament for Andy Woodward. Yeah, I mean, especially in the last in the second half. I mean, check this out. He drew to Dubov, and then he drew to Nodirbek Yakuboev. He defeated Levon Aronian. He defeated Parham Maksudlu. And now he's playing Yu Yangi with the white piece. I mean, what a fantastic event for Andy Woodward here. Insane. Wait, checking some other games besides Andy Woodward. Arjun still thinking in the same position. Arjun is suffering from, I think, with some time pressure issues. Actually, let's just go here to see what he's gonna do after rookie 8. कि यहाँ पे result I think is very likely. I think यहाँ पे result is very very likely for me because it feels like दोनों players को ही जीतना है यहाँ पे draw होता है तो किसी का फायदा नहीं है. लाइक विंसेंट के भी चांसेस नहीं है क्योंकि विंसेंट का टाई ब्रेक सबसे खराब है. तो विंसेंट के ड्रॉ करने के बाद कोई चांस है क्या उसका? लाइक मे बी ही कैन बी अबव अनीश. बट अगर टॉप बोर्ड ड्रॉ हो जाता है तो फिर विंसेंट का कोई चांस नहीं है क्योंकि दोनों प्लेयर्स आर अबव विंसेंट राइट नाउ. सो विंसेंट ऑल्सो हैज टू प्ले फॉर अ विन बेसिकली. Is Vidit thinking about knight takes f5? Ooh, I know what you mean, but no, he didn't go that. He didn't play that. He went dc3 here. So he's already made a move. Black goes queen d1, black goes uh, king d1, and I think maybe a slightly better structure for white. Okay, these pawns are connected, these pawns are not. Black can go long castle check, king e1 आता है. And then I don't know. Bishop d7 apparently is the best move here. Yeah, that's the situation right now. Sahil bhai, is साल SCC होगा? I think so. Yeah, Sahil bhai I think can answer this better, but I think so. I think next year हो रहा है SCC if I'm not mistaken. Will you participate in the World Cup? No bhai. No bhai. I will be commentating there most likely. Most likely अभी पक्का नहीं है. But playing no bhai, no bhai. Not ready for that. सही बात है. सो रहे होंगे. सो तो नहीं रहे होंगे वो. I think he is watching, but probably hopefully he is getting a lot of rest. So it's a good thing. By the way, some updates in this board. FE4 knight d2. He takes by the way the f pawn. White goes knight d2 and then he does play c5. So the pressure is on blue bomb here. I think a pretty good pressure in that sense. क्योंकि white को सिर्फ दो चालें हैं यहाँ पे. Bishop b2 and bishop a3. Okay, very natural. Bishop b2 I think is the most natural because आपका pawn attack हो रहा है. So why not defend it? Yeah, black takes, white takes, black takes, white takes, and this is the current position. Yeah, this is, I think, what we're hoping. At least Abhimanyu can't win. I think in that position, it's a bit difficult for him to play for a win. That is true. But anything is possible, yeah. विदित का टाइम बहुत कम है. विदित का टाइम बहुत कम है. Queen takes D1 happened. I think you're talking about Vidit's board, yeah? No, no, we saw that. Queen D1, King D1, and now I think maybe he's gonna go long castle. But the interesting thing is कि long castle, King E1 के बाद, like the bishop is under attack. So I think moving it is the best choice here, because once you go knight f5, then white has the double bishop advantage, and black's pawn structure is also a bit broken. But the interesting thing is कि white के पास black के पास ना बहुत सारे घर हैं यहाँ पे जाने के लिए. There is e6, d7, g4, and c2. And the best move is bishop d7, which I get it. Okay, maybe you are afraid of bishop c6 and you don't want to capture with the b pawn. I get it, but still bishop d7 feels a bit odd to me. Like I would go bishop c2 or bishop g4, just trying to keep the pieces more active. But if you don't do that, then he's gonna be in big trouble here. Okay, मेरी रेटिंग की बात कर रहे हो क्या अभी? हाँ, I'm 2460 right now. Very low, I know. Hopefully, I can increase that in this event. One question: the World Championship challenger used to automatically play the next candidate, so by the norm, Ding should play. Is that not happening now? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think, if I remember correctly, Magnus इसी रीजन की वजह से 15 साल की उम्र में नहीं खेला था कैंडिडेट्स, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली, इसके अराउंड कुछ बात थी, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली. बट या दैट्स नॉट व्हाट्स हैपनिंग. जीएम अभीश मैथ्यू भाई, मैं जानता हूँ उसको यार. नॉट पर्सनली, बट ऑफ कोर्स आई नो हिम. ग्रैंड मास्टर. क्या बात है. हाउ कैन अर्जुन क्वालिफाई टुडे, प्लीज बता दो भाई. फर्स्ट बोर्ड अपेरेंटली डजेंट मैटर, वहाँ पे कोई भी रिजल्ट हो. सेकंड बोर्ड ड्रॉ होना चाहिए, अर्जुन को जीतना चाहिए, एंड अभिमन्यु को नहीं जीतना चाहिए. जो गेम अभी हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, ब्लैक को नहीं जीतना चाहिए. ब्लैक का टाई ब्रेक बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे. इफ अभिमन्यू विंस फर्स्ट बोर्ड, लेट्स से जो भी रिजल्ट हो, सेकंड बोर्ड में जो भी रिजल्ट हो, देन अभिमन्यु हैज अ गुड चांस टू क्वालिफाई देन. Lagno drew a very long time ago. वैशाली टेकिंग सो मच बेटर, भाई समझ नहीं आया इसका बात. उसकी बेटर है क्या पोजीशन? बेटर तो नहीं है यार, इट्स इक्वल, इट्स द सेम. अनुष्का जी, आज एकदम ट्रोल के मूड में लग रहे हो आप. सहज भाई, वर्ल्ड कप में कमेंट्री तो करनी पड़ेगी, पर आपको वरना मज़ा नहीं आएगा. एग्जैक्टली भाई, मज़ा तो मुझे भी नहीं आएगा यार. एंड इट बट इट्स द थिंग इज 1 month लॉन्ग इवेंट, या 1 month इज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. या रूल्स हैव चेंज्ड एग्जैक्टली. What is the format of the World Cup pairing? Pairings अभी decide नहीं हुई हैं. I think they should be announced, I'm guessing, once Grand Swiss finishes. That's my guess. That's my guess, because that's when the players are also preparing for it. Usually they are announced much earlier, but लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं है. Can Arjun win today? Let's go take a look. Why, he's playing against Vincent Keimer, who's had a spectacular year, and I would say it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy to say, because, but on Arjun's side, I think Vincent is also looking to play for a win. So maybe Vincent overpresses and then Arjun के chances आते हैं, but then Arjun can also overpress and Vincent के chances बढ़ जाते हैं. दोनों को I think यहाँ पे रिस्क है. यहाँ पे it's like at the end of this game, एक प्लेयर का दिल टूटेगा, एक प्लेयर का. Like doesn't matter the result. Draw होता है तो अर्जुन इज आउट, हारता है अर्जुन तो अर्जुन इज आउट, एंड ड्रॉ पे ऐसा हो सकता है कि दोनों ही आउट हो जाए. एंड अगर अर्जुन जीतता है तो फिर विंसेंट इज आउट कंप्लीटली. तो किसी भी रिजल्ट में कोई भी हैप्पी नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. दैट्स जस्ट फॉर यू यार. दिस इज सो सैड एक्चुअली. दिस इज, बट ऑफ कोर्स फ्रॉम अ व्यूअर्स perspective it's fun, but from the players perspective it's tough. Whoever gets paired in the first few rounds with Magnus and WC will be. No, but Magnus is not playing World Cup, at least as far as I know. Says, why do you think who do you think will win the candidate spot from this event? Um, Statistically, I think Blue Bomb has a good chance. And then I think between Anish and Hans, एक player जीत सकता है. And I think it looks like it's going to be Anish, objectively speaking. And हमारे producer साहब मैच से पहले ही कह रहे थे कि he thinks Anish has a good chance to win here. And I think he might be right. He might be right. But okay, Hans is not going to make it easy though. Nice, 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 nice. अब एक्चुअली हमने एक मैगी बेट भी लगाई थी, बिकॉज आई थी सेड कि अनीश इज गोना विन, आई सेड नहीं, हांस हांस का जीतने का चांस काफ़ी अच्छा है. एंड हमने मैगी बेट लगाई थी एक मतलब बिटवीन द टू ऑफ अस, एंड लुक्स लाइक ही इज गोना विन. अगर इफ अनीश विंस दैट इज. By the way, point 0.6 advantage to Anish already, and it's only gonna go higher if he doesn't play bishop e6. But bishop e6 is very natural. You don't want to put the bishop on c6 because then there is bishop c4 check, and then the king has to go to an awkward square. So you go bishop e6, white plays e4, giving up this d4 square temporarily. Black goes knight c6, we go bishop e3. I think a very comfortable advantage, very comfortable edge in the endgame for Anish here. Now, whether he wins or not is a different story. Anish Hans looks draw. I don't think so. I think Anish will press here. बट हांस के जीतने का चांस बहुत कम लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे. दैट्स द मेन थिंग. दैट्स द मेन थिंग हियर. चैट आई थिंक भाई समय भाई मैं I'll just be back in 30 seconds. Can you just put the live boards in the meantime for everyone? I'll just be back in 30 seconds. Yeah, be right back. So these are the boards, chat, for you. 30 seconds. I'll just be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So live boards तो हमने देख ही लिया already. Bishop e3, has he played it yet? No, he has not. Rook d1, bishop e6 happened. Now I think Anish has to think whether he goes e4 here or not. And by the way, he has to play e4 in this position. He has to play e4. भाई गेम तो लगा है ना. लाइव बोर्ड्स लगा दिए थे आपके लिए सारे के सारे. So yeah. What happened to Vaishali? Let's take a quick look at Vaishali's board. By the way, not many updates there. This is the current position in Vaishali's board. So I think last time we looked at it, it was here. Black played rook d8. I think यहाँ पे हमने छोड़ा था ये. Knight c3 आता है. And here we were saying bishop e6 is a difficult move to play because your bishop has already moved and black's bishop on f8 is not developed. So bishop g7 seems like, the logical choice here. So she does play bishop g7 and white goes knight to c4, and this is basically the current position. वैशाली सोच रही है यार बहुत. वैशाली सोच रही है बहुत. कितना टाइम हो गया वैशाली को सोचते हुए? Must be longer than this, no? We're still looking at, by the way, Samay bhai, if you can switch, just so we can get an understanding of how much time Vaishali has taken in this position. Because I think it must be around 20 minutes if I'm not mistaken. Last time हमने देखा था, it was, she had around 50, like 50 plus minutes. Yep, 22 minutes she's been thinking on this position. Well, that's a sign of worry for me. But okay, position is still fine. Not really much to worry about. You can just castle here and it's basically equal. White goes knight e3. And then bishop को हटाना नहीं है यहाँ पे. Knight c2 खेलो. Knight takes c2. Oh, knight takes c2 is lost, भाई. Knight takes c2 is lost. You lose the bishop on d2. What am I even saying? So maybe this is what she's calculating. Yeah, rook c1, knight e3, bishop e3. And okay, white has a slightly preferred position. Like everything is like pretty much symmetrical because your pawns are on the same side. But white's bishop on e3 is slightly more active, I feel. And white's rook is on c1, whereas black's rook is on f8. This rook is definitely not ideally placed, but the position is still pretty much equal. But Vaishali has to find the right way to equalize here, and maybe that's why she's thinking for such a long time here. Yeah, that's the update on her board. Knight c4, this is the current position. And short castle is what she has to go with. Maybe bishop c2 is also an interesting choice here. Actually, bishop c2 looks very interesting because if you go rook c1 and I go rook d4, I'm kind of attacking your knight and your knight is defending this bishop. How do you save this? Because b3 is a blunder. Chat, question for you. What's wrong with b3? b3 is a blunder though. What's wrong with b3 here? In bar देख के, I think people just figure out very easily. But this is a question about, let's see, let's test your vision here. Yep, rook takes d2. Very nice. Rook takes d2 is the problem. And you lose the c3 knight. Takes and bishop c3 and Tanzongi can just resign here. So yeah, b3 is not possible because of it. And if you don't play b3, then you have to play a3. And now rook takes c4 आता है. A b4. You mustn't go knight takes b4 here for some reason. What's wrong with knight b4? Oh ho ho. Okay, that's a hard move. That's a hard move to play. Like knight d1 and white is winning. Point is this rook is pinned here, and I'm also threatening bishop b4. Because if you go rook b4, I have rook takes c2, and white is just winning here. And also the knight on d5 very cleverly defends the b2 pawn as well. And you also threaten knight e3 as well, ताकि bishop or rook be attack ho. This is difficult. This is difficult. So after a3, rook c4, a b4, you mustn't go knight b4. You must play knight d4 instead. And probably that's why Vaishali has spent such a long time in this position, no? Probably that's why. But yeah, knight c4 is the move. कितने एड्स आ रहे हैं भाई? वो एड्स समय भाई अगर आप हटा सकते हो तो प्लीज हटा देना. जो साहिल भाई ने वो हटाते हैं आई थिंक स्ट्रीम से पहले. वो जो एड्स आर ऑफ भाई. एड्स तो ऑफ है. दैट्स व्हाट द प्रोड्यूसर्स आई वाज टेलिंग मी. एक बार रिफ्रेश कर लो आप अपनी साइड से. मे बी इट कैन बी इम्प्रूव्ड. बट ओके, वैशाली इज थिंकिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. द पोजिशन इज इक्वल, but she does have some slight problems she has to solve. So while she thinks, let's switch back to the open section. This is the current position. Bishop e6 is where we left it. And Anish still thinking. Yeah, e4, by the way, the only move for Anish to have a good advantage here. Otherwise, the position is roughly balanced. And Arjun has made a move, by the way. He has played from rook, after rook e8, he went queen to d2. So bringing the queen back, maybe he has some bishop f4 or bishop h6 type ideas. Also clearing the way for the bishop to take this pawn on b5 if needed. Now cb5 becomes a dangerous move because if you go ab5, then मैं bishop से मार सकता हूँ b5 पे. And that could be a problem. And Vincent has to find basically there are two moves. One is point 0.2 and one is point 0.4 or point 0.5. Basically, there are two moves. B4 is point 0.2 and 95 is point 0.5, let's say. So these are the only two moves that Vincent can play, which keeps the fight on the board. If he doesn't play any of these moves, then Vincent could be in trouble here. So let's say b4 आता है, white goes ab4, cb4, and now knight a4 is what the bar tells me, and black plays a5. Saj, by today you could have wear headphones because takeaway nahi hai. Is that why you're saying it? But yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so knight a4, a5 खेलेगा, and then bishop d3, and look at this. Knight e4 only move, bishop takes e4 only move, bishop takes a1 only move, rook takes a1 only move, and rook takes e4. And Arjun is down an exchange, but he's dominating on the dark squares basically. Sare dark squares. Okay, let's remove the e7 and c7. All of these dark squares are under this bishop's control. You can play bishop d4, you can play knight g5, and white is in control. Now, this is where the fight begins here. I think this is where the fight is on. So this is probably what Vincent is considering as well. That b4 ke baad he can go knight e4 and he can, kind of take this rook on a1. And yeah, it's a tough choice for Vincent. Where is Tikova? Tikova is ill today, but he will. I don't think he's joining this stream today. Maybe he joins towards the end, but he's ill today, so he's taking care of his health. Saj, by which chess books do you recommend for a beginner? By for a beginner, I think reading chess books is a bit difficult, but I think don't read books, rather just buy books that have combinations in them and just combinations karte raho. From that, I think you'll get a lot of benefit. By the way, switching back to Blue Bomb's board because I do see a lot of updates here. C5 is where we left it last. White goes bishop b2 and c takes g4, only move in the position played by Firuza. White goes bishop d4, bishop takes d4, ed4, and now black goes knight c6, attacking this pawn on d4 and also developing your knight at the same time. And blue bomb plays queen e3. And now another very nice move for Firuza is to play knight e7 here. After knight e7, you can bring the knight to f5 and harass the pawn and the queen here. But you do lose the e4 pawn though. So a bit difficult. Levy books and courses are good. I have not read his books. I have not heard about his courses, but I think he has a lot of instructive content on his YouTube, which especially for beginners, I think can be very good to, keep your interest in chess. I purchased RB Ramesh calculation course, how to approach chessable course. Read the intro. He tells you exactly how to read the book. He tells you like वो प्रीफेस में इंट्रो में सब कुछ लिखा हुआ है उसने कि इस तरह इस पोजीशन में जहाँ पे बोला है 10 मिनट स्पेंड करो वहाँ पे 10 मिनट ही स्पेंड करने हैं आपको एंड सो ऑन सो रीड द इंट्रो he has everything mentioned there. One look at the Gukesh game? Sure, let's do it. Because he had castled on the opposite sides of the board, and I see from the bar at least he has a slight better position. Long castle is where we left it. White goes bishop f5, ef5, and white plays rook e1. And now only move for Gukesh is knight f6. But okay, very logical one as well. Because let's not forget knight f7 is not a threat here, chat. Because after knight f7, we have bishop f4. You will win the rook, but I will capture back, and you're technically a piece down in this position. So knight f6 is what Gukesh has to find. And look at the time difference. Volokithin has 30 minutes on the clock. And he has to play, what, 27 moves already, right? This looks scary. This looks very scary. Bhai, I am also taking a look at the sutras to see अगर कुछ आया है वहाँ पे तो I'll try to keep you guys updated. Of course, not spoiling anything, but I'll try to keep you guys updated. By the way, so far no results. Only one game has ended in a result. Oh, acha, one guy didn't even show up. That was Chagaev, who didn't show up today. Maybe he didn't know कि match एक घंटा पहले होगा, but all the other games are so far not over. कुछ नहीं बताया भाई अभी सूत्रों ने. So we are still not sure. Also, why it's the last day, so I think games are expected to go the longest because a lot is at stake here today. Let's see what happens. Okay. Meanwhile, Gukesh has to play knight f6, but okay, he has a lot of time to think. 45-minute advantage over his opponent. That's a lot of time. So looking good for Gukesh. We can leave it there. Let's take a quick look at Pragg as well because we haven't done that in a very long time. Pragg is playing against Nicholas Theodoru. I think last time we left it was around here. हम बोल रहे थे कि DC5 के बाद BC5 was a difficult move to play, but Pragg has already played it. Bishop a6 आता है, takes, queen b8. Nice little, move to also keep an eye on this diagonal and also prevent any e5 threats. White plays rook d1. He puts the bishop back to c7. White goes knight b5, bishop b6, and knight d6. And this is the current position. And look at this chart. Actually, the best move for Pragg here is to play c4, which is interesting, yeah, because you're just sacking the pawn. And I cannot take with the knight because I think why can't I have knight c5 attacking the queen and then I take this pawn. But if I take with the queen, then knight g4 is just GG. It's winning already because ye pawn mar raha hai, golden pawn, and you cannot defend it with your rook because your knight hangs then. So I think it looks pretty good for Pragg if he finds c4. That's the difficult move here. Now, maybe time difference is a lot. So both Gukesh and Pragg, I think, are going to finish strong in this event for sure. Okay, switching to, I think, Arjun's board. Okay, no updates on Arjun's board. This is still the current position. Vincent still thinking about that b4 move and whether he should, take that rook on a1 like we discussed a bit earlier. And Matthias Blue Bomb and Firuza still the same position. Anish, we have an update. Instead of playing e4, which was, according to the engine, it was the best move, he went for h4. So keeping the option, keeping the pawn on e3 for now, I really think that Anish doesn't want the knight to be on d4. He really doesn't like pushing e4 in this position that quickly. I feel like he's trying to, create something on the king side. Maybe he plays h5, black plays h6, and okay, you can play against these pawns. And maybe you can hope for some g4, g5 break as well. उससे bishop जो c3 पे बाद में बैठेगा with bishop d2, bishop c3, it can also put pressure on the f6 point, in the later part of the game. That's what he's thinking about here. Anish can't qualify. I Yes, he can. Of course, he can. Anish has a much better chance to qualify than Arjun, for example. He's on 7 points. Let's not forget. By the way, b6 played by Hans Niemann. Also sort of solidifying his pawn chain, defending everything. Not a bad move at all. Again, the engine is screaming to play e4 here. If you play e4, I think black still goes knight c6, knight d4, something like that. And yeah, Anish would have a decent advantage in this position. Why VD is taking so much? अब VD का गेम लगाते हैं. It's been a long time. By the way, look at this chat. 36 minutes versus an hour and 8 minutes. By the way, he replaced long castle, king e1, and he did end up playing bishop d7 here. Would you believe it? Very nice move. And Vidit goes knight f3. This is the current position. Still slightly more comfortable for Vidit. I think it's mainly because of black's broken pawn chain. But also let's not forget कि white का जो king है जो e1 पे, it cannot castle anymore because you already went to d1 and you went to e1. So this king being on e1 will be, let's say you'll be a bit uncomfortable with it. So Vidit also has to be a bit careful. And also Vidit ka time is a bigger issue because he has played 14 moves here. 14 moves, that means he has 26 more moves to play with 36 minutes on the clock. So that's a slight worry for us. Do you think 1800 player can break some basic chess principle like moving the same piece twice? It depends on the situation. Yeah, depends on the position. It's very hard to give generic advice, I think, for such a broad subject. You can break principles for sure. You can break principles anytime you want. But it's you can, and you can also, like, you have to be a bit careful as well. If you have valid reason for it, then maybe yes. What are the chances of Vincent? Vincent has to win. Vincent has to win. So I think amongst everyone on 7 points, there are 5 players on 7 points. Vincent has the lowest tiebreak there. तो अगर Vincent जीतता नहीं है तो his chances effectively just drop. VD time is very for Arjun. Yes, भाई, for all of us. Vidit को हारना नहीं. Vidit हारेगा नहीं. I think with this type of a position, I think he's very good in such positions. Chaj by stuck at 1800. Any tips to go to 2000 plus? 1800s, I think, are mostly struggling with I think endgame positions as well. That would be my guess. So I think get a book or get a course on Chessable and try to um, drill those endgames. Like 100 endgames you must know. Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Dvoretsky's endgame manual may be a bit too much. Don't do that. Maybe 100 endgames you must know is a must at your level. Thanks, Ajwa. I don't know if people often say it, but you're doing an awesome job. I really love the insight you bring. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bhai. And thank you so much for watching. What is the tiebreak? The tiebreak is basically the average rating of your opponents that you've played in the event minus the lowest seed. So probably your first round opponent, who could be the lowest seed in the event, you remove that, and all the other opponents you've played, their ratings, the average of that. Can we go to Vaishali's game? So Vaishali's game, I think I just took a very brief look at it. Not much has happened there. Still the position is equal. She has made a move, but it's still, I think, very much in the equal territory. I think when the position becomes a bit tough, we'll solely focus on Vaishali's board, yeah, because I think it's very important. But let that situation arrive on the board. I think for now there are so many matches in the open section, which are so crucial, for the candidate selection. The person who challenges Gukesh uh, eventually is going to be insane. So let's focus on the open section for now. And I think maybe once the crucial moment arrives in Vaishali's board, we'll solely focus there. Anish versus Hans, this was the position B6. इसके बाद कुछ नहीं हुआ. We know this already. Arjun still thinking. Blue Bomb still thinking. Oh, by the way, Alireza has supposedly made a move here. He went 97. Okay, so the best move in the position played already. And now position is basically equal in Alireza's board. And look at this. There are two moves here that White should play. One is D5, which I think is crazy. And the other one is G4. Why, what is G4? That is just insane. What is G4? When is candidates happening? Next year, I think in April, March, April, May time. I don't think it has been announced yet. Do I play video games? I do. I do, but not these days. Yeah, these days I used to play them a lot more before. I was a big fan of Rocket League. Used to play it every day at some point, but these days not as much. Divya's game. Okay, let's take a look at Divya's game. See what's happening there. This is the current position. I think Divya's still in some trouble. There is a repetition on the horizon though. You can play Queen D2, Knight E4, Queen E3, Knight C5, Queen D2. That's a repetition. But I think Chaparinov is going to play simply because Divya का time बहुत कम है यहाँ पे, and also position looks a lot more comfortable for black, for me at least. So just considering Divya's time and the fact that position looks more comfortable for black, I think Chaparinov is going to play here. नेपो ने शेयर से उठ के कंग्रेचुलेट किया लागनो को, और दुबोफ ने भी किस किया अब जस्ट फॉर रियल लाइफ. अरे वेरी वेरी नाइस. Very nice. Because Lagno has made it to the candidates. Yeah. Huge, huge, huge news for her. That's amazing. Gukesh's board, we just took a look at Gukesh's board. Not there is hasn't been, he just has just played knight f6, which was the only move. So not any updates there as well. And this is the current position. And I think we've spoken about this, that because of his time, I think Gukesh has a very good chance of scoring a win today. So I think wishing him the best. I think winning, after the tournament that he has had, winning 2 games in a row, I think is going to bring some kind of normalcy back into the world. So hoping the best for the world champion. Going to, I think, okay, one update in Arjun's board. By the way, B4 was played by Vincent. So AB4, CB4, Knight A4, and A5. Moves are coming in super quickly here, and now only move for Arjun to play is Bishop D3 here. Only move to play is Bishop D3. If you don't play Bishop D3, then Arjun is in trouble, and played. Let's go. And by the way, same goes for Vincent. Only move with Knight D4. I think a few minutes ago, I showed you what the follow-up is going to look like. There's a bunch of only moves for everyone, and they're going into the mess, yeah, क्योंकि दोनों को जीतना है. Says, but don't you think esports chess prize money was so massive if we compare it to big events like World Cup? Yes, 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 of course. Of course it was. But I think there's more money coming into chess, every year. I think it's a good thing. I think, yeah, but World Cup and all of that, unke prizes bhi theek hi hain. But yeah, it can be more for sure. Why did Nakamura not play in this tournament? Because वो अपनी Louisiana states state championships खेल रहा है इसलिए. And I think he's already qualified. Yeah, he just need to have like 40 total classical rated games, which he has done. I think he still has to do one more event if I'm not mistaken. I think एक और होगा if I'm not mistaken. And basically he's defending it, yeah, because of the rating. उसकी rating 2815 है अभी, and the next player is Fabi, which Fabi has already qualified, and after Fabi is Arjun. Sorry, Pragg, but Pragg की भी rating घटी रही है यहाँ पे. So there's a difference of around 40 points. So nobody's gonna catch up to Hikaru there. Nobody. So I think his spot in the candidates is basically confirmed as well. Yeah, he needs to play more, I think. 11 more, yeah? 11 more. Yeah, that's what I thought. And there was some tweet by Hans also कि अगर he's going to pay like GMs to go play in this event, and if they beat him $10,000 or something like that, which is crazy. कंटेंट बनाना कोई हंस से सीखे यार. Imagine Hikaru completes his small tournaments and Magnus comes to play via rating. But Magnus को भी तो खेलना है ना. Magnus also has to complete his like game requirement as well, no? Magnus also hasn't played much, I think, in this event. In this year, I think. Magnus ने 40 मैचेस नहीं खेले, I think. By the way, no updates here. 94 तो यहाँ पे बनता है. I think you have to play it fast. If you don't play 94, you're in big trouble because rookie one is gonna happen. Knight d4, knight b5. You can put pressure on the d6 pawn here. Bishop f4 also incoming. I like this, I think, for white. If you don't play knight e4, that is. If you play knight e4, then the game is on. Now, after knight e4, I think we looked at this a bit earlier. Bishop e4, bishop a1. You can also go bishop takes g6. Why? Bishop takes g6. Wait. The fg6 के बाद black is lost basically, yeah, rook a1 मारने के बाद, because one pawn is too many pawns here, supposedly. So black has to play bishop c3. Okay, bishop takes h7 check. King h7 only move. Queen c2 check. King g8 only move. g7 पे आओगे तो ये मार के some bishop d4 check is happening and black is a bit worse. Not lost, but a bit worse. King g8, knight c3, bc3. Ah, okay. Bishop g5, rook e7 खेल सकते हो, but f6, queen g6 check is a repetition. Maybe that's what he's going for. By the way, knight e4 played and bishop e4 taken in 14 seconds. 14 seconds after bishop a1, we'll see if he goes for bishop g6 or rook a1. These are the two moves. Knight e4 played, by the way. Yeah, crazy, no? Okay, bishop a1 तो मारेगा यहाँ पे. Come on, you cannot play anything else. If you play rook e4, then okay, that's just worse. You're getting the same position without being exchange up. So why would you do that? Only Norway chess, yes. I think so. और तो कुछ तो खेला नहीं वो. By the way, Hans struggling a bit. Same position, not many updates there, but Hans का time अब ज़्यादा हो गया. Bishop a1 taken, rook a1. Okay, so he probably saw कि bishop g6 में कुछ है उसके पास. So he doesn't, he probably sees that draw, doesn't go for the draw. Black goes rook e4, and this is the current position. And now the game just opens up. Yeah, he goes knight g5. Black has to go like rook e5, basically only move. If you go rook e8, what's happening? Then just simply bishop d4. Simply bishop d4. You bring the bishop back, knight back to f3 and queen h6, and you go for the attack. Arjun's chances has increased, but also let's be like objective here. Vincent's chances have also increased. Like both of the chances have increased here because anything is possible here because the likelihood of making mistakes is really high for both of them. Magnus has nothing to prove. He won't come back again. He would just hope of him coming back. I mean, that is true, 100%. What else can you do, yeah? But just so you know, chat, in this position, by the way, knight g5 is what Arjun has played in this position already. And now he has three squares, right? He has rook e5, rook e7, and rook e8. Three squares in this position. And the best one is rook e5. Like rook e5 के बाद तो f4 है ना मेरे पास. And then I push f5 as well. That looks scary. That looks scary, very scary. So after e5, e7, and e8, he has to go rook e5, which I don't think is a human move. He most likely is going to go e8 or e7. e7 भी कौन जाता है यहाँ पे? Like, why would you play rook e7? It makes no sense. You're also blocking your queen. So rook e8 or e5 में से rook e5 is a better move, which doesn't make sense. Rook e7 man natural क्यों है लेकिन? Like queen f6 का plan है ना मेरा तो. This blocks my queen. Hoping Vincent blunders. भाई I hope Arjun plays a fantastic game. Opponent से blunder क्यों करवाना भाई? हम बढ़िया खेलेंगे. That's what I want. Guke's opponent 19 minutes. Oh, crazy. Insane, bhai. Insane. Share your thoughts on possibility of Abhimanyu versus Nepo's match in candidates. There is no possibility of Abhimanyu versus Nepo's match right now, at least. Okay, Abhimanyu is not, most likely is not going to qualify because I think it's an end game and he has to win basically against Vidit with the black pieces. So very little chance, and Nepo तो मतलब है ही नहीं. So no chance. Unless you wanted me to say Nepo, because but you got the wrong commentator here, भाई. वो साहिल के साथ पूछना था वो question. Is Ronak playing? Yes, he is. He is. He is. Ronak has actually drawn his match already. In fact, Ronak was one of the first people to finish this match. And by the way, to all the people who were talking about Olisa Tennyson, I mean, he finally got a break. Yeah, I mean, probably his opponent just offered him a draw, basically. So he's finishes on 1 out of 11. Tough event for him, but finally catches a break against Badur Jobawa in the last round. Probably none of them wanted to play this event. And yeah, the match is over. So he finally catches a break there. Very, very tough event for him. Ronak also drew to Aram Hakobian. I think a lot of players are just making quick draws today because they know कि I mean qualify करने के chances नहीं है, and the opponent is also fairly quite strong, so not much to play for, and they took an early draw. Also यार जब भी आपके matches जल्दी होते हैं ना, I feel then it's difficult to play at least as a chess player because एक वो routine set हो जाता है आपका कि आपको match okay 3:30 बजे खेलना है हर रोज. देन वो थोड़ा पहले होता है ना, देन इट्स लाइक आपका रूटीन टूट जाता है, देन यू फील वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल इन द लास्ट राउंड्स. बट या दैट्स माय टेक एट लीस्ट ऑन इट. Vaishali game, please. Vaishali's game. Okay, some updates are happening there. Gonna switch to Vaishali's board very quickly. This is the position. She went for bishop c2 here. White goes rook d c1, b5 a3, b takes c4, a b4, and knight takes b4. This is the current position. You might think that Vaishali is looking really good because she has an extra pawn, but knight d5 exactly. This played, by the way, by Tanzongi. Brilliancy on the board. And I'm not sure why it's a brilliancy because because you're sacking this bishop b2. I see. But yeah, brilliancy on the board. And if black goes knight takes d5, which is the only move, white has to go rook c2. By the way, knight d5 played. These moves are happening already. So rook c2 played. And now Tanzongi has a slightly better position because of the bishop pair. Slightly. And now she has to make a tough move in this position. She has to play short castle, which is not easy. Basically, Vaishali के perspective से, if she takes away the b2 pawn, this is dead draw. Dead draw. Then it's over. But she is going to hold on to this pawn forever. And Zongi is not going to make it that easy. But yeah, Vaishali, he means Vaishali looks like Vincent because वो bar change नहीं हुआ. But you know, this is Vaishali's board against Tan Zongi. She has 25 minutes on the clock and her opponent has 47 minutes. That's the situation right now. So some pressure on Vaishali. She has to find short castle. Otherwise, the position is a bit worse for her. A bit worse. Okay. Meanwhile, she's thinking 25 minutes on the clock. We'll switch back to this board. So that was the update on Vaishali's board. Now we're back to Arjun's board with knight to g5 and Vincent having to think where to put his rook. And as we mentioned, rook e5 is the best move here. Gukesh का गेम दिखाओ भाई. Gukesh का गेम. Let's take a look what is happening with Gukesh भाई. He played knight d2. He has 18 minutes on the clock फिर कह रहा हूँ. Gukesh has an hour and 8 minutes on the clock, and now knight e4 is a very strong move. Also offering the trade, but I don't think this is a trade that white will be happy with because if you take, I take back with the f. By the way, d pawn is even stronger. I thought f pawn, but d pawn is even stronger, and you just win this pawn by force. Like knight e5, d5, bishop e5 ke baad, black is just winning a pawn by force. However, after a move like knight d2, knight e4, white can play knight df3 to defend this knight on e5. And now, Gukesh can kind of try to push some g5 at the right moment. Not immediately. Like moves like rook h8 are very interesting here to have the option of playing g5. And this can be a bit scary for white, considering that he only has 18 minutes on the clock. Okay. Not huge. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, that's the update on Gukesh's board. That's what's happening. I think Gukesh looking very, very good to me. I think he's gonna score a W today, which is amazing. Love to see it. Switching back to I think Firuza versus Blue Bomb, where after 97 he did end up playing the best move, which is D5. Black takes on D5, White takes on D5, and now Bishop takes D5 पे Bishop C4. And if knight d5, still bishop c4. Bishop c4 ना pre-move करते हैं यहाँ पे बस. And then the position is equal. I think Blue Bomb playing very smartly here. He is not necessarily pushing for a win. He is just trying to make sure कि Ali Reza doesn't win. Because अगर ये draw होता है तो Blue Bomb का tie break is amazing. So very, very good chance कि Blue Bomb qualifies here. Very good chance. Gukesh grinding it out. Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. So yeah, that's the current position. C takes d5 के बाद क्या ही करेगा यहाँ पे आई थिंक फिरोजा बिकॉज नाइट एफ फाइव इज पॉसिबल लाइक नाइट डी फाइव कुछ बिशप डी फाइव मार दिया आपने से बिशप डी फाइव थोड़ा डीप जाते हैं यहाँ पे बिशप डी फाइव खेला बिशप सी फोर एंड इफ यू टेक देन आई जस्ट टेक बैक एंड आई ऑल्सो टेक ऑन ई फोर आई ऑल्सो टेक बी सिक्स वेरी हैप्पी हियर इफ यू गो क्वीन ए एट और समथिंग देन क्वीन बी सिक्स इज हैंगिंग यहाँ पे कैसे जीतोगे आप यू कैन गो रुक ए फाइव रुक ए फोर क्वीन ए फोर बट आई हैव क्वीन सी फाइव हियर अटैकिंग द नाइट एंड द बिशप. You can go bishop c4. I can go knight c4. You play queen c2. I play queen e7. You play queen c4. I play queen d7. And you have e3 here, which is giving you some hope कि आप f3 नहीं मार सकते f1 मर रहा है. But white can just ignore it, just g3. ef2, rook f2. I offer draw. I offer draw. By the way, cd5, bishop d5 taken, so we might actually see this line happening because bishop c4 is what gives him complete equality. So blue bomb looking amazing in this position. Switching back to Anish versus Hans, some random chess lover, absolutely why. This is the current position. We left it, I think, around h4 and b6 खेला था उसने. So finally he does play e4. Black goes knight c6. And now bishop e3 आता है, defending the square on d4, not allowing black to go knight d4. And black plays knight a5 to go knight b3. And now there is a very big advantage for Anish. Anish looks like he might actually qualify. Because Anish wins, then everything is over, yeah? Then Anish takes Arjun's spot in that sense. But top board matter करेगा भाई फिर बहुत. Actually नहीं. Top board में अगर कोई जीत गया, then it matters a lot for Arjun. Draw होता है तो फिर भी Arjun can qualify still. तो Anish and Arjun can still qualify in this. So Anish के chances looking amazing here. The best move here, you see, the idea of knight a5 is simple. Black wants to play knight b3 and not give you the c1 square anymore. आपको rook b1 पे रखना पड़ेगा where it's a bit paralyzed there. So rook c1 is very good here. If knight b3, then you go rook to c3 and then f4, g4, g5. You just launch the attack on the king side and the game is on. Oh, he makes a mistake. He makes a mistake and he plays rook d6. Oof, that is tough. That is tough. Oof, that is tough. I mean, idea तो समझ आ रहा है हमको because if he plays knight b3, we have rook e6. Oh, beautiful. ये नहीं देखा था मैंने actually. I didn't see this. Knight a1 पे there's bishop c4, yeah. And if you go king e6, of course, there's bishop c4 check, and you win the knight on b3. And if you play knight a1, then bishop c4, and suddenly there's some discover attack ideas here. King g6 पे जाता है. It's not safe here even. Rook e7 and black is just lost. g4 h5 mate हो रही है. Bishop f7 is checkmate as well. So yeah, looking amazing in this sense, but he shouldn't play knight b3 here. That's the trick. Knight b3. I thought Anish को rook d1 खेलना था, just making room, but rook e6 is even stronger. Any update on Vidit's game? Vidit's board, we are looking. No, actually. Abhimanyu. Oh, by the way, one update. After knight f3, he did end up playing h6. Bishop e3 आता है. He plays b6. This is where we left it, I think. White goes rook c1, and he plays a5. So that's a nice move here. Some implications here. Knight d2, and this is the current position. And time also getting a bit even here, yeah? Initially, Vidit was down around 40 minutes, but now only 10. Anish loses his bishop pair now. Does it help his chances? Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if he loses his bishop pair. Um, I'm not sure because I still have rook e6 there. आपका knight trap हो सकता है, maybe. I'm not sure. Mishra is trying to push, of course. If Mishra wins, then very good chance that he qualifies. Very, very good chance. But getting Vidit with the black pieces in a must-win situation, I think is a very unlucky pairing, I have to say. Because Vidit is very solid. Like कोई भी और होता है, like if you compare someone like, I don't know, Vidit and someone like, let's say, like Gukesh even. Like Gukesh even. Gukesh हमेशा जीतने के लिए खेलता है. तो if you're in a must-win position, must-win situation, then I think it's better to get someone जो हमेशा जीतने के लिए खेलता है. But Vidit is very solid. So I think it's a bit of an unlucky pairing for Abhimanyu as well. Do you agree, chat, or no? Like getting Vidit as black in a must-win position is difficult. Like it's very, very tough. Ali Reza putting the pressure. No, no, bhai, same position hai. Bishop c4 आया board पे, and I think that's the current situation. We were analyzing this. Bhai, in candidates, Gukesh is playing for draw in final round. Bhai, that's different, यार. Come on. That's so different. Like, अगर आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई कर रहे हो एक ड्रॉ से, फिर तो ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन प्ले फॉर अ ड्रॉ ना. आई एम सेइंग जनरली. गुकेश अगर यही सेम सिचुएशन में गुकेश होता तो वो जीतने के लिए खेलता है यहाँ पे. लाइक उसको ड्रॉप बिल्कुल नहीं करना होगा यहाँ पे. दैट्स सो डिफरेंट. अरे यार वैशाली का टाइम कम हो रहा है. We'll switch back to it in the next like 4 to 5 minutes. Let's do a quick roundup of all the rounds, all the important rounds that are happening on the top boards to understand what the situation is going to be like. So this is Blue Bomb versus Firouzja. This is the current position. Bishop c4, rook f7, and bishop takes d5 happens. And okay, for the first time, I think Firouzja having some chances. Blue Bomb is okay with a draw. We know that, and I think he's kind of playing like that as well. But Bar थोड़ा सा advantage कर रहा है. 0.06 is what I'm seeing on my screen, but I think it's nothing in that sense. Position is still looking very equal. That's the update here. Most likely result is still a draw here. Anish versus Hans. Anish just committed a mistake here with rook d6. He did have a very good chance with rook c1, but rook d6 के बाद black can play rook d8, and you can exchange these rooks, and मोस्ट लाइकली यहाँ पर भी ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस काफी हाई लग रहे हैं मुझे. बट स्टिल अनीश हैज अ स्लाइट पुल. Anish, sorry, Arjun versus Vincent. Ooh, he makes a slight error here. He went rook e8, rook e5 खेलना था उसको. He went rook e8, white goes bishop d4, and queen e7 is what he plays. And Arjun having some slight pull here. One second, chat. Just sorting something out. But yeah, queen e7. So Arjun looking like he is gonna be and he's gonna be putting the pressure here today. I think he यहाँ पे रिजल्ट आना सबसे ज्यादा likely लग रहा है मुझे. And he has to find f3 here, which is uh, which is gonna be difficult, I think, to play as well, because you want to put your knight on e4, but f3 is a tough move to play here. But yeah, once he plays f3, it's gonna be amazing. So that's board 3 for you. Board 4 we didn't check because of this other of, I mean, none of these players are qualifying here, but okay, the position is roughly balanced. Bar says slight pressure for a wonder, but he's a pawn up. White is a pawn up. So yeah, looking like a tough battle, but maybe a slight preference to black here. Actually, no, knights are also looking amazing. So it's but roughly balanced here. Nihal versus MVL. This is the current position. So same kind of structure, yeah, as with its board. Nihal may be putting some pressure here as well as black, but even if Nihal wins, there are no chances for him to qualify. Looking like an equal position. Slightly better pawn structure for white. I think it's more or less equal. And then we go to Abhimanyu Mishra's board. This is the current position. He has just played King C7. And with it having a slight advantage, at least for now, because of this broken structure right now. F3 not intuitive, really? You think so? Like, I think you're talking about Arjun's board. I think it is normal, because if you think about the future of this knight, like black kabhi na kabhi to h6 खेल के इस knight को kick करेगा, right? You don't want to bring the knight back to f3. You can bring it to e4, where it puts pressure on d6, f6, and all of these important squares. That's why I feel it's natural. It looks natural to me. And let's not forget, black कभी भी f6 नहीं खेल सकता यहाँ पे, knight d6 के बाद it will be a huge problem for you. If you understand the plan, then I think f3 makes sense. What I don't like about this is, can black play queen e2 and just offer the trade? Of course, I won't trade. I will play queen f4, I'm guessing. Ah, this is just lost, yeah? Dead lost. Dead lost. So you played f3. Let's go. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. Arjun. Now, Vincent having the only move in this position, which is bishop to c8. भाई ये नहीं, ये तो मुश्किल लग रहा है यार. f3. पता है दूसरी चाल क्या है यहाँ पे? There is one more move he can play, and that is rook a6. मेरे को तो नहीं समझ आ रही rook a6 बिल्कुल भी. It doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, bishop c8 is the best. Bishop c8 still makes more sense because you wanna play f6 at some point, and if white goes knight e6 and this bishop looks on the e6 square, so yeah, it looks like a difficult move, bishop c8. Controls the knight and outpost later on. Exactly. So bishop c8 के बाद knight f8 is probably his plan. But bishop c8 is such a weird move to play, no? h6 is bad because I have knight e4. You're not just bad, it's a blunder. You're dead lost. h6 is attacked. And if you play king h7, let's say to defend this, भाई look at this knight b6. Finally, this knight जो हम सोच रहे थे एकदम फालतू में बैठा हुआ यहाँ पे, it has some work here, because if you go knight takes b6, then knight f6 check, and it is GG. GG. बिशप a6. आई नो बिशप c8 भाई कहाँ से नेचुरल लग रहा है आपको? इट्स नॉट नेचुरल कहीं से भी. लाइक इफ यू इमेजिन यू डोंट सी द ब्लू एरो, हु इज गोना प्ले बिशप c8 here? क्या ये क्या चाल है भाई? ऐसे किंग साइड पे अटैक आ रहा है, 94 आ रहा है, क्वीन h8, and you play bishop c8, who's, this also doesn't look natural. None of these moves look natural. rook a6 तो एकदम, आई थिंक rook a6 का आइडिया है नाइट b6 पे rook b6 मार दो. अब समझ आया मुझे. लाइक यू रिमेंबर दिस लाइन जहाँ पे h6, जो अभी किसी ने लिखा था चैट में, व्हाई नॉट h6 94 एंड किंग h7. लाइक इन दिस पोजिशन नाइट b6 आएगा नहीं अगर रुक a6 होता बोर्ड पे, तो रुक से मार सकता था मैं b6. दैट्स द आइडिया. डिफिकल्ट भाई, डिफिकल्ट मूव. Okay, looking at Vaishali's board, switching the tab very quickly. This is the current position in Vaishali's board. She has 16 minutes on the clock. Her opponent has 43 minutes. So that's a very, very, very big thing to worry about. The second thing to worry about is Vaishali can lose this pawn on c4. Let's not underestimate the value of this, because rook c6, rook c4 आने के बाद बहुत यहाँ पे खेलेगी white. Still not easy, still not easy, but यहाँ पे बहुत खेल सकती है white. But Vaishali's idea is कि आप rook c6 खेलो, मैं rook b8 खेलूंगी. You play rook c4, I'll take rook b2, and bishop b2, and let's take a draw. Simple. But Dan Zhongyi, who's I think one of the toughest players in this entire event, can play e4 here, kicking your knight away. Now you can play knight to c7, knight to e7, and knight to f6. And इनमें से एक ही चीज है, एक ही मूव है जो ब्लैक के लिए ठीक है, and that is knight c7. That's the only move. Now, whether it's a logical move, I'm not so sure. But if you understand the idea behind it, like after rook c6, black can go knight b5. I think that's her plan, right? Yeah, that's her plan, to go knight b5. Like if you go rook c4, then I have knight d4, and suddenly your rook on c2 is in danger. Like if you go rook c1, knight e2 check is GG. Why not rook b8 right now? Because you're not getting the time, no? Because after e4, they go after e6. This is black's now. E6 was played by Vaishali. Once I play e4, your knight is under attack. Knight c7, rook c6. Your knight is under attack. Knight b5 and rook c4. It's like you're not getting the time to play rook b8 here. But yeah, it's a difficult sequence of moves because I specifically think knight c7 might not be the easiest move. But if she sees this knight b5, knight d4 wala plan, I think she will play it. But I think the bigger worry is her time. Like I don't know, I feel like when she gets below 5 minutes, then a lot of blunders can happen. So you want to avoid that today. So Fire, I'm asking, so Arjun has a decent chance to qualify for candidates. 5% basically, 5% chance. He has to win. Anish has to draw. Top board doesn't matter. Vidit should not lose because Vidit's opponent, Abhimanyu Mishra, has the best tiebreak. If he wins, then Arjun ke chances gaye, bilkul. So he does have a chance. So anyway, that's the update here. Chat position is still kind of equal, but the next few moves for Vishali might not be as simple. But she does have 16 minutes on the clock. I feel like this is the final hurdle of this game. If you solve this, then I think the rest of the moves are easy to play. Like up hand moves भी चल सकते हो, and there's not much that her opponent can do. So I think looking pretty positive for Vaishali. I think she has a very good chance to qualify here. Let's switch back to the open section where Vincent has to find, I think, a very difficult move in this position, which is bishop to c8. भाई कौन खेलेगा bishop c8 यहाँ पे? Like I will be very impressed if bishop c8 happens on the board. Rook a6 also is crazy, but bishop c8 is insane. I think insanely difficult. बिशप का मूव नहीं समझ आया भाई। भाई बिशप इसलिए जा रहा है c8 पे बिकॉज बहुत पोजीशंस में आप f6 96 के बाद ये बिशप e6 पे देखेगा। दैट्स व्हाई यू आर प्लेइंग बिशप c8। इट्स बड़ा लॉन्ग टर्म आइडिया इसका। लाइक इवन आफ्टर बिशप c8 इफ आई गो क्वीन f4 ना इन दिस पोजीशन, नॉट जस्ट द बेस्ट मूव, द ओनली मूव फॉर ब्लैक इज rook a6। नॉट जस्ट द बेस्ट मूव बिकॉज knight b6 इज अ वेरी मेजर थ्रेट हियर, सुपर बिग थ्रेट हियर। सो rook a6 यू हैव टू प्ले। देन queen h4 आएगा। This is attacked. You play h5 perhaps. Queen f4 back. I think Vincent is gonna have to defend for a bit, but I think this is what he wants. Yeah, he wants a game on the board. He's hoping कि कहीं ना कहीं पे जाके Arjun will make a mistake and his chances to qualify increase. What's a natural move here? भाई ऐसी पोजीशंस में ना natural moves आते नहीं है because जब आपका king एकदम मतलब अटैक में होता है, लाइक थोड़ा वीक होता है, तो कोई भी नेचुरल चाल डजेंट मेक सेंस। लाइक यू ओनली थिंक अबाउट हाउ कैन आई डिफेंड माई किंग, दैट्स इट। ये बड़ी टैक्टिकल पोजीशन है, यहाँ पे नेचुरल चालें बहुत कम आती हैं। लाइक बट बट टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, प्रोबेबली मूव लाइक f6 इज वेरी नेचुरल। लाइक f6 क्योंकि नाइट, क्योंकि मैं ये थोड़ा बिशप को थोड़ा रोक रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, नाइट e6 के बाद मे बी नाइट f8। दैट फील्स दैट फील्स समथिंग दैट आई वुड डू। बट ये नाइट एकदम लिटरली छाती पे बैठा हुआ है। आई फील लाइक दिस इज सो डेंजरस। Why not knight f6? So knight f6 I think is not a good square because I can always kick it. I can play queen f4, I can play queen b2. All of these moves are possible and your dark squares are not fixed. Like they are not solved. सहज भाई विंसेंट ने क्यों डार्क स्क्वायर्स वीक किए एक्सचेंज अप होने के लिए? बिकॉज ही वांटेड एन इम्बैलेंस ऑन द बोर्ड। रिमेंबर दैट बोथ प्लेयर्स, अर्जुन एंड विंसेंट, want to win. They have to win to have any chances in this tournament. So both players are playing for a win, and the best way to play for a win is to create an imbalance. आपके पास बिशप, मेरे पास नाइट, आपके पास डार्क स्क्वायर्स एंड एक्सचेंज डाउन, मेरे पास एक्सचेंज अप एंड अटैक माई किंग एज मच एज यू वांट एंड आई डिफेंड। इस तरह की अप्रोच जब थोड़ा सा भी आप इम्बैलेंस पोजीशन में लाते हो, जितना ज़्यादा इम्बैलेंस होता है उतने जीतने के चांसेस आपके बढ़ते हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम आपके हारने के चांसेस भी बढ़ते हैं। लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट दैट। Women's standing is still the same. I think Katrina Lagno has drawn her match, so she has secured a spot to the candidates. And Vaishali is on 7.5, fighting it out, against Tan Zongyi with the black pieces. She just has to hold her. If she holds her, then she will also be in the candidates. I think जीतने के chances वैशाली के काफी कम है, realistically speaking. By the way, Vaishali does go knight c7. So switching back very quickly, she does play knight c7. Let's go, Vaishali. Let's go. So she finds it. This is the move we were talking about. If you go rook c6 or whatever, then knight b5, knight d4 आता है, and she did it so quickly as well. Bhai Vaishali is, I think, going to the candidates with this. Have to say. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Rook b6, I think, only realistic try for Tanzongi. You play rook b8. By rook takes b8 में तो rook takes b8. That's completely fine. If you go rook b4, I go rook b4, bishop b4. I play rook b8, attacking your bishop. And remember, chat, you cannot go rook takes c4 in this position because I think this is hanging, no? Even just knight b5 should be simple enough because this pawn on b2 is gonna fall soon enough. But look at this. If you play bishop d6, then only move for black is c3. Only move. And white goes bc3, rook b1 check, bishop f1, knight to b5, attacking the pawn on c3. White goes bishop b4 and just bishop f8 or knight d4. And this is okay. Saying that it's a draw is, and बार को देख के हम बहुत easily commentate कर सकते हैं कि position draw है, अभी draw क्यों नहीं कर रही है, and all of that. But practically, Tan Zhongyi is gonna play this, and Vaishali would have to defend for a long time. अगर यही follow up दिख रहा है यहाँ पे. But if she defends this, then she qualifies. By the way, rook b6 only move she played. Wow. How many moves in Vaishali game? 22 moves have been played so far. By the way, on the top left corner of the screen, Vishad, I think your name is. On the top left corner of the screen, you can see कितनी moves हुई हैं और कितना time players ले रही हैं एक move के लिए. So that's where you can check all of the stuff there. This is the current position. Bar slightly in White's favor because she is going to lose this pawn on c4. And then there are many types of different endgames that can happen where Vaishali would have to defend. And let me tell you that Tan Zhongyi is going to put the pressure there. And Vaishali के पास time कम है. ओपन सेक्शन में यू आर आस्किंग टॉप रैंकिंग्स में कित अर्जुन से बेटर टाई ब्रेक कितने लोगों के हैं आई थिंक देर इज जस्ट आई एम टेकिंग अ क्विक लुक आई बिलीव देर इज Arjun is 2680. I think 2687 with the updated thing that we saw on the on Sagar Bhai's video. If I can just open it up for you, I can tell you because remember आपको एक player minus भी करना है वहां से. So Arjun is 2687.2 and Firuja का कम है. Only Blue Bomb has a higher tie break and then Abhimanyu Mishra has a higher tie break. So Siraf Abhimanyu Mishra and Blue Bomb are the only two people who have a higher tie break than Arjun right now. By wishing the best for Vaishali here because I think she has a very tough road ahead to defend an endgame while being a pawn down and having 13 minutes on the clock. But let's hope the best. This is a very crucial round because this round decides everything for Vaishali, yeah? Her candidate spot. Insane. Going back to I think Vincent's board because I think this is crazy and Samay bhai, if you can change that picture as well on screen, it would be amazing. By the way, he goes rook a6. Bhai sahab, insane. Okay. I mean, never underestimate Vincent. Bhai, never underestimate Vincent in this way. Rook a6 played, yaar. What a move. What a move to have this knight b6, completely blocked off. And then now after knight b6, you can always go rook takes b6, which is crazy. And thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much. Also, I like it's not just about the dedication. Yeah, it's also something that I really enjoy doing. And let me tell you, if I wasn't commentating, I would be watching these games live, all of them, and I would be having these thoughts to myself, thinking about ये क्या चल रहा है, यहाँ क्या चल रहा है. So it's basically I'm doing what I love and I think that's what matters at the end of the day, yeah. Sayaj bhai, please check out Sam Shanklin's game for a second, please. Bhai, कुछ हो रहा है क्या उधर? We can take a look, but it will be a very quick one, मेरे भाई, because I think ये तो Savion है. This is also looking a bit equal. Okay, some pressure for white, but I went to Sam Shanklin. कुछ crazy हो रहा है क्या उधर? Oh ho. Okay. By the way, just showing you guys very quickly what's happening here. By the way, knight c takes a4, brilliant c played on the board. Knight a4, a slight mistake because ba4, queen c4, bishop d3 आता है, queen a2, only move को ignore किया, bishop c1 and look at this, queen takes b1, brilliancy bhai, sacrificing the queen. Bishop b1, rook takes c1, he goes queen e2, takes, and bishop a4. Okay, that's a beautiful sacrifice, I have to say. Beautiful sacrifice, and I think he's completely winning because he's just going to push his pawns down. And White ke jo defense hai, just White has to find some counter attack on the king side, but it's not happening at all in this position. So beautiful game, and thanks for showing us. I think it was a nice little detour we took, from the actual games. Thanks for showing us, bhai. Going back, I think to oh, by the way, a lot of updates have happened in Firuza's board. After Bishop d5, he goes Knight takes d5, White plays Queen takes e4, and Knight f4 आता है, and putting some pressure on the king side. White plays Knight f3 and Queen f6, and now Rook a b1. Basically, position like बिल्कुल ड्रॉ है, बिल्कुल, बट अली रेजा एकदम एंड तक खेलेगा. कितने लोगों को लग रहा है पर रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक आ सकता है? कितने लोगों को लग रहा है? बिकॉज इट इज पॉसिबल, थियोरेटिकली इट्स पॉसिबल. शो पुरानिक अभिमन्यु, रियली भाई इतना गुस्सा क्यों हो रहे हो आप? Of course, we will show Abhimanyu Puranik's game as well, but I think let's okay. Some updates have happened in this match as well. Rook h8 was played, and Anish is much better now. Point 0.5, point 0.6 advantage, double bishops as well. He has to play Rook c1 and go g4, and I think he's going to be much better there. And we will go, I think, to Puranik's game because chat is saying something crazy is happening there as well. This is the current position. Oh यार, ये तो sad है position. ये तो sad है यार, ये तो बहुत sad है. I think he's basically lost. Yeah, this is loss, I think, for Abhimanyu. So I think he's not going to end on a good note. He's on 5 out of 10, gaining 7 rating. But I think with this loss, he will lose all of the rating that he has gained before. So I think going to be a sad day for Puranik. Switching back to, I think, Arjun versus Vincent, because we have some updates there as well. Rook a6 was played. Oh no, I thought Bishop b7, I thought Bishop c8 bhi khel diya usne, but not yet. Saj bhai, I'm weak at QGD, have been working at but unable to get over that. Can you suggest some better things I should do for getting over this weakness? QGD is usually because you are not familiar with Carlsbad positions. Okay, Carlsbad. इसको लिख लो कहीं पे, Carlsbad positions. And usually those are the structures that happen with QGD. And there are many books on how to play the Carlsbad structure better. आप गूगल पे भी सर्च करोगे ना कार्ल्सबर्ड, या चैट जीपीटी पे डालोगे कार्ल्सबर्ड पोजीशन पे, मुझे कोई बुक सजेस्ट करो, दे विल सजेस्ट अ लॉट. एंड फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस इट्स यू, क्यूजीडी स्ट्रक्चर्स यू ओनली प्ले वर्स व्हेन यू हैवंट लुक्ड एट इनफ गेम्स. तो गेम्स देखो जितने ज़्यादा कार्ल्सबर्ड पोजीशंस में, एंड देन यू विल गेट अ फील ऑफ इट. कार्ल्सबर्ड, CARLSBAD, आई थिंक. वेट, मैंने ही मिसस्पेल कर दिया. This is the structure. I've written it on the chat for you. By the way, Rook a6, and here Arjun is still playing, well, still thinking. 43 minutes on the clock. I think अच्छा लग रहा है उसकी position देख के. I'm not gonna lie. I think he has some very good chances to conduct an attack on the king side. Perhaps h4, h5, queen f4. All of these moves are possible. However, the best move, there are a few. The first best move is like knight b2, which makes no sense to me. I'm never gonna play that. The other best move is queen f4, which makes more sense to me. And the third one is rook d1. This also feels odd, yeah, because rook d1 ke baad, I think you have queen e2, which I don't like. You have to supposed to go queen c1, but ye kaun khelega yaar? This looks a bit unlikely. But let's see what he goes for. He has 42 minutes, lot of time to prepare. Best move is yeah, I think we just discovered that. Yeah, queen f4 is probably the most natural. Even h4 is pretty natural, which is also the best move here. मतलब 19-20 का फर्क है. एक मूव में 0.38 है, एक में 0.34 है. It's like not a very big difference. It's like अगर आप डेप्थ में जाते हो, then I think these figures would change very easily. Waiting for Sehaj Govas. Nihal, by the way, has drawn her match, so a huge update for everyone. So, of course, Nihal didn't have any chances, to qualify anyways, but a draw is a good result against the French number two MVL with the black pieces. So that ends Nihal's journey in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He's gaining 10 points. I think one heartbreak loss for him against Firuja. But I think overall, a very good performance by Nihal. He is, by the way, officially going to be 2700 rating after this tournament finishes, which is amazing. And yeah, I think overall Nihal has done spectacularly well in this event. यार मैं हर बोल दिया मैंने. Oh, I was thinking of Vaishali again. My bad. Chat. Too much talking today, you know. Too much talking happens. Okay, switching to Arjun's position. Cookie winning. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. We need to see some wins. Let's bring that energy. Let's go. Okay, this is the current position. Not winning, यार. Chat आप ना मतलब excite कर देते हो ऐसे, and then you look at the position. Okay, it's good. It's very good, but it's not winning. Anshul, don't you remember? अरे यार क्यों याद दिला रहे हो लोगों को? Why? People have forgotten about it. Nobody remembers in the chat. Just it's okay. It never happened. Where in India are you from? I'm from Delhi, bhai. Born and raised, but I live in Budapest now. So I'm not in Delhi for a long time. हाँ कंप्यूटर इवाल नीचे गिरता है तो लोगों को लगता है विनिंग आ गया भाई 0.5 इज बेटर बट नॉट विनिंग definitely not winning. He has to also play some rookie 8 and then he has to go for some g5 g4 plans. So it's going in that direction but not winning yet. Not winning yet. अरे अरे thank you so much Sarthak bhai. Okay, going to love from Nepal. Acha, interesting things. The What's your skin care? अच्छा आ गया question. Usually I haven't had that question in a long time. I was thinking मेरा skin का कुछ खराब हो गया क्या? But aloe use करो भाई aloe. That's what helps. By the way, some update. Okay, no update in the Arjun board. Gukesh is winning. We know that. Not winning, but okay, slightly better. But on the way to win the match. Anish versus Hans में यही position है. He went G4 by the way. That's a huge decision, at least a committal decision from him. I'm curious to see why can't he play knight c4 in this position anymore. So if I go knight c4, it's a nice tactic for everyone. What's happening here, chat? Why not knight c4? Nihal drew her match. Divya is still playing. Divya is still playing. Equal position. She's still trying to defend. She has 8 minutes on the clock though, but the position is. I mean, 4 ही pawn बचे हैं, so I'm guessing it's not going to be that difficult, but it doesn't look easy. Doesn't look easy at all. Rook e6, exactly. Rook e6 आता है, knight e3 के बाद white goes rook takes e8 and it is completely winning. मैंने फिर से हर बोल यार क्या छोड़ो चैट अब भी एक काम करते हैं हम ना वैशाली के बोर्ड पे जाते हैं वहां पे सब सही रहेगा. ओके स्विचिंग द गेम. लुक एट दिस पोजीशन चैट इन वैशालीज बोर्ड. लेट्स गो. हाउ इज शी डूइंग? हर पोजीशन looks good. Wouldn't you agree, chat? Her position is amazing, no? बार बार निहाल भाई निहाल को थोड़ी बोला मैंने अब. Her position looks amazing, but wouldn't you agree, chat? After c3, actually after c3 she is winning the pawn by force if I am not mistaken. Wait a second. Yeah, c3, bc3, knight b5. If you play c4, I have knight d4. That cannot be good. And if you play bishop d2, why is the computer not? Just rook c8, and this loses. So c4 के बाद I have knight a3 and I win the pawn. Wait, that means the position is over, and she plays c3. Let's go, played. Her position is beautiful now. Wouldn't you agree, chat? bc3 played by the way. Oh, my mom is in the chat. Hello, ma. What's so funny about her? Nothing is funny about her position. I think her position, I think, is very simple, very safe. And as soon as she wins the c3 pawn, I think she will seal her chances to the candidates. And I think that is great news for her. So let's see if she can actually do this because I think that these are the final moments of the game. Knight b5 ke baad, I think there's not much you can do. You can just offer a draw here. You can just offer a draw here and just call it. That's it. And this is it. If you play bishop b2, just rook c8 and you win the pawn. If you play bishop d2, still rook c8, you win the pawn. And if you play c4, I have knight d4, and I will play rook c8 in the next move and win the pawn regardless. There's nothing she can do. She missed something, yeah. I think after rook b8, no, rook b8 नहीं मारना था उसको. She had to play rook b4 here. This is what we were discussing last time, जहाँ पे एक pawn white का बच सकता था, which would have been a bit difficult, but she didn't play it. Yeah, she went rook b8 and bishop c1, and this is the current position knight b5 के बाद. And I think this means this is gonna end in a draw. भाई समय भाई, एक बार सूत्र चेक कर लेना. नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो वैशाली के. जस्ट गिव मी लाइक अ शाउट. What if Bibisara wins? Doesn't matter because Bibisara का tie break actually Vaishali से कम है. So I think she will finish third. And by the way, Irina Krush also drew to Yuxin's song. So that's another player on 7.5. That means she will definitely seal her sword. By the way, Bibisara is winning against Anna Muzichuk. She has a completely +2 position. So I think she will win her match for sure. But I think her spot to the candidates is not yet confirmed because Lagno is on 8. Vaishali will most likely be on 8 as well. And I think that means once you go bishop b2 or bishop d2, you win the c3 pawn. There is nothing left to play here. Easy draw. Easy draw. I think amazing. Okay, switching back to the open section now. Har ho gaya bhai. This was the position between Anish and Hans. And after, okay, he just played knight b7 after 5 minutes of thinking, kicking the rook away back to d2. But somehow rook d1 is the best move, right? Chess is so weird sometimes. Chess can be so weird sometimes. But yeah, rook d1 is what he should play. And after rook d1, black has knight a5. Maybe that's the point. Yeah, because knight a5 के बाद knight b3 से दोनों rooks attack नहीं हो रहे हैं. दोनों rooks attack नहीं हो रहे हैं. तो rook on d1 is a good option here. Is Pragg not playing? No, Pragg is playing. Pragg is actually playing right now, if I'm not mistaken. And we did take a look at his game a bit earlier. But Pragg is sadly not in the qualification spot anymore. Yeah, because I think he's on 5.5, and we're looking at even if he wins, he's going to be on 6.5. Still a decent result, but I think after his yesterday's loss against Hans, I think what chances ekdam gaya pe. But okay, still more or less an equal position in Prague's board. Bishop d6, maybe you will take. Queen c7 आएगा, bishop takes c7 आएगा, and I don't know, maybe some chances, but looks pretty equalish to me. तो यहाँ पे ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस काफी हैं. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट Nicholas Theodoru defeated Gukesh in the 6th round. So he's definitely a very strong player, not to be taken lightly. So yeah, that's the update on Prag's board. Doing a quick roundup on every top board once again because I think it needs to be done. We have Blue Bomb versus Alireza, and Alireza has set up he's ready. The position is equal right now, but white has to start playing some only moves in order to survive this. And for now, black's main threat is knight takes g2. Because after knight takes g2, king takes g2, there is rook takes f3 hanging. So white's only move now is to play rook b3 to defend the knight on f3. And if he doesn't play this, he's going to be in a worse position. But if he does play rook b3, the position is balanced. So right now, Alireza putting the pressure. White has to find some only moves, but the position is more or less fine. This is Anish's board. We were just looking at it. यहाँ पे it's an endgame, but Anish, because he has a double bishop advantage and because he has the king side majority, maybe he can push g5 or h5 at some point. But mainly because of the double bishop advantage, Anish has a much better position in the ending. Only Anish, I think, amongst the top three boards has a good chance to sort of qualify here. Are you're joining. Thank you, Rakesh bhai. Thanks, bhai. Thanks. Come, come, come. So that's the update on board two. Board three, pe there is Arjun versus Vincent, which is an absolute chaos on the board. By the way, he plays Queen f4, and Vincent does find Bishop c8 on the board by insane. This is an insane move to play, I think, on demand. Wow. So he actually not हम बोल रहे थे both Bishop c8 and Rook a6 are difficult moves to play. He played both of them. But just doing a quick summary, still I think Arjun has a good pressure in the position. This is not an endgame. So still a lot of attacking chances for white, maybe with queen h4, maybe with g4, at the right moment, maybe with knight e4, knight f6. So Arjun has good chances, but Vincent also has good chances. Let's not forget that. ठीक है, दोनों के chances काफी high हैं because the position is very very messed up. Nihal has already drawn, and let's do a quick look at Vidit versus Abhimanyu as well. Vidit just played the move a4 in this position, and इसके साथ I think Vidit का advantage just kind of slips away. Maybe from his last move, yeah. Okay, this was the position where we looked at it last, and he played f4 here by golden pawn. He touched. Golden pawn, yeah, golden pawn. No, you have to play bishop f4 check. Golden pawn touch karte, advantage just kind of goes down here. Black plays bishop f5 and he goes a4. And this is the current position. Position is more or less equal. I don't think यहाँ पे अभिमन्यु के जीतने के chances उतने high हैं. With it not in time pressure though. 20 minutes versus 30 minutes is not time pressure. So I think he's more or less fine so far. But yeah, अगर ये 10 हो जाए 5 हो जाए and he still has to make like 10-15 moves, that's a problem. बोर्ड वन चेक सबसे पहले किया था भाई. दैट इज ब्लू बॉम्ब वर्सेस अलीरेजा, वेयर अलीरेजा हैज दिस इनसेन बैटरी on the f file. By the way, thanks for reminding me. um what's the reason behind f4 says? I don't understand. Can you explain what could be the idea? To be honest, I'm not so sure. Like, I would not play f4 here, because I would always not like the possibility of e5, and I don't like touching the f pawn like in general. By the way, f4 bishop f5 a4 e5 played in the position, and now Vidit has an only move, which is king f2. If he doesn't play it, he's gonna be in a worse position. But yeah, f4 is a bit of a weird decision for me. Like, if I can be completely honest about this, I don't know why you would go for f4 here. Because you would want, maybe, okay, like, thinking in Vidit's mind, he's thinking कि भाई मेरा किंग e1 पे पड़ा हुआ है, मैं कासल कर नहीं सकता, मैं किंग को कहीं f1 कहीं पे भी डरूंगा तो मेरे रुक्स कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहे हैं. ऑल ऑफ दैट, कीपिंग दैट इन माइंड, maybe that's why he played f4, to play king f2 and connect his rooks. But I don't like f4 so much. I feel like even Vidit wouldn't like here f4 so much. He just played it because he has to, I think. But yeah, e5 played, and this is the current position. Nihal winning. No, Nihal has already drawn his match. So that match is already finished. And he's finished, I think, 7 out of 11, if I'm not mistaken, which I think is a great result for Nihal. Although a bit of a, heartbreak for him in the second last round and the round before that, especially against Firuza, which he was winning. Then against, then who was he playing? After that, he was playing Nodirbek. Yes, of course. He was winning both of those matches. Um, yeah, so a bit of a heartbreak for him, but still, I think a good result overall. By the way, Arjun has made a mistake. Um, that's bad. That's the first time I think Arjun's position has gone down. The right move for Vincent is to play knight e5. And after knight e5, he can play f6 and solidify his stance on the dark square. So he went wrong in this position. He should not have played h4. He should have gone queen h4, attacking the h7 pawn. Maybe black plays h5 or black plays h6, sorry, f6 or h5. And if you play h5, then I just go queen f4 back, and that's it. Because अब h6 possible नहीं है. But he went for h4. I think he's going completely all in. Completely all in. I mean, this could be a strategy chart. I mean, I'm not sure how this game is going to turn out, but it can go either ways. Nihal is out of the race, yes. No, but he's out of the race for this tournament. He can still qualify through the World Cup, which is going to be next month. That is still possible. So he's still there. Knight e5 is the most natural move. I completely agree with you. This is what I would play. If it was a blitz match, I would play it. Vincent will find. I think knight e5 is a very, very likely move by Vincent. No other chance here, for sure. Vaishali has now a little chance. By the way, I read somewhere in the chat, if Bibisara wins, what happens? Vaishali's tiebreak is really good. It's better than Bibisara's. So even if Bibisara wins, still Vaishali will qualify, basically. भाई किस किस को क्वालिफाई कराओगे वर्ल्ड कप भाई देर आर 204 players who are playing the World Cup and there's a reason they're playing the World Cup because they have a real shot at qualification. So you have to give credit where it's due. I just realized I'm in the Indian stream. However, I'm staying. You are doing a great job. Greetings from Germany. Good luck to all Indian players. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love it. I mean, oh, because we're also looking at Arjun versus Vincent. Yeah, I mean, Vincent also has a good chance to qualify. And let's not forget, Blue Bomb is also there as well, who I think has the best most like statistically speaking, he has the best chance of qualifying because even if he makes a draw, he has a good chance. So yeah, two players from your country, I think making it to the candidates is a very big possibility, especially after this H4, this 95 gives Vincent a good chance here. Neiman blundered. What are you saying? Really? No blunder. No. Oh, wait. Yes, there is a blunder. Wait, what? Okay, not really a blunder, but okay, Anish's chances has increased in this position for sure because if after Rook DD1 he plays Knight A5 and now Rook AC1 happens, and now Black plays Knight B3 and then there is Rook C3 and the advantage has jumped to zero point 0.7. Now it's like you don't see why there is such a big advantage apart from the double bishop situation. Maybe White has some chances to push f4, f5, g5, and this kingside majority could prove really dangerous for Hans here. So I think Anish doing a great job, and I think he might seal his spot if he takes down Hans Niemann. This is good. This is very good. By the way, taking a look at Vaishali, ooh, Vaishali didn't get the pawn back. But it's an opposite colored bishop position. Actually, just gonna switch back very quickly, chat. I know I'm switching a lot, but a lot of things are happening here. So I don't want any of you to miss out on what's happening. This is the current position. She just played bishop b4 in this position. And if white goes c4, to try and keep this pawn, my question is very simple. How are you going to push c5? Like, how will you push c5 in this position? There is no way that you can push c5. So I think basically you just have to wait and say play h5 or rook c2. And also let's not forget there is also a chance of playing rook c2 and bishop e1 to put pressure on the f2 pawn. So I think the chances are pretty good for Vaishali to draw. I think this is a dead draw. The only sort of worry for me is that Vaishali has 7 minutes on the clock. But how do you even blunder in a position like this? It's too simple, I think. But the game could continue. The game could continue for a longer time, but I think Vaishali is more or less safe for now. I'm going to switch back to the open section. This is the current position between Anish and Hans. And Anish having a great advantage, I think, from the opening so far. He's the only player to have an advantage. Um, and yeah, that's the current news. And by the way, going back to Blue Bomb versus Firuza, that's the top board. He has just played Queen B4 in this position. So inviting Knight takes G2. Okay, so takes queen b6, yeah. So takes queen b6, queen b6, rook b6, rook f3, king g2, and I offer you draw. Basically, that's what Blue Bomb wants, and I think the way Blue Bomb has played this game, I feel that he knows that his chances to qualify are really high, even if he goes for a draw. So statistically, I think he's making the right call. And if he doesn't play knight takes g2, then you're just going to lose the pawn on b6 for free. So this game will end, I think, very quickly. Although, according to the sutras, we haven't received anything. So stay tuned. We don't know what's happening. Maybe Alireza has found a way to continue the game, but I guess we will find out soon enough. I think you're outdated in current position. No, no, no. We have the current position on the board, and it is not winning. It's like 0.7, zero point 0.8 for Anish right now, as far as I can see. Guki game. Oh, yes. Let's take a look at Gukesh's board as well. The world champion. This is the current position. He has played Rook GE8, I think, after 8 minutes of thinking. Did not allow 96 from the white side. And white has to play c3 or knight d3 in this position. Both of them are possible. And after that, his attack with g5, g4 just has begun. And yeah, I think 5 minutes for his opponent makes me think that this is going to be a very, very difficult game for Andrei Volokitin. And I think you could expect a blunder in such a situation as well. There is a lot of pieces left on the board. Only two have been exchanged, and just one pawn has been exchanged with 5 minutes remaining, and he has to make 23 moves. That's a lot. I feel like some mistakes I think could happen from the white side, and I think Gukesh looking really, really good. I think he's looking to finish off, on a good note. By the way, going back to Arjun versus Vincent, he has played 95, the best move in the position, and I think the most logical one as well, because once Black has played 95, you can also expect f6 on the board and then King g7 on the board, and before you know it, the entire dark squares are controlled, and that was White's compensation. Right, that was White's compensation in this position, and that compensation is gone. So Vincent looking amazing, I think. And if he takes down Arjun with the black pieces, I mean, you deserve it, bhai. You deserve it. What are all the different qualification methods for candidates? So there is a rating spot, then there is the Grand Swiss, and then there is the World Cup. I think. I think. I will check with Rakesh Bhai. He's also going to be joining us very soon, and he is the guy who knows everything about the oh sorry, there's FIDE circuit as well, and I think he's the one who can sum it up for you very, very easily. He's the guy. He's a stat guy. He knows everything about these things. So stay tuned for that chat. Hans played knight b7. It's a very good position for Hans or for Anish. He hasn't played knight b7 yet, no? He played knight b7 before and he went rook dd1. By the way, the best move in the position. Knight a5 happens and now he goes rook a c1. So basically, Hans kind of offered a draw in this position because after g4, the rook was on d6 and Hans went knight b7. He went rook d1 and then black played knight e5, hoping that white's going to go rook d6 and there's going to be a repetition on the board. But Anish says, no, I'm going to go rook a c1 and I'm going to continue the game because I feel my position is much better here. And I think he's right because very soon he's going to have g5 or f4 f5 on the board, and soon you will see the power of the double bishops in this position. So I think this is looking very, very dangerous for Hans. Anish, I think, can qualify here. Do professional chess players use less popular proprietary engines? I don't think so. I think they use the same engines, but at a much deeper, like with a much more powerful processor. So we use cloud engines. I think GMs and I think IMs as well use cloud engines because they are not that expensive for us. Because you can rent cloud engines and you can get the same amount of depth. And I've done it on stream many times. Where there is a certain position and I don't trust the evaluation of what I'm seeing on my screen, and I would look at it on a cloud engine. But I think top players would probably purchase those computers with higher processing power and they would use that on a daily basis. That's what I think. Do I use Chessify? I have used Chessify before. Yes, I do like it, but I also use chess-based cloud because there is no lag in there, and I really like that about it because you can use it. It's very simple. It's a bit more expensive, I think, than Chessify, but I think I prefer it more for me. How many rounds in World Cup? It's a knockout. It's a knockout, and it's gonna be 1 month long. So basically, every player will play against. So there's gonna be 2 rounds between two players, and then if the match is a draw, then you go into rapid, then you go into blitz, then you go into Armageddon. So it can go very, very long. The World Cup. The days could also be longer than the one you're seeing right now. Like every day in this event, we have had around I think 6 hours, 6.5 hours average. One day we went to 7.5 hours, but I think World Cup could technically be longer in that sense. And also longer in the sense that it's a month-long event. So, what's the strongest engine you use? I use Stockfish. That is the strongest engine we have, but I prefer Leela because Stockfish I don't understand as much because Stockfish is, um, how should I explain this? Stockfish can be too computerish sometimes. And I prefer Leela because I understand Leela better. Like if I see a move suggested by Leela, I trust that move. By the way, a mistake by Hans, King E7. Is Hans collapsing here? Wow, this is insane. Now G5 gives Anish an almost winning advantage. That is insane. That is insane. That's huge. G5 is basically almost winning for white. Okay, if I didn't have the injury, I wouldn't say it's completely winning. I would say that he has a very good position, but wow, this is insane. Stockfish, Inhuman, and Leela, yeah, they are both kind of similar to one another in terms of strength, but I understand Leela better. That's just myself because I feel this is more logical for me. And Blue Bomb blundered. No, Blue Bomb did not blunder. Same position, it's equalish. That's the position right now. But yeah, Hans, I think on the verge of a loss, I have to say. This is looking really, really difficult for Hans to hold, especially against Anisha, who's when it comes to technical positions, I mean, Anish is a beast. He's so strong in such situations. So I think it is very difficult to play Anish. Vidit is very similar in this regard. Yeah, Vidit would be very dangerous in such positions as well. So they're very similar to each other. Um, what about Alpha Zero? Alpha Zero is not available, I think. And Leela Zero is like a community version of Alpha Zero. Basically, Alpha Zero is not readily available to everyone. I don't know if they are available to other players. And by the way, oh, let's go. We have Rakesh Kulkarni joining us. Welcome, bhai. How are you doing?
यो यो बढ़िया भाई आप बताओ कैसे चल रहा है सहज भाई बिकॉज आई जस्ट सी Hans Niemann is almost gifting the candidate spots to Anish at this point.
I know, I know. Why King E7 is final move and G5 gives Anish a huge advantage in the position and very good chance that Anish will qualify. But does this wait, what? That's not possible.
क्या हो गया?
Bishop A6 he played and now I think that was a mistake. Okay. But I'm thinking that if Anish wins, does that mean Arjun's chances are gone?
Yeah. If Anish wins, Arjun's game doesn't matter. For him, it matters for
Yeah,
Vincent.
yeah, yeah.
तो
Yeah. So
है भाई
Anish
एक सीन
winning.
तो है.
Yeah. So Arjun, that would mean even if Arjun wins his game, you have to. By the way, is he why is this show completely winning for? Okay, it's not completely winning yet. So you're in Dubai, yeah? How was the match yesterday?
अरे बढ़िया बढ़िया.
You...
पाकिस्तान को हरा के तो हमेशा मजा ही आता है तो बढ़िया था.
Nice, nice, very nice. Very nice. I see you are in proper gear, yeah? Still in that
या फुल.
lovely,
मतलब
lovely.
even for our stars like I think Vaishali and Arjun के best answers so I've come prepared.
Oh ho
So
ho, lovely, lovely. Let's go,
करेंगे
let's
हम
go, let's
करेंगे.
go.
Come on. I think but हाँ on a very serious note मुझे लगता है अभी अर्जुन के चांसेस काफी ड्रॉप हो रहे हैं but
Hmm.
Vaishali on the other hand like very high chances
By the
to
way, just
qualify now.
switching back to Vaishali's board because I think they're repeating moves.
Oh, that is
Look,
great
this is
news.
the position right now, and King F3 check, King E2 happens, Rook C1, Bishop H3, and check again. I think you're just repeating moves here, yeah, because White cannot play C5.
Hmm. Is it also maybe 40 मूव की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं ताकि टाइम गेन ऐड हो जाए.
Ah, right, right, right. But even if you get to 40 moves by, how are you going to make progress here as White? ये white pawn ज्यादा है but position black की better दिखा रहा है मुझे.
हाँ आई थिंक वो F2 का पॉन अगर गया ना तो देन वाइट माइट बी इन ट्रबल. सो
Yeah.
एंड काफी से लाइक ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप्स का पॉइंट ये होता है कि भाई ड्रॉइश टेंडेंसीज बहुत हाई होती है. सो
Hmm.
टू रुक्स होते देन देयर आर सम चांसेस बट एक रुक है तो वेरी टफ.
Hmm. Yeah, I think so. King F1 happens, and I think most likely there's going to be repetition with Rook C1. I think in this sense, Tan Zongi is a great opponent to have in the last round, also, no? Because I mean, Tan Zongi has already qualified to the candidate, so she's not
कम
as
मोटिवेशन होता है.
hungry. She's not as hungry to win the event. So she would not be opposed. So, to making a quick repetition and just calling it because, even Vaishali qualifies like that. So I think a good pairing for Vaishali. But of course, Tan Zongi is a very strong player. And Vaishali can play, by the way, with H5 here, even though she's a pawn down.
And like the cherry on the cake is कि वैशाली अगर ड्रॉ करती है, she also मतलब qualify तो कर ही रही है, but she also wins the Grand Swiss, so she defends
Oh,
the
yes.
title as well, जो
Hmm.
2023 में जीती थी. So very high chances for that, and we hope that happens. And एक तो spot चाहिए था अपने को candidates का.
My question for you
So
and question for chat then. If you're playing as Vaishali, do you play H5 and do you play on in this position to play for a win to win the tournament to defend your title, or do you take the draw and you say okay, bhai, that's it. I'm getting into candidates and I'm happy with that.
no, I will take. भाई वो फर्स्ट ही आ रही है ड्रॉ के साथ भी.
नहीं नहीं, सेकंड आ रही है.
अच्छा, उसका टाई ब्रेक अच्छा नहीं है.
Katrina Lagno's tiebreak is better than Vaishali's. At least last I checked.
Oh.
Last I checked, Lagno's tiebreak
आई
was
थिंक तो
better.
भी भाई कैंडिडेट्स ओवर द टाइटल, मतलब टाइटल तो जीत गए ना एक बार. तो
Hmm.
कैंडिडेट्स विल बी मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, आई फील लाइक आई वुड. दैट्स द मोर
She plays.
लॉजिकल ऑप्शन. भाई साहब. भाई.
She's playing.
मैन. वाओ.
She could play Rook C2 in this position and it would just be a draw because I
हाँ,
think
एक
you threatening.
इनडायरेक्ट ड्रॉ ऑफर है ना वो, बिशप E1
Yeah,
आ रहा है.
but she plays on. Vaishali is playing on. Vaishali is better tiebreak. No, 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 it's not. I just looked.
या
Vaishali two four
शी
T.
हैज अ बेटर टाई ब्रेक.
Why she has two four
कंफर्म.
two four and Lagno has 2-4-3-8. No,
नहीं, आप अपने -1 नहीं किया, आप कहाँ पे देख रहे हो?
just results.
भाई हाँ, जैसे जैसे पुराने राउंड का ना, ये राउंड का भी ऐड करने के बाद वैशाली इज हायर, ऐसा है.
अच्छा, इतना फर्क पड़ रहा है क्या? अच्छा, टैंस होंगी
हम्म.
बिकॉज शी इज अ टॉप सीड आई गेस. ओह, ओके 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 ओके
करेक्ट.
ओके, गुड.
एंड प्लस फातालिएवा इज जस्ट 2385 ना, उसके वजह से वो काफी बड़ा डिफरेंस हो गया.
राइट राइट राइट
और
राइट
भाई
राइट.
मतलब ड्रॉ के साथ टाइटल है कैंडिडेट से, तो भी वैशाली प्लेइंग प्लेइंग H5, मतलब रिस्पेक्ट.
But okay, I think not much is gonna change. I think in this sense, not much is gonna change. Because if
Firearm is saying something. If Anish wins, it's good for Pragg, क्योंकि वो Anish is also in second place FIDE circuit में 2024, तो वहां से
Mhm.
Pragg का गारंटी हो गया. But if Anish doesn't win, then it's good news for Arjun, because Arjun still has a chance to qualify. But I feel Pragg is uncatchable, मतलब Pragg बहुत आगे चला गया है. So
Hmm.
he is the one to qualify. आज हांस एक मिराकल दे दे भाई प्लीज.
अब कितने
ड्रॉ हो
मिरेकल्स
गया.
देगा भाई वो? By the way, Rook
हाँ.
C7, White is going for a draw now. By Rook C7, Bishop E6 threatened. If you go King F8, then Rook C8 check is basically a repetition. But White can now play on with F4 as well.
Yeah, King F6, F4 is interesting. And yeah, as we have the women standings here, and I think only Bibi Sara can reach 8, but, and of course Tanzongi as well.
Hmm.
But yeah, Vaishali needing a draw chat. एक draw, Vaishali comes first, टाइटल भी जीत गई, कैंडिडेट्स क्वालिफिकेशन भी हो गया.
I think that's amazing. That's amazing. सहज भाई चैट नहीं भाई देख रहा हूँ भाई मैं चैट. तब से चैट ही देख रहा हूँ भाई. What is सूत्र भाई? सूत्र we don't know. We have some news on the sutras, but वो हम रिवील नहीं करेंगे अभी. But not like it's not changing much. Let's just put it like that.
बिल्कुल
Shall we
बिल्कुल.
switch to the open section?
या ये, और थोड़ी देर बाद फिर से देखते रहेंगे चैट. आप भी बताते रहना कि कहीं कुछ अपडेट है, कहीं बार ऊपर चला गया या नहीं. सो वील बी स्विचिंग
Mm-hmm.
अराउंड, क्योंकि बहुत सारे गेम्स इंटरेस्टिंग है भाई. बेस्ट क्या बोलते हैं, एडवर्टीजमेंट है ये ग्रैंड स्विस के लिए, कि लास्ट राउंड है, कोई भी अभी तक क्वालिफाइड नहीं है गारंटीड. और टॉप 10 बोर्ड में से सिर्फ एक ही बोर्ड का रिजल्ट आया है, निहाल वाला. सो जस्ट
Hmm.
शोज कि ये बहुत ही बढ़िया टूर्नामेंट है.
Absolutely, bhai. It is completely insane. I think this event, I have to say. But rook c3, also look at this position, rook c3 ke baad, I think his knight is more or less trapped. Because if you play knight d4, then you lose the c5 pawn. And if you go c takes b4, a takes b4, and then you go knight d4, then I always have rook c7 check. You cannot block it because then your bishop will hang. I think
Correct,
Anish
correct.
is on the verge of winning. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't win this, I mean, imagine, like, it would be so
हम्म,
sad.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एंड या चैट देख रहे गुकेश इज विनिंग. सो वी विल गो देयर. वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है हमारे इंडिया से, सो डेफिनेटली देखेंगे. मोहित बोल रहा है इफ ड्रॉ हैपेंस वैशाली विल विन द स्विस और शी विल विन द स्विस चैट. इफ शी विन शी क्वालिफाइज एंड शी आल्सो विंस द टूर्नामेंट. तो और
Amazing.
काफी अच्छा प्राइस है चैट. टोटल आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट $1 million का प्राइस फंड है आज जो डिसाइड होगा. वुमेन एंड मेन कंबाइंड. सो बहुत सारे. इट्स अ हाई स्टेक्स डे ओवरऑल.
Absolutely. By the way, Gukesh completely winning his match. I mean, considering that his opponent has 1 minute on the clock, कुछ बचा ही नहीं है इधर खेलने के लिए. Maybe he goes knight f2, I guess. But after knight f2, okay,
क्या ही कर
sorry.
लोगे ना, बट
भाई
नाइट एफ
ब्लैक
टू
की
के बाद.
चाल है, किंग बी 8 खेलना है, यहाँ पे फिर नाइट f2 आएगा.
हम्म.
ब्लैक की चाल है तो व्हाइट की चाल है, नाइट अटैक्ड है, बट इट्स ब्लैक टू मूव, इट्स व्हाइट टू मूव हियर. But yeah, switching back, I think to um, oh, by the way, let's switch back to Arjun versus Vincent because some fire has erupted there. This was
क्या
the
बात है.
position in 95 where it was the best move.
सच
Bishop
भाई, आई
e5
बी बैक.
happens.
एक सेकेंड, आई बी बैक
Yeah,
इन
yeah,
लाइक 2 minutes.
sure, 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 sure. So bishop e5 happens, and black goes d takes e5, and now queen e3, and now mistake f5 on the board by Vincent, touching the golden pawn. It's, he should have gone f6 here instead, which was a much better move. But once black plays f5, now Arjun has chances with c5, but it doesn't go with c5. He goes knight c5 in this position. And now Vincent has to play queen a7, only move in the position. If you don't play queen a7, you have a huge problem here. और ये राकेश भाई अपने पूरे रूम का व्यू देते हुए हमें.
अरे कैमरा, वो पीछे से लाइट बहुत आ रही थी यार, दुबई की धूप. तो
ओह,
मैंने
अच्छा अच्छा,
ऐसा.
अच्छा, हाँ, दुबई में धूप धूप बहुत है यार, दैट्स ट्रू.
बट
सो
आई
या ना.
थिंक बहुत ही यू हैव टू गिव इट टू अर्जुन. मतलब ही न्यू की मस्ट विन सिचुएशन है एंड बंदा खेला भाई ऑल आउट. एंड पोजीशन अभी भी ऐसी कि मुझे लगता है शायद तीनों रिजल्ट पॉसिबल है ये गेम में.
हम्म Completely. I think two results are more likely because I feel that once I feel like draw is the least likely result here because draw से किसी का फायदा नहीं हो रहा. ना अर्जुन क्वालिफाई करेगा ना विंसेंट क्वालिफाई करेगा. तो
इट्स लाइक
अनीश
दैट
तो
वो
जीत ही रहा है.
फाबी फाबी और नेपो का गेम इन द कैंडिडेट्स. यहाँ पे
बेसिकली यार,
गुकेश
ड्रॉ में
जीता
किसी का फायदा
बस.
नहीं. Exactly. So yeah, knight c5 and queen a7, he has to find the only move in the position. He has 13 minutes on the clock, 12 more moves to be played, 13 for Vincent Keimer actually. Um, And yeah, once he goes rook a8 or something, then Arjun takes it back with rook d1 and d6. But if he goes queen a7, then he is slightly better in this position. If you had to pick one result here, who wins? Rakesh bhai.
अर्जुन.
Oh, no hesitation, yeah?
It's the more crazier game, and Vincent, of course, a beast calculator, but I don't know, थोड़ा patriotism भी है. But just hoping कि अर्जुन. पर अर्जुन ने 3 बार मिस किया कैंडिडेट्स क्वालिफिकेशन. एंड चैट में कोई पूछ रहा था कि व्हाट आर द वेज. 8 लोग खेलते हैं चैट. कैंडिडेट्स का विनर प्लेस वर्ल्ड चैंपियन गुकेश. तो कैंडिडेट्स
Hmm.
में जाने के लिए एक तो रेटिंग स्पॉट है, नाकामुरा लेने वाला है वो 99%.
Hmm.
2024 FIDE सर्किट बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ द ईयर इन अ वे फाबी को मिल गया है, फाबियानो caruana. 2025 का प्रग जीतने वाले. सो 3 स्पॉट्स वहां हो गए. 3 स्पॉट्स वर्ल्ड कप में मिलेंगे जो गोवा में हो रहा है इन नवंबर. एंड लास्ट 2 स्पॉट ये टूर्नामेंट के टॉप 2 प्लेयर्स विल क्वालिफाई फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स. तो ऐसा है ये ब्रेक डाउन. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट चैट एंड सहज भाई, बिकॉज अगर अर्जुन आ गया या आज टॉप 2 में, then we might see an all Indian World Championship match.
Ooh.
That's that's huge.
That is huge. Yeah, and also first entry. I mean, for Arjun, it will be the first time he plays the candidates as well, which also is huge
Yes.
for him. And of course, winning candidates is a very it's a Herculean task.
Hmm.
But that is one step away from, playing against Gukesh, and I would love to see Arjun versus Gukesh, happen in the World Cup. But okay, the position is very, very difficult, I would say, for both players. A huge imbalance on the board. But Vincent right now has slightly less time, and I think he also has to defend the position a bit.
Hmm.
So yeah, Arjun looks a bit more comfortable to me.
यार शायद देखो 11 मिनट है आपके पास और ऑलमोस्ट 12 मूव्स करने हैं आपको टिल 40th मूव सो यू नो क्रेजियर थिंग्स हैव हैपेंड यू नेवर नो एंड भाई ऐसे ही बोलता है ना मतलब मेरे मेरे कोच मुझे बोलते थे एक्चुअली बचपन में कि भाई आपको डरना नहीं है अपोनेंट के पास भी दिल है दिल उसका भी धड़कता है तो वो भी डरेगा ही नोज व्हाट्स एट स्टेक भाई इनफैक्ट
Hmm.
विंसेंट इज हाफ अ पॉइंट मोर अर्जुन से ज्यादा पॉइंट्स है तो अर्जुन इज एक्चुअली लीप फ्रॉगिंग विंसेंट तो भाई सब प्रेशर सबको होगा गला सबका सूखता है जैसे वो माउंटेन ड्यू का हेड है
ट्रू भाई, बट आई थिंक अगर अनीश जीत जाता है तो अर्जुन
हम्म
is out basically. Then
करेक्ट
Alireza,
करेक्ट
I think, will make it. No, if no, actually, then Blue Bomb will make it. Blue Bomb will be second in that sense, and then because he has the best tie break, I think last I checked, and then
हम्म
considering that the top board is a draw, so Blue Bomb will make it to the candidates, and Vincent will sadly not. That is
करेक्ट
insane.
वो भी लाइक ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि दोनों प्लेयर्स आर जर्मन प्लेयर्स एज who
Hmm.
qualify with Vincent and Blue Bomb. We'll see.
Hmm.
Time will tell. But yeah, overall, अली ऐसा का गेम बोल रहे हैं. Let's have a quick look, सहज भाई. बोर्ड वन पे तीनों ही बोर्ड्स पे आ जाते हैं.
Yeah,
इनफैक्ट
this is the.
ऑन द बॉटम रो आप देख सकते हो सारी इवैल बार्स एज वेल. सो वो भी आपके पास ऑप्शन है विद द टाइम्स.
Hmm.
हाँ सहज भाई.
So
एक
you can
थोड़े
see.
क्वींस आर ट्रेडेड बाय द वे.
Yeah, it was knight g2 and he did go queen takes b6, queen takes rook takes, and rook f3 king g2 mein to you have zero chance of winning there, and blue bomb I think is okay with a draw. Knight f4 happens and then knight d4, black goes rook e5 and now f3 played and now rook c7, and this is the current position. Slight pressure for Ali Reza, but more or less equal. What do you think?
या भाई वो गोल्डन पॉन देखो आप जैसे ही टच करते हो टू फाइल्स लाइक टू थिंग्स आर वीकेंड एक तो डायगोनल हो गया और एक रैंक हो गया
Hmm.
इमीडिएटली फिरोजा को आना रुक C2 का थ्रेट आई नो डायरेक्टली नहीं आ सकते बट दैट्स वेयर हिज आईज आर लुकिंग एट 5 मिनट्स टू गो फॉर फिरोजा फिरोजा को भी 10 मूव करना है आई थिंक मटाया ब्लू बॉम्ब इन द ड्राइवर सीट करंट
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best move here seems to be a5. And if black plays rook c4, you just push the pawn on a6 as well. If you take on d4, then I push a7 and then rook b8 check, I can promote. So black has to go rook a4. And now, okay, maybe still some pressure for Ali Reza here. But you know why I feel Blue Bomb has a good chance here? I feel he has a good chance simply because he has more time on the clock.
करेक्ट आई एग्री एंड काफी कम चीजें रह गए रुक एंड गेम्स विल बी ड्रॉन सेम साइड पे पॉन्स अगर वो ए और डी पॉन एक्सचेंज हो गए तो बट आई थिंक सहज somebody else who has a good chance is वैशाली रमेश बाबू क्या हम जल्दी से जा सकते हैं वहां पे बिकॉज ऐसा लग रहा है she might just make it to the candidates bishop c3 played and आइडिया भी bishop d4 check and repetition का chances है.
And then repetition. Finally, Vaishali will go for that repetition. Insane. So I think this is just okay. This is just over, no? Like, but okay, she
And I
plays rook
think,
c8. Oh,
yeah, opponent. So king g7,
yes.
and because you don't want this क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम क्या है बिशप d4 चेक के बाद किंग कोने
Mm-hmm.
में गया तो रुक c1 चेक है और किंग f1 है तो रुक इनटू h2 मर रहा है so you don't want to do
Hmm.
that so maybe now tan zongi forces the issue with rook c7
And played.
आइडिया या आइडिया है बिशप e6 तो किंग f8 खेलना पड़ेगा बट आई थिंक 50 हाँ 40 मूव हो गए सो बोथ प्लेयर्स किंग f8 प्लेड सहज
Wow. So they're going to that means Vaishali is going to qualify and win the tournament.
यस यस chat repetition incoming maybe Vaishali has done it.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, rook c1 incoming, rook c7 incoming, king f8, and that's a draw. That's a threefold.
या हो गया क्या? चेस कॉम पे दिखा रहा है? नहीं नहीं, अभी तक नहीं हुआ. सो रुक C7 अगेन, and then the players can claim a draw actually.
Wow. Wow. But they don't need to claim a draw, no? They could just offer a draw here as well. Like that's it.
या हाँ, 40 मूव हो गए probably.
Hmm. I recall reading some
Rooks.
scenarios where the second place of the 2024 circuit somehow qualifies based on other candidates. So someone is asking.
Yeah, it's like कि whoever qualifies first वो आपका सीट हो गया. फिर मतलब the way you are qualifying tournament, फिर आप वहां से हट जाते हो. तो लेट्स से प्रग अगर यहाँ पे जीत जाता था कैंडिडेट ऑफ ग्रैंड स्विस, तो वो सर्किट से निकल जाता था. दैट्स हाउ इट
Hmm.
वर्क्स.
Apparently, we are getting some confirmation, yeah, that Vaishali has drawn. But we're not sure. We will see it. We'll know it very, very soon. But we're getting confirmation from various sources that she has drawn her match. Let's go. So we have a
भाई
Grand
अगर
Swiss
ऐसा हो
winner.
गया, yes, and let's just seeing if it's official. भाई, and chat, Vaishali Ramesh Babu has won the Women's Grand Swiss 2025, defends her title from 2023, qualifies to the candidates. What an amazing achievement. Congratulations, Vaishali. Sahaj bhai, what would you like to say about this achievement?
I mean, I think drawing her match, especially on demand against someone who's as strong as Tan Zongyi, that too with the black pieces, is an insane achievement. So I mean, kudos to her. Second entry to the, to the candidates for Vaishali. What a performance, right? I mean, dil rakh liya yahan pe. And like, on the open section, we're not having the best day, but like, having a winner in the FIDE in the Women's Grand Prix. I mean, it's just insane to me.
Absolutely. And bhai, when they say, when it rains, it pours. So ग्रैंड स्विस वुमेन्स चैंपियन हो गया. उसके बाद इट्स आल्सो कैंडिडेट्स 2026 क्वालिफिकेशन सेकंड टाइम वो खेलेंगे. वी हैव अ नाइस ग्राफिक एज वेल हमारे सर्क्यू, एंड वी गो फुल स्क्रीन विद दैट ग्राफिक आल्सो. शी डिजर्व्स इट. एंड सहज भाई, because the grand swiss is so huge, can you guess the prize money that she's going to win from this?
No idea why. Tell me.
भाई 40,000 US डॉलर्स, 35 लाख इंडियन रुपए, जिसका मतलब है बहुत
Wow.
ही बड़ा पेड़ है. कांग्रेस चाट, वैशाली ओपी नहीं रुकना चाहिए. शी डिजर्व्स इट. व्हाट अ प्लेयर.
By I think candidates की selection का भी वो जो पेड है ना, we know some things about that from last time.
करेक्ट
But
करेक्ट.
that's like even bigger. So it's like what an important draw that she managed to hold here. So yeah, I mean, well done to Vaishali. I think that, I mean, by the way, her
भाई
accuracy was 99% today.
मतलब ब्रिलियंट, वेरी नाइस डिफेंस. एंड यू नो व्हाट भाई, वैशालीज ब्रदर अभी प्रगनंदा, नॉर्मली लोग उल्टा बोलते हैं, बट प्रग भाई का भी ड्रॉ हो गया है. ही विल गो इन and join in with the celebrations with Vaishali. But Sahaj bhai, you remember we were at Chennai GM just 1 month ago. Vaishali had the most disastrous tournament of her life. Didn't win a
Mm-hmm.
single game, but comeback ho to aisa bhai. What a amazing phoenix like comeback.
Absolutely, right. Love to see it. Love to see it. And you're right. Right? Coming back from an event like that can be a very challenging thing to do. But I'm very happy that she was able to do it. And I think now everything is good. Yeah. At least we have one entry to the candidates. And by the way, a lot of people are saying Arjun is in trouble. Let's take a quick look.
Hmm.
What's happening there? Apparently, he
Okay.
made almost, I wouldn't say a losing move, but close to a losing move.
भाई एक
So,
इंडियन का अच्छा हो तो तुरंत इशू यहाँ पे मुझे लग रहा है. बाय द वे सहज, यू आल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, मतलब इंडियंस का स्ट्रीक कंटिन्यूस. मतलब दिव्या वुमेन्स वर्ल्ड कप जीती, ओलंपियाड तो लास्ट ईयर हम जीते, फिर नाउ वैशाली ये जीत गई. सो वर्ल्ड कप में देखना है अभी गोवा में क्या होगा.
अरे, अरे, lovely, lovely. You're right, you're right, you're right. हर जगह.
Yes, yes, yes. Congrats, Vaishali. But
चेन्नई
now let's
चेन्नई
focus.
में बस इंडियन नहीं जीत रहा है, एक वो चेन्नई मास्टर्स वाले टूर्नामेंट में एक इंडियन नहीं जीतता कभी भी।
हाँ हाँ।
वहां की स्ट्रीक तोड़नी है एक बार भाई।
भाई गुकेश जीता था ना फर्स्ट ईयर बट।
हाँ, राइट 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 राइट, गुकेश जीता था।
But let's see भाई, why is knight f3 a mistake, Sahaj? And Vincent 6 मिनट 9 मूव।
भाई बिशप E6 अपेरेंटली इज
नो वे मैन।
जस्ट लॉस्ट फॉर
भाई
वाइट।
but that's a crazy move। कैसे खेलोगे बिशप e6?
भाई पॉइंट सिंपल
Putting
है ना
your
कि
pawn, a bishop in front of a pawn and a knight।
भाई पॉइंट है कि आई एम ट्राइंग टू गो E f3 इन द नेक्स्ट मूव, एंड इफ यू गो नाइट E5 देन आई विल जस्ट सिंपली टेक दिस CD5 rook D5 and your knight is basically gone. Yeah, you can go knight A4, but you should be
हम्म।
okay with having this takes and some rook D1 check or something, and you're just or rook C8 even, which is I think even simpler. Then your knights are not in the best place, especially this knight on A4 is not in the best place, and that's why black is nearly winning in this position. I mean, this is completely
भाई
winning already. Actually, it's -2.
कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा, बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट डजंट लुक दैट विनिंग टू मी। मतलब टफ है इतने दूर से वहां तक देखना, एंड देन ऑल्सो एज्यूमिंग कि भाई दैट विल वर्क फॉर यू।
That too with 5 minutes on your clock is definitely not easy. So you can expect, I think, a mistake from Vincent as well. Bishop E6, if he plays, it's going to be a brilliancy, I think, on the board. But that's a
सहज
very, very difficult one.
एंड दैट टू विद द कैंडिडेट स्पॉट एट स्टेक। मतलब क्या आप रिस्क लोगे इतना बड़ा?
I mean, you have to take the risk, right? Because if Vincent doesn't win, he has zero chance to qualify. You have to take the risk. I think I mean, he played literally the hippo system today, you know?
या या
Bishop A6, by the way, he goes. So, not the best move. Bishop E6 was the best, but Bishop A6 still maintains
दैट्स
some
ग्रेट
chances.
न्यूज फॉर अस। दैट्स ग्रेट न्यूज।
Hmm. Maybe White goes Knight E5 now. Also, Arjun
या
maintaining that 12-minute lead is I think a very positive sign here, because the
या
moment you start seeing, your clock, you start to panic here.
बिल्कुल। आई फील सहज इट्स जस्ट नर्व्स एट दिस पॉइंट। आई
Hmm.
too much at stake है, like anything can happen, so you know
And also, what happened to Vincent yesterday, also, no, that was so sad. I don't know if you caught that, Rakesh Bhai. He had a completely
yeah,
winning position against, his
blue bomb।
countrymate Blue Bomb, and that knight G3.
Hmm.
It was such a sad miss. I think he was completely winning, and if he drew today, then his spot would be fixed. And and he's been there. He's been there, and of course he deserves the candidate spot, but he has to beat Arjun with the black pieces.
या एंड देन ऐसे बोलते हैं नॉर्मली चेन्नई जीएम जो जीते उसकी लाइफ बन जाती है। चेन्नई
Hmm.
जीएम के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स विल बी रूटिंग इन अ वे कि विंसेंट कुछ कर पाए, बट इनफैक्ट वो मैनेजर है अर्जुन के भी। सो बहुत ही बड़े दुविधा में है वो। बट लेट्स कम टू अनदर गेम विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सहेज, कैन वी गो टू हैव अ क्विक लुक, 30-second लुक एट द फिरूजा गेम एंड अनीश
Firouz
गिरी
again.
गेम?
Oh, by the way, this was the position A6 was brilliancy by Blue
ब्रिलियंसी,
Bomb,
क्या
and he
बात
goes
है।
Rook A4. He played two brilliancies already in this event, but in this game, sorry. And yeah, now I think he has to make some like waiting moves. Yeah, Rook F B1, King F2, moves like that. I'm seeing H4 as the best move, but I'm not going to play H4 here. Of course not. Rook F B1 looks most logical to me. Because if I go Rook A2, then I have Rook B2. But okay, Ali Reza is going to push here for sure. But I think for Ali Reza, his time is kind of an issue here.
Yeah, big issue, and I think a bigger issue, honestly, Sahaj, is pieces ना धीरे धीरे कम होते जा रहे हैं। तो
Hmm.
जिसका मतलब विनिंग चांसेस भी कम होते जा रहे हैं। So, but everything to play for. Again, quick 30-second look at whether Firuza with 5 minutes for 8 moves, वो भी एक काफी important dynamic है। Second, oh भाई, Hans has made another mistake.
That's a
Looks like
blunder. Rook B3 is winning.
Rook B3, Bishop B3, Bishop takes C5. And I
That's
think
winning.
Anish is calculating, is this endgame winning for me? He's a pawn up in an equal bishop endgame. सहज क्या लगता है?
It is winning, actually. I mean, I can see the bar and it's winning. Unless there is a fortress. which I'm not sure about. Like the fortress could be if black gets to play h6 and g5 once you take this, yeah? Because then I can put a barrier on the dark squares, and maybe that can be a fortress in this position. But it is winning. The position is winning for him. Like at least according to the bar, it's winning.
Hans, yaar, please बचा ले, because if he wins, then Arjun के chances are absolutely gone, which we won't want.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. That is crazy. Rakesh bhai, मैं दो just give me like a minute, yeah? I'll just be right back.
mhm. Sure,
I'll
sure.
keep this game on, okay?
हाँ, चलेगा. So, chat, will Anish find a rook takes b3? Anish के पास है 10 मूव करने हैं 8 मिनट में. But if he just thinks कि अगर वो एंड गेम विनिंग है जो सहज भाई ने अभी दिखाया, then it's absolutely game over after that. Let's see what he does. Let's see chat. What's chat saying? भाई प्लीज अनीश ड्रॉ कर ले. हिमांग बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सेम. VD and Mishra draw red. We'll check on that. Not sure. We'll check on that position as well. But overall दिख देख के तो काफी ज्यादा ड्रॉइश लग रहा है मुझे. And yeah, doesn't look. We'll show it to the chat also once Sahaj Bhai is back. But philosophy, Anish Giri will win for sure. Fix. Anish won't take that knight. सागर भाई आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर प्लीज ऐसा कुछ हो जाए. अर्जुन के चांसेस वैसे भी नहीं है. आई प्रेफर दैट अनीश पर. क्यों नहीं है? अनीश कैन टोटली क्वालिफाई. Anish can qualify. Arjun can qualify. If Arjun wins and Anish doesn't win, then Arjun is through. So all results possible here, chat. कहाँ से हो? मुंबई से. I'm from Mumbai, chat. Um, Gukesh game, please. Yes, Gukesh is very close to winning. A nice end. मतलब बीच start अच्छा था गुकेश का. बीच में was not so fun. Like was winless for 5 games, 6 games in a row. फिर वापस लास्ट के 2 games जीत गया. So that will be good for his show. And Anish has played it. Anish has
Wow.
played it.
Anish is showing up, yeah? He's showing up. Beautiful.
Wow. Taken, Sahaj Bhai.
And now Hans has a difficult choice. Like if he knows this, if he figures out that this endgame with bishop b3, bishop c5 is lost for him, I mean, there is no counterplay for black here, right? There is no chance that you can defend this. If it's lost, then it's lost. It's a same colored bishop ending. There's not much hope there. Also, White's a pawn, this is going to be very crucial later on that it's the right color for this bishop on a6. So that's a very important point. So if this is winning, then there is no chance. Like you cannot save this anymore. But if he goes rook a6, he keeps the bishop on the board. Sorry, he keeps the rooks on the board after bishop c5, king d8. But this. I feel here White's winning chances are even more somehow.
I respectfully disagree, Grandmaster Ji, because opposite color bishops है and इसमें कुछ
Hmm.
गेम बन सकता है मुझे लग रहा है.
तो
मतलब मुझे
व्हाइट का
डिफेंड ही
चांस
कर.
रुक क्या ना यार.
हाँ, मेरे को डिफेंड ही करना है तो मैं ये करूंगा ना, rather than being just a pawn down, मैं opposite color में कुछ चांस करूँ. अगर
Rook,
रुक
okay, yeah,
B7 भी आ
makes
रहा है.
sense. Makes sense, makes sense. But I cannot take Rook
You can
a7 here. That's a good
take.
point. That's
Yeah,
a
you
draw.
cannot.
This is a draw.
रुक स्ट्रेट
So,
नहीं करने चैट इन ऑपोजिट
hmm.
कलर. बट नवी
But
मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का भी भाई आई थिंक सितंबर एंड बोल रहे हैं. और नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट, बट चैट वाज सेइंग आप गए थे तभी गुकेश गेम दिखा देना. एंड लुक्स लाइक, एक सेकंड लेट मी जस्ट कंफर्म.
yeah, he is winning, completely winning.
भाई एंड गुकेश इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग चैट. सो सहज में मैं चैट को बोल रहा था कि स्टार्ट अच्छा था, बीच में विनलेस गए 4 5 6 गेम, फिर अभी एंड में वापस 2 जीत गए. तो एटलीस्ट
Hmm.
कॉन्फिडेंस हल्का सा विल बी बैक. रेटिंग विल ऑल्सो बी बैक. बट कैन वी क्विकली जंप इन टू मिश्रा जी भाई? क्योंकि आई सी सम अपडेट्स. एक तो एंडी वुडवर का ड्रॉ हो गया, सो ही इज आउट. ही इज आई थिंक
Mm-hmm.
काइंड ऑफ पनिश्ड कि उन्होंने अटैकिंग ओपनिंग नहीं चूज किया अगेंस्ट एंडी वुडवर, अगेंस्ट यू यांगी. सो एंडी वुडवर्ड जो एकदम यंग 15 साल के बच्चे हैं, हिज चांसेस आउट नाउ. और एक 16 साल के बच्चे हैं अभिमन्यु मिश्रा, जिनका चांस था, जिनका सबसे बेस्ट टाई ब्रेक था सहज. इट लुक्स लाइक दिस गेम इज हेडिंग टू अ ड्रॉ.
For sure. But I think a great result for Abhimanyu Mishra regardless, yeah, because he's I mean he has not lost a single game. I mean he still has that. How many games is it that he is unbeaten for?
68 now, 68
Six.
games.
Wow. After this game, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, 68 games unbeaten and playing against literally the best players in the world. I mean, in this
Hmm.
tournament alone, I mean, he has played, I mean, Pragg, Gukesh, Anish, Nodirbek, Hans, MVL, and Vidit. And I mean,
Sure, but
and
you know,
he, and
I
he
will. Yeah, but I will want something at the end of it, no, as a reward. मतलब स्ट्रीक है, रेटिंग है, पैसा भी डिसेंट 10 20 15 हजार डॉलर मिल जाएंगे. But
hmm,
it's not a mem and it's a draw. It's a draw. भाई VD का तो चांस नहीं था फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स बट Vidit ends with 7 out of 11. Abhimanyu Mishra also ends with 7 out of 11. जिसका मतलब सहज ना काफी चीजें और खुलती हुई. नाउ यू सी अभिमन्यु मिश्रा भाई स्टैंडिंग में सबसे ऊपर चले गए.
hmm.
बट एटलीस्ट उससे एटलीस्ट 3 लोग तो जाने वाले हैं 7 7.5 पे. वॉट एवर हैपेंस. सो अभिमन्यु मिश्रा इज एब्सोल्युटली आउट. विच मीन सहज अपने ऑनगोइंग गेम्स का प्रेशर और वैल्यू उतना बढ़ गया क्योंकि ये प्लेयर्स तो नजर रख रहे हैं कि क्या चल रहा है दूसरे बोर्ड्स पे.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I think the main pressure is on Arjun versus Vincent because now Abhimanyu drawing means both of their chances increase to qualify.
Hmm.
But for Vincent, it's still very difficult, especially if Anish wins and I know if the first board, whatever result is, then Vincent will not qualify because he's going to I think he's going to be on third place, even on 7.5 points. So Vincent has to try to play for a win. And look at this, Rakesh bhai. He has to go, like the only chance for him to play for a win is to sack the bishop. He has to go bishop b7 and bishop takes d5.
Yeah. uh, I think yeah you have to go for it ना मतलब otherwise there's no way to victory.
Yeah, basically. But he has 4.5 minutes on the clock. Maybe he waits a bit and then goes for it, but it might be too late because Arjun also has a break with g4 that should not be ignored. Because once, black takes and white takes the e4 pawn, then these two pawns start to look really scary. So
आई
he
थिंक
has
सच
to
में
go
बोल रहा था
bishop
ना
b7.
एक हल्का सा मिस्टेक एंड अर्जुन इज नॉट जस्ट बैक इन द गेम ही कैन विन दिस. एंड यू नो
Hmm.
इवन जस्ट आई लाइक दिस आइडिया G4 G5 मार के रुक G3 चेक देके किंग भी घुस जाएगा भाई D4 पे. किंग
Hmm.
भी
Like
D4 पे
this.
दो 3 कदम में आ जाएगा देन तो इट्स आई वुड प्रेफर व्हाइट एक्चुअली इन आफ्टर दैट. तो
Hmm.
विंसेंट को ढूंढना पड़ेगा ये ओनली प्लान बट इट माइट बी फ्यूटाइल. बाय द वे हांस हैज एंटर्ड दैट बिशप एंड गेम. ऑपोजिट कलर नहीं हुआ वहां पे.
I told you he would go for it. By the way,
वेट
g5
वेट से
only move.
यस
He
सेज
has not
लेट्स से
played it yet.
लेट्स इफ आई प्ले किंग E3 प्ले इवैल्यूएशन बार देखते हैं.
It's less now. At 6 is a draw.
Wow, chat. I think this is the candidate's qualification. If Anish plays G5, he goes to the candidates. I think Anish is through no matter what. No?
No, no,
Anish का
Anish is
tie
not
break तो
through.
अच्छा है.
No, not through yet. No.
Let's check. I
Would it
have
be
the
Anish?
I have a photo तो मैं देख लेता हूँ एक सेकंड.
Hmm.
मेरे पास सारे सिनारियोज हैं. I'll let you know.
No, Anish's tiebreak is not as good. I think Hans's tiebreak is better than Anish's.
But Hans तो गया ना भाई.
हाँ,
Hans फिर
Hans
से ही तो
गया.
जीत गया. Okay, so Giri versus Neiman. Must win game for both. Draw eliminates both players. Erigaisi needs a draw here. But yeah, Anish is almost through. Anish ke odds are 98% if he wins.
Oh, G5 played, by
So,
the way, on the board.
oh man,
Anish on
Anish
the verge
Giri.
of a candidate's qualification spot here, chat. Insane.
आई एंड यू नो उसको उसने पिछले कैंडिडेट्स में ना एक पिछले नहीं पिछले के पिछले एक बार उसने 14 में से 14 गेम ड्रॉ किए थे. काफी ज्यादा ट्रोलिंग हुई थी बट नाउ ही मेक्स अ कमबैक. आई थिंक सहज लेट्स जस्ट शो चैट की क्या होगा ये एंड गेम में. लाइक आई ट्राई टू प्ले ब्लैक से. आप
Okay.
ट्राई करना व्हाइट से प्रूव करना. लेट्स से मैं खेलता हूँ मैंने इग्नोर किया आपको मैं खेलता हूँ किंग E5.
King
फटाफट
E5,
एकदम
I think
ब्लिट्स.
King E3,
हाँ
F4 check incoming.
ठीक है ना, ब्लिट्स
King.
बुलेट करने वाले अपन। पॉन टेक्स
Okay.
पॉन।
Pawn takes pawn.
और मैं खेलता हूँ लेट्स से G6। मेरा पॉइंट है कि मैं एकदम टाइट बैठने वाला हूं, मैं कुछ करने ही नहीं वाला।
F4 check.
किंग E6।
King D4.
बिशप C4 का ट्रेड का थ्रेट, किंग E7 खेलता हूं मैं।
Bishop C4 anyways, I think.
एंड बिशप G8 जाके आप पॉन खा लोगे मेरा वहां
No,
पे।
I think I'm planning to play F5 at the right moment. That's my goal.
हम्म।
Or actually, I can, if you go Bishop C2, I can even just go Bishop D3 and F5. Or you can even go King E5 and F5. Both of them are winning for me. Once I push F5, it's +7. It's over.
या इट्स ओवर, इट्स
By
ओवर,
the
आई
way,
एग्री।
he also ignores, he plays Bishop E6, so the same idea as you. And now it's very easy for Anish because if he goes King E3, King D4, F4, and E5, it's basically winning. Anish has won this, why? I think it's
एंड
over.
मस्ट विन गेम में ये करना इज ह्यूज।
Insane, भाई. एक आधा इंडियन तो क्वालिफाई हो गया.
क्वार्टर।
Quarter.
25% आई थिंक उसका।
Hmm. But Hans winning this position is like Magnus beating Stockfish a piece. Magnus beating Stockfish a piece down. No, no, no. I think the odds of Hans winning this is, I think, way less than that. Hans is not winning this position because he has no counterplay. As we said, it's the same colored bishop and he's a pawn down. So all he has to do is bring the king up, play f4, play e5, and that's it. The game is over.
क्या ड्रीमी गेम था ना, लाइक ही गॉट वो डबल बिशप पेयर एडवांटेज,
Mhm.
हल्के से धीरे धीरे प्रेशर। हांस ब्लिट्सिंग नाउ सहज, बिकॉज आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट गेम ओवर।
Yeah, he's playing king c5 to, put up some resistance to not allow king d4. That's his goal.
सहज
And
भाई,
now,
सहज भाई, लेट्स गो टू बोर्ड वन क्विकली, बिकॉज रास्ता साफ हो गया, हाईवे इज क्लियर। Matthias Blubaum is driving on that autobahn to the candidate spot.
oh, yeah, the first board is, I think, going well for him because the best
ये
that
डन
black
है
can
भाई।
do is give checks. There is
This
nothing
is
else that you can
GG।
do.
या एब्सोल्युटली, एंड आई थिंक चैट बोल रही है ब्लूबॉम ने चार ब्रिलियंसीज किए, एंड विद दैट आई थिंक ही डिजर्व्स इट, एंड विद द अदर रिजल्ट्स आल्सो कंफर्म नाउ, ब्लूबॉम एंड अनीश गिरी, ऐसे लग रहा है ये दो प्लेयर्स क्वालिफाई होंगे।
Hmm. Yes. Yes, that's and Anish will win the tournament, basically. So last year it was Vidit.
यस, एंड नाउ
Last
हिज
time it was,
बेस्टी।
yes, and now it's Bestie. Crazy, why? Crazy, crazy, crazy. So now I think Rook D7, Rook F7, whichever move is just a draw because black should just be giving checks. He also has to keep an eye out for this pawn on A7. Like for example, if I play, I don't know, Rook F7 or something, you play Rook G2 check, I play King F1, and now you say, okay, let me push this pawn. Then actually 8 queen is a threat in this position, and actually Rook BB7 is just a checkmate. So you can lose this as well. Let's not forget that chart.
या
But
बाय द वे आई थिंक
uh-huh.
we got a bit ahead of ourselves शायद ब्लू बॉम के लिए, बिकॉज अगर विंसेंट वहां पे जीत गया, देन इट्स विंसेंट एंड गिरी हु गो थ्रू। और जिसका मतलब ये भी है सहज कि विंसेंट और गिरी का टाई ब्रेक सेम है, लाइक द एवरेज रेटिंग, एंड इफ देयर बुक होल्स इज आल्सो सेम, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी अ कॉइन टॉस टू डिसाइड द विनर।
ओहो, ओहो.
या
बुक
चैट
होल्स
मतलब
लेकिन सेम
सिक्का
थोड़ी ना हो
घुमाएंगे,
सकता है
चिट्ठी
भाई.
निकालेंगे या कॉइन चलाएंगे, ऐसा है।
बट लेकिन
क्या क्या
सेम थोड़ी ना हो सकता है बुक होल्स यार. बुक होल्स सेम होना इज
है अभी,
अनरियलिस्टिक.
आज के आज आज सेम है उनका।
रियली?
रियली रियली,
लाइक नॉट देयर एवरेज रेटिंग, आई मीन.
एवरेज रेटिंग सेम है भाई। दिस
एवरेज
इज टाई
रेटिंग, अच्छा
ब्रेक वन।
हाँ, टाई ब्रेक 2 इज द सेम 50 and 50, and टाई ब्रेक 2 is sorry, tie break 3, Vincent has 54.5 and Anish has 54. Why?
बट आई थिंक बोथ ऑफ देम विल टेक इट यार, अगर कैंडिडेट स्पॉट के लिए होता है ये सेकंड थर्ड तो बहुत डर लगता था, बट
Hmm.
लेट्स जंप टू द अर्जुन गेम भाई, क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा है रुक E8 इज द ओनली मूव, विंसेंट के पास 1.5 मिनट।
Pressure on Vincent Keimer. He is technically in a much better position on the track to win, but he has to find rook e8. Or he can also play bishop takes d5 and finally sack this bishop and play with two rooks and rook and two knights. And Arjun would have to channel that inner Gukesh, yeah, जो वो Gukesh और वेई वाला game मुझे याद आ रहा है from the Olympiad when he had two knights against a rook,
या
where he managed to win that. But that's what he needs right now. But looking difficult, looking very difficult.
थ्रू दैट। एंड आई थिंक क्या G5 कैन वी कम, एक मूव पीछे आ सकता है।
Yeah,
H5
Arjun
मिस्टेक बाय अर्जुन, G5 गुड मूव,
F
टेक्स।
and now rook e8. Basically, you have to go rook e8 to annoy this knight. But the knight is not trapped. White can play knight d3. Remember, you cannot take because the rook bishop is pinned. Now the next move for Vincent is kind of difficult because he has to find bishop c6, attacking this knight and also defending his bishop at the same time. And if you take dc6, then I can go rook takes d3, and then I'm just winning. So you have to go knight dc5, and now I think there are a bunch of moves that are better for Vincent Keimer here. Bishop a4 is better, bishop d5 is better, and f4 straight away is also better. So he has a bunch of choices, and he makes a mistake.
भाई यस, रुक C7 ऑन द बोर्ड एंड पोजीशन पूरी तरह से इक्वल सहज में।
Oof. भाई, I have no idea what's gonna happen in this game. I'm waiting for the sutras भाई. कुछ बता दो, मेरे मेरे से हैंडल नहीं हो रहा भाई ये.
भाई सूत्र तो क्या ही बताएंगे, रुक सीजन मिस्टेक। केमर के पास सिर्फ 1 मिनट है अगले 4 मूव के लिए। कैन यू क्विकली जंप टू गिरी वाला गेम, बिकॉज लेट्स सी, वी वांट दैट दिस गेम टू एंड इन अ ड्रॉ, तो ही अर्जुन का चांस बना रहेगा। बट
ये
सहज क्या
लेकिन
लग रहा है कि कुछ गड़बड़, कुछ ब्लंडर आ सकता है।
ये
कितने
ब्लंडर.
प्रतिशत देंगे आप फॉर अ ड्रॉ?
And there is no chance Anish makes a mistake here. There is no chance. I think he has won. I think
बट क्यों,
Anish
लाइक
has already won.
मेरे को तो विन दिख ही नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे, मतलब कैसे
भाई कुछ
कैसे जीतोगे
बिशप
भाई?
f1 बिशप h3 आ सकता है कभी
फ्री
फ्यूचर
पीस है
में.
ना, बिशप इंटू H3 मार दूंगा फिर।
किंग g3 रख के ये तो बिशप b5 बिशप e8 बिशप को इस डायगोनल पे ही तो डालना है आपको. इस
और
डायगोनल पे डाल दिया तो
ये
बिशप
विनिंग
g4 पे
प्लान
रख
है।
सकते हो.
लाइक सेड
हाँ, बिशप g4
एक्सप्लेन
पे
टू
रख
मी
दो. सो लाइक
लाइक M5।
लाइक दिस.
ओके, ब्रिंग द बिशप देयर, देन आई हैव टू रिमूव द बिशप फ्रॉम देयर।
एंड देन व्हेन यू रिमूव इट आई प्ले किंग f5 एंड देन आई टेक दिस pawn. That's how I think his a4 move is very clever because if he removed the bishop before, then black could play a5, a4, and in the time that you're bringing the bishop here, I am already improving my position and I can take this pawn and promote faster. So that's why he's playing a4, a5 to make sure this pawn remains on a7, and after he moves the bishop, black will not be able to improve his position. So I think a very clinical decision by Anish. He has thought this all the way through and I think he is qualifying.
या
Easy भाई, easy. And I think समय भाई के साथ मेरी एक मैगी बेट लगी थी. उन्होंने कहा था अनीश क्वालिफाई करेगा. मैंने कहा था नहीं, हांस कर सकता है क्वालिफाई. बट seems like I am going to lose that Maggie bet today.
भाई, ये होने के लिए तो खुशी खुशी मैगी देंगे हम।
Of course, खुश हो के एकदम.
अनीश क्वालिफाई हो गया तो मजा ही मजा है ना भाई।
हम्म. G4 में बिशप को आना है, बस F6 गया फिर. एग्जैक्टली G4 पे रखना है बिशप. I think he has seen this. He has seen this all the way through. And of course, you can say, what if black goes king c5 or goes for this pawn? Whenever you move this pawn away, I get e5 in, and then I can push this pawn much faster than you will take this pawn and then move it away and then push all the way. Mera pawn is going to be much faster here.
या बाय द वे, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट अपडेट वुमेन्स कैंडिडेट्स के लिए 2026, वी नाउ हैव 3 इंडियंस, दिव्या देशमुख और कोनेरू हम्पी क्वालिफाइड फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड कप, एंड वैशाली फ्रॉम द ग्रैंड स्विस। अगर हरी का भी हो जाए कहीं से तो इन द
वर्ल्ड कप
आई
के थ्रू,
थिंक
हाँ.
वुमेन्स सीरीज लिस्ट है 24-25 का,
हम्म.
तो ऐसा हो सकता है कि 4 इंडियन वुमेन विल बी प्लेइंग द कैंडिडेट्स।
हम्म. क्रेजी। तो बेसिकली जो ओपन कैंडिडेट्स में हमारा जो लास्ट टाइम सीन था, वहां पे अब
करेक्ट
वुमेन्स
करेक्ट।
कैंडिडेट्स में सीन है।
अनीश विल विन 100%, ऐसे ही लग रहा है ब्रदर। सम रैंडम चेस लवर बोल रहे हैं। एंड if Anish wins, Arjun chances are zero. Arjun can go home, Shubham. If Anish wins, Arjun's chances are zero. His game does not matter for him. It will matter for Vincent Kemer though.
इमेजिन अर्जुन
सहज
इज
भाई स्विच करें,
व्हाइल
स्विच।
विंसेंट इज, हाँ श्योर श्योर, इमेजिन
बोर्ड
इफ लाइक
बोर्ड
दिस इज द
स्विच करें।
पोजीशन राइट नाउ. Imagine if Arjun is, his opponent is thinking and he just goes up and he looks at Anish's board. कितना डिप्रेशन होगा ना देख के यार. जीतने
सही
के
में।
बाद भी कोई चांस नहीं है मेरे पास.
मतलब ऐसा लगेगा कि मैं क्यों ही कर रहा हूँ ऐसे ये सब।
हम्म. साहिल
बट
भाई अभी हरा देगा हंस को यहाँ पे. भाई क्यों तोड़ रहे हो साहिल? ऑलरेडी तबीयत खराब है
करेक्ट।
बेचारे की.
नहीं नहीं, बुखार। नहीं, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, इल साहिल भाई भी हरा देगा। हाँ, उसको वो
हम्म.
पोजीशन, बुखार वाला साहिल। बाय द
बिल्कुल
वे,
बिल्कुल.
ही हैव व्हाट डिड ही प्लेड G4 प्लेड।
Another
मिस्टेक
mistakes.
भाई।
Wow,
बट
bishop takes d5
विंस
is very strong here for Vincent Keimer. Even
30
rook e7
सेकेंड
is
फॉर
very strong.
विंसेंट। भाई आई थिंक
Three more
आइडिया
moves.
टेक बिशप D5 मार दो, दो रुक के चेक लैडर चेकमेट कर सकते हो आप कहीं ना कहीं। रुक
He doesn't
E7
do it.
प्लेड।
Ah, he's going for rook g7. That's his plan. Knight d3 played. Okay, now rook g7 is the key move here. If he doesn't find rook g7, he's in trouble. Yep, you can see it from the blue arrow. Knight d3. Rook g7 is
भाई
the move. 40 seconds for
अर्जुन
Vincent Keimer.
स्मार्टली प्लेइंग फास्ट।
Mm-hmm.
30 seconds for Vincent. He
Oh,
played.
played. Oof. Oof.
So Abhi, I think I have to defend the knight, and then you just play rook into G5, right?
Basically, yeah. I think this is winning for Vincent. This must be winning.
मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा। नाइट C5 खेलूंगा तो आप कैसे मारोगे रुक G5? फिर B7 हैंगिंग है।
Bishop c8 I'll play, no? And then I'll play rook g5. Probably. I'm
हाँ
guessing.
ओके।
Knight c5, like these two knights are going to be really bad here. Oh, actually, bishop d5 only move here. That's a nice find.
आई थॉट सो।
cd5 and then rook g5 again only move.
भाई दिस इज टफ, बट लकीली ना 38 मूव्स डन फॉर विंसेंट। एंड वो सब सोचने के लिए उसको 1 मिनट बहुत कम पड़ेगा, बट जो
हाँ.
50 मिनट मिल जाएंगे उसमें वो सोच लेगा आराम से।
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, knight कहाँ पे रखना है? Whether Arjun sees his bishop d5, rook g5 is the question. That is a tough point. Okay, 2 minutes for Arjun. Does he go knight f2? Does he go knight c5? Does he go knight e5? We don't know.
यार कम ऑन चैट, एनी होप्स? Gukesh winning, yes, Gukesh is winning. We'll go there after time control has been reached because candidates affect नहीं कर रहा ये। आज लास्ट दिन है क्या? बिल्कुल भाई, फाइनल फिनाले राउंड 11 on 11।
Yup, we're about to reach the 40 move mark. उसके बाद थोड़ा सा slow हो जाएगा. But until then, if the position is winning, then it's going to be very, very difficult to equalize that for Arjun. Vincent, yeah, it takes guts to play the hippo against Arjun. I have to give him that. Knight f2 played, by the way, by Arjun. And now rook takes g5 is very logical.
Saves. Yeah, simple and
Played.
logical. Played. One more move to go, chat.
King f1, okay, sidestepping, getting away from the pin, threatening gf5 in the next move because he doesn't want connected pawns anymore. I volunteer to complete Kemar and Anish's remaining moves.
That would be
तबीयत ठीक है
lovely.
भाई आपकी? Are you good? By the way, Anish and Hans is completely winning. Anish is still thinking. I think 40 moves are done more or less in that position. Alireza also has some chances, yeah. I mean, you cannot say it's he can push d4, d3, but then what?
किया
It's
उसने.
interesting actually.
Let's stick to this game, Sahaj.
Hmm.
एक मूव होने के बाद फिर you can show the chat board के साथ some analysis. Sahaj, most important 20 seconds of Vincent Skymer's life
So far, yes, for sure.
so far. हाँ हाँ. भाई, we know
Bishop
the
C8.
40th move curse. 40th move का curse पता है हमको.
Ooh! As soon as you said it, he makes a mistake and he goes bishop takes d5. The 40th move curse strikes here again.
भाई कैसे हो सकता है ये? And now position is like back in the balance, right?
Yeah, more or less equal. That's insane. He took bishop d5 at the wrong moment.
जो
पहले
आप
he
आई
could have
थिंक
taken
आधे
it.
घंटे से चिल्ला रहे थे, मारना बिशप d5.
हाँ. Okay, now 40 moves are done. I think he's going to take rook d5, but I'm not sure if he's on the board, if he's going to take a short break. I think fully deserved. Let's switch to Anish's board because I think the one more move still needs to be played in this position. Anish is completely winning. He just needs to find a way to put his bishop to g4. That's the key here.
या उसने आपका सुन के think a5 तक लेके गया पॉन को.
Hmm.
Hans is just chilling, but Anish is smartly maneuvering.
Hans can do, I mean, he cannot do anything else besides wait, yeah, because he's covering all the important squares here. So the king cannot enter. So he has to use his bishop on g4, not on f5, because if you put it on f5, then black bishop moves and then the king cannot get the f5 square. So it must be g4.
Mm-hmm. 1 minute for Anish. भाई सहज नो चांस दो बार 40th मूव कर्स देखेंगे ना.
भाई यहाँ पे व्हाइट से आप गलती कैसे करोगे? लाइक
हाँ एक्चुअली लाइक
यू
ओनली
कैन प्ले
बिशप
एनीथिंग.
b5 या बिशप c8 ही ब्लंडर हो सकता है, बाकी तो कुछ हो ही
हाँ,
नहीं सकता ब्लंडर.
और कुछ पॉसिबल ही नहीं है इधर.
आई एम जस्ट वेरी
क्रेजी.
क्यूरियस टू सी कि भाई अनीश इज अनीश गारंटीड क्वालिफाइड. ये देखना था मेरे को विद द विन.
आई
सो
थिंक सो, नो? Because Blue Bomb and Alireza are drawing their match,
हम्म.
and that means only two guys on 8 points. That is if Vincent wins.
या
The only
करेक्ट.
way
नहीं
it's
तो
not guaranteed if Alireza, sorry, if Blue Bomb wins. ये क्या हुआ भाई? भाई ये क्या हुआ? चा,
क्या हो गया?
भाई ये क्या हुआ? Are you seeing this?
रीलोड. क्या ये? आप 20 मुंह पीछे क्यों चले गए?
नहीं, I didn't go. Look, my hands are up. The moves are being made on its own.
भाई भूत भूत है क्या आपके इसमें कुछ? आई कैन सी द गेम यहीं से ही. हाय.
Why I'm telling
20.
you, my hands are up. I'm not making moves here. भूत आ
ये
गया
क्या
भाई.
हो गया?
Not sure, not sure.
डीजीटी एरर, सम डीजीटी एरर प्रोबेबली.
Some digit error, yeah, for sure. I think the moves are coming in very quickly though.
या हंस टाइम ट्रैवल करेक्ट. हंस इज डूइंग समथिंग फन. भाई हंगरी नहीं, आप भी चेक करोगे आपके घर में भी ऐसा ही है.
अभी bishop c5. I mean, this is again, I'm showing you. I think the moves will be done quickly while it gets updated. I think let's take a quick look at Blue Bomb versus Firuza because I think okay, the 40 moves are done here. Oh, it's a very simple draw here for Blue Bomb.
चैट,
Just
लेट्स
rotate.
लेट्स गिव चैट अ चांस.
अच्छा, मैंने तो बता ही दिया.
नहीं नहीं, मैंने बोल दिया आपके ऊपर तो सुना ही नहीं देगा वो.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा. What do you think, chat? Only two moves are drawn here. एक तो मैंने बता दी जो शायद आपने सुना ना हो, बट दूसरी क्या है?
ओके. एक. नहीं, इट्स वाइट टू प्ले. हाँ, वाइट की चाल बोलनी है आपको, वाइट टू प्ले एंड ड्रॉ. Nishant is saying first board can't afford to draw as Vincent and Anish are winning, and he's absolutely right. भाई ऐसा है कि ड्रॉ फिरूजा ने इतना डच डिफेंस खेला, एकदम अटैकिंग, बट दोनों का ही फायदा नहीं हुआ. ब्लू बॉम अगेन लाइक आई सेड फॉर अभिमन्यु मिश्रा, ड्रीम टूर्नामेंट. रेटिंग बढ़ी आपके बारे में, आई थिंक जन लोगों ने सुना, बट वो एक लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट नहीं होगा अनलेस ही क्वालिफाइज विद द कैंडिडेट्स. So
Hmm.
Blue Bomb is currently, praying कि अर्जुन एरी कैसे ड्रॉ कर ले, then he is through.
या अगर विंसेंट जीत जाता है तो इट विल बी जस्ट वन जर्मन प्लेयर इज गोना मेक थ्रू या
Correct,
आइदर
correct.
विंसेंट और फिर ब्लू बॉम इफ अर्जुन विंस देन ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन इज गोना बी थ्रू बाय द वे राकेश भाई एक बार
Mhm. हाँ, okay.
कुछ खबर आई है बढ़िया
खबर तो आई है. And Ashish is saying Blue Bomb beat the top three seed like all Indians. So he's right about that. मतलब
हम्म
मैंने बोला कि amazing tournament for Blue Bomb, but does he have something to show for it at the end?
हम्म
तो सहज भाई, can we show the draw here? कैसा?
in blue bomb's word king
हाँ,
g1
यही. हम्म,
is the move. Rookie 2 is the other move. Rookie 2 is harder to defend. King G1 is easier. Black can either give checks here, of course, or black can play Rook G2. King F1 पे Rook F2 mate है ऐसे. तो you will go King H1 of course. King Rook H2 King G1. अब यहाँ पे Rook H4 नहीं मार सकते आप. That's an important thing because I will go Rook E8 and I will just promote. And White is the one winning here. So very important thing. You cannot do that. And if you go Rook G2 check, सॉरी नॉट रुक जी टू चाहिए रुक जी टू चेक किंग एच वन रुक एफ टू यू कैन कंटिन्यू द गेम क्योंकि वाइट को फिर से किंग एच वन खेलना है रुक एफ थ्री यू विल टेक एंड ओके रुक ई सेवन इज अ ड्रॉ हेयर रुक डी फोर इज अ ड्रॉ हेयर एवरीथिंग इज अ ड्रॉ हेयर बट या that's the update but basically this game is going to end in a draw I think 99% chance it ends in a draw.
yeah.
By the way, switching back to Arjun versus Vincent, I think now Vincent in deep thought, he knows he has a better position. He has to find king f7 or king f8, but it feels like Vincent, I think, is gonna draw this one. I feel like
Yeah.
this doesn't feel good enough for a win.
This is, Arjun का तो must win था to have any chances of qualifying. But now I think he might be even happy with the draw, especially seeing कि भाई Giri is very close to winning. Like Giri is almost there, 99% हो गया.
Hmm. Yeah, 19, like yeah, very, very close, I think. But he's still thinking Anish in this position.
Mhm.
As I said, कुछ भी खेल सकते हो आप यहाँ पे. By the way, oh, it's already moved 41 in this situation. Maybe that's why the board updated. कि A4 A5 के
Got
बाद
it.
40 पहले 39 था. Maybe something we missed there. Vincent shaking his head, really. So Vincent is not happy. Maybe he
He now
thinks that
realizes,
the
right?
position is not winning anymore. He knew it was winning at some point.
Mhm.
Why are you rooting Giri so much? Why not? He is about to defeat Hans Niemann and seal his candidate spot, and that's huge. That is huge for Anish. That's great news.
True, true. But Anish win का मतलब है अर्जुन का पत्ता कट गया सहज भाई. तो
Yeah.
वो एक ड्रॉबैक तो है.
वर्ल्ड कप है लेकिन वर्ल्ड
अरे
कप
भाई
में आप कुछ
वर्ल्ड
कर
कप
सकते हो.
आखिरी चांस है ना फिर.
हाँ
ऐसे भी
सब बात
सोचो
है.
ना आप.
Hot take, but all players from 2700 to 2800 are of same strength. Fully disagree. Completely disagree.
हाँ एक्चुअली मतलब आप अपने
तो आप
काफी एग्जांपल्स भी देखे होंगे. बाय द वे,
आपका आपके कहने का मतलब है लाइक फाबी इज द सेम स्ट्रेंथ एज लेट्स से यू यंगी.
नो वे भाई. Interesting question by Ayush. Is qualifying through World Cup harder than in Grand Swiss?
फॉर मी यस. आई पर्सनली यस. आई मीन आप यहाँ पे सब्जेक्टिव ओपिनियन नहीं तो दोगे लाइक आई थिंक ग्रैंड
Hmm.
स्विस में I think it's just one tournament, and World Cup maybe it's just one tournament, but you are playing against the same player twice. You are also facing tie breaks, which is Rapid, Blitz, Armageddon, and so on. And it's a month long event. This tournament is what,
हाँ
10 days, 11 days.
करेक्ट इजियर टू हैव अ ड्रीम टूर्नामेंट एंड प्लस भाई वहां पे इट्स नॉकआउट यहाँ पे आप हार गए तो एक कमबैक का चांस तो है सो नोइंग दैट यू कैन बी लाइक ऑन अ फ्लाइट टुमारो इज वेरी स्कैरी कि आप कभी भी नॉकआउट हो सकते हो
Yeah, for sure. So I think that for sure, I think is more difficult for me. But also, I think for stronger, more experienced players, it gives them a slight advantage as well because
भाई
you can study the player.
एक सेकंड चेस ब्रिलियंसी प्लीज गलत एक तो स्पैम भी नहीं करना चाहिए और एक ऊपर से गलत चीज आप स्पैम कर रहे हो सो वेरी अनफेयर फॉर द
ये
अदर्स
सही नहीं किया आपने चेस ब्रिलियंसी.
और हुआ भी नहीं है भाई मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि
Hmm.
ड्रॉ अगर सूत्र है आपके तो सही था बट गुकेश गेम प्लीज बोल रहे हैं चैट नाउ आई थिंक टाइम कंट्रोल हो गया सो लेट्स गो टू गुकेश गेम लेट्स गिव चैट व्हाट दे वांट
Let's go. Oh, Gukesh is dead winning. Bhai, this is dead winning. You
हाँ
cannot
ये
even take hg4, hg4, queen g4. Like I'll just show it because rook h7, king hg1, e2 checkmate.
ब्यूटिफुल
So I think
ब्यूटिफुल एंड
second win in a row for the world champion. He must be feeling like himself. I think good end for
या
him.
वेरी गुड एंड फॉर गुकेश लेट्स गो कम ऑन गुकी
Basically, Divya and Robert Hovhanashya and the draws that he made, I think kind of stopped the bleeding in that sense for him. And then I think he started to feel like himself. I think जब भी ये multiple losses होते हैं, I think in any tournament, you need a draw. You need a break. You need to cut the bleeding
करेक्ट
and then you start winning again because then that's when you start feeling like yourself again. I've seen it multiple times with different players. Although the Falcon बोल रहे हैं in
ट्रू
World Cup
ट्रू
generally only stronger player wins because you have more games against a single player and also with rapid tiebreak it favors a player who is more stronger. Yeah, yeah, basically yes because आप दो classical game भी खेल रहे हो एक white से और एक black से फिर rapid और blitz भी also is a very big thing as well.
एंड स्नेहा इन द चैट letting telling us that both top women events of the year have been won by Indian girls, which is great news. And on that note, Vaishali, of course, winning the women's Grand Swiss today. Even in case you're joining in now, chat. On that note, Saj, can we have a quick look at Divya's game?
Let's do it. By the way, she is slightly worse apparently. Okay, no, it's a dead draw. Wait, why is this worse? Knight d7, knight f3. I defend this. All I have to do is bring my either I have to play g4 and king g3 or I have to bring my king somehow to e4 and d4 to defend this. So no chance of Divya to I think lose this. Yeah, I think she's fine.
Yeah, I think so too, chat. Saj bhai, Firoza board. Rook e2 played.
Oh, the
And chat
easiest.
now. If you capture with the a2 wala rook, then white gets a new queen bottom top left में and अगर आप rook h2 से मारते हो still I do the same and point being if you capture my queen I capture your rook and then Sahaj any chance for Firuza ये 3 versus 2 में
Well, I think he can play rook a2 check. So let's first address that this king is kind of trapped here because you don't want to play g5. After h5, king g5, rook h7, the game is a draw. Play king h5 because rook h7 is just it's actually checkmate. So
yeah
you cannot move this at all. So that's a very important thing. Secondly, if you defend rook a4, for example, then I can just play king f2 and king g3 and I can hold this position down because I know your king cannot move and your rook is stuck defending the pawn, so black cannot really make
uh-huh.
progress anymore. So then the only way for black to continue the game is rook a2 check, kind of give up this pawn. You go king d3 or king f1 actually is also a draw, but king d3, rook h2 happens, and yeah, you take this pawn. I take this pawn. Like let's say rook d4 आता है, black plays king h5, king e3, and rook h4. This is the position, but this is a theoretical draw basically.
yeah I think nothing is Firuza will try his best of course till the end but looks very tough for him now And Sahaj bhai, can we have a quick look at Anish's
Anish
game?
maybe? Yeah, let's do
Because
Anish.
it might end any moment.
Yeah, bishop e2 he plays, and very surprisingly, Hans goes for king c5 here. See, I would have kept the king
ये
on
क्या
d4
है,
to not
cheat
allow
है?
e5.
हाँ.
अभी तो e5 खेल के सीधा जीत रहा है ना.
It's like king c5 a blunder, Sahaj?
I mean, you are already lost, but king c5, I mean, you could have put a better resistance here,
Fight.
maybe with like bishop 8, bishop c8 or bishop e6. But
Wait,
yeah, he goes
but
king c5 and allows e5.
I don't know, मतलब Hans even in the candidates would have been like fire. बहुत मजा आता था if he would have qualified. But I think yeah, he's out. Let's quickly show chat कि e5 चला अगर like white का winning plan takes मारना ही पड़ेगा.
King e5
King
and
से मारा
this,
and ये तो रुकाने वाला ही नहीं है ये pawn को
no one
कोई.
can stop this. No one.
And
And there is,
very important to note chat, a5 के pawn है जिसका मतलब a8 पे queen होगा जो bishop का कलर है. In case वो pawn नहीं होता then this position would be a draw.
because h pawn is the wrong pawn right now. Not sure.
Correct,
Actually, this
correct.
could be winning actually. Still could be. But yeah, this is completely winning though. So he plays king c5 now. Anish thinking, because this, I mean, for sure he knows e5 is winning for him, but okay, he plays it. Yeah, he
Hmm.
plays it. Let's
I think
go.
it's
Oh, king
it's
d5.
done, bro.
That's a
Done,
resignation.
bro.
King d5. Not yet. Ah,
Not
okay. ef6,
sure.
king e6. Yes. Ah, but ef6, king e6, and just f7. King f7 and king e5. Then f4, f5, f6, bishop check. He can just resign here.
हम्म.
Let's see what he
या
plays.
भाई वो होता है ना डीजीटी बोर्ड वो रख देते किंग डी5 पे.
Hmm.
वो ऐसा कुछ तो नहीं.
Most likely Anish and Bluebomb will qualify, says I am Nikhil Dikshit. Oh, I think I've played you.
ओह
Nice to
यस.
see you
एंड
in the chat,
निखिल.
bhai.
या एंड आई थिंक इंडिया के वन ऑफ द लेटेस्ट आईएम्स भी बहुत रिसेंटली हुए
Hmm.
थे. निखिल आई थिंक हैड 7-8 आईएम नॉर्म्स बट couldn't get to 2400 but finally ये साल he did it. So congrats on that as
And I
well.
helped him, just so you know.
कैसे?
I drew. I drew against him.
एंड भाई EF6 played. I think ये 40-50 मिनट doesn't matter ना इसमें because both players know the result of this.
Yeah, yeah.
भाई ये तो
F7
blitz, they
played,
are blitzing it out.
and now King E5. Easy. Nice. And F4, F5. Let's
GG.
go. GG.
And I'm getting confirmation Anish Giri अगर जीते he is still not 100% confirmed क्योंकि बाकी results बाकी है.
I think it's confirmed, bhai.
हाँ मतलब अभी वो विंसेंट और ये फिरूजा का पोजीशन देख के बट दे बोथ कैन ओवरटेक हिम ऐसा है.
Hmm.
तो मतलब आप वैशाली का कैसे हम अनाउंस कर सकते थे इनका अनीश का अनाउंस नहीं कर सकते.
Hmm. कर सकते हैं भाई.
एनी मोमेंट नाउ.
नहीं 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 नहीं, कर सकते हैं उसके बाद भी कर
हाँ
सकते
बिल्कुल
हैं.
बिल्कुल वो तो हो ही सकता है.
You started this, just so you know.
भाई मजा
We
बुडापेस्ट
were
में क्या मजा
keeping it
आता
a
था ना.
secret for so long.
ओलंपियाड में कितना मजा आता था ना ये करने में.
We were just, Chad, we think this is what's gonna happen.
हाउ मेनी इंडियंस have chances after this tournament? I think
And
all
there
Indians
we
have chances.
go. Hans Niemann resigns. Anish Giri has won, officially has won his match. That means he's most likely to be in the candidates. Could even win the tournament depending on other results. But the only thing that kind of takes it away is that if on the first board one of the player wins, and if Vincent also wins, that could be the only thing. Otherwise, he has sealed a spot to the candidates after taking down Hans Niemann.
करेक्ट. एंड यस समय भाई बोल रहे हैं सहज भाई को मैगी डिलीवर करा
Done by
दीजिए
done.
ब्लिंकिट द्वारा.
गोवा में
तो
हो गए ना आप उधर, कुछ अरेंज
या
करते हैं.
एंड भाई Anish Giri 99.9% now through to the candidates. एक बार चैट Anish Giri OP हो जाए in the chat because what a player. And says I'll be happy to share कि गिरी का 36 गेम अनबीटन स्ट्रीक भी चल रहा है. In
Oh
Chennai also he
wow.
had a great tournament. So
Wow, that's actually insane. Yeah, he made I think a few draws and then he won in the last round against Jordan 140s
Jordan,
and then he finished
right?
second or third it was. Third it was, yeah.
Uh,
I think he tied for second if I'm not
Tied
mistaken
for
and then
second. Yes.
yeah, yeah, tied for second and then he was third. But yeah, he had a great tournament there. But yeah, crazy, why crazy? Anish Giri qualifies to the
हम्म.
candidates. भाई अब मजा आएगा candidates देखने में भाई. What do you think?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई. और
Insane.
और आई थिंक या चैट इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट भाई. अनीश का सेलिब्रेट तो कर रहे हैं हम, बट दिस मींस अर्जुन एरिगेसी इज आउट ऑफ अ कैंडिडेट स्पॉट फ्रॉम दिस इवेंट. Even if
Yeah.
Arjun wins, Arjun का टाई ब्रेक इतना खराब है, he does not go through. Now हम बेसिकली देख रहे हैं कि भाई विंसेंट आगे जा रहा है या मठेरिया ब्लूबॉम आगे जा रहा है. एक स्पॉट तो
Yeah.
ऐसे लग रहा है कि फिरोजा सॉरी अनीश गिरी ने ले लिया है.
Huh, exactly. So it's Vince. If he wins, Vincent, if he wins, then he has a shot. He will finish second, I think.
हम्म.
And then अगर if he draws, then blue bomb को. I mean, imagine वो blue bomb का तो खैर game चल रहा है अभी. But imagine like what he would be going through as well. Like he also like किसी और के हाथ में आपका fate. It's not easy.
नेवर इजी भाई, नेवर इजी. एंड और हिज कंट्री मेट सेम टीम में खेलते, जर्मन ओलंपिक टीम में. एंड कल ही उनका एक बहुत टॉपसी टर्वी इंटरेस्टिंग ड्रॉ हुआ. सो
Hmm.
इट्स टफ.
For sure. And the question by Nikhil Dikshit. If you want to predict Anish, Hans, Pragg, and Fabi's chances in the candidate, who will score most? I think it should be Fabi, I think. Fabi, I think, is a beast when it comes to classical chess. And also last time he was so close, to taking down Nepo as well. I will say Fabi. Pragg also you want to see, but I think Fabi has the best shot in that sense. What do you think, Rakesh bhai?
या आई वुड एग्री देयर. आई थिंक प्रग तो हो जाना चाहिए फ्रॉम दिस 2025 सर्किट एज वेल. बट भाई एक ना स्पाइसी कैरेक्टर चाहिए. एंड चैट में भी कुछ लोग बोल रहे थे, सहज एज अ प्योर चेस फैन, would you like an underdog unknown player? Like I'm pretty sure chat में 50% या even maybe more chat को Matthias Bluebom का नाम ही नहीं पता था या इतना,
Hmm.
he was not well known. But do you prefer somebody like him, एक underdog but great storyline, या somebody like a Vincent who can actually go and win the candidates? As a chess fan, whom would you like?
Like in as a chess fan, of course, I always root for the underdogs because I think it's more fun, it's more exciting. But in this
Mhm,
specific scenario, I think Vincent, I think deserves more. Like full honesty here, because I think just because of how well he has played this year so far,
mhm,
winning Chennai Masters, winning the freestyle, and also like taking. I mean, he's also playing for a win today, and yesterday also what happened to him, I think was just so heartbreaking to see being in a completely winning position. So I think he's been there,
mhm.
and I think that's why I would. I mean, Vincent Geimer would be amazing to see in the candidates, but in general, I would root for the underdog. What are your thoughts,
Yeah, I think I would root for Vincent, to be honest. Love the
Vincent?
underdog
Yeah.
story. हाँ,
Hmm.
for like if I'm Matthias Blum, मैं खेलता था आज थोड़ा attacking just to keep the chances in my own hands. But एक तो जीत भी गया ना. The problem is candidates में ना बाकी लोग इतने strong है ना, तो चांस ही नहीं है कि ये जीतेगा. It's like निजत, अब your good friend in the
Uh,
last candidates, और एलेक्सियन को भी देखा हमने, एंड वैंग हाउ भी था उसके पहले के कैंडिडेट्स में. तो
I
आई
mean, Blue
फील
Bomb is stronger than Nijat, no? In that sense, I mean,
या
historically, like Blue Bomb has had he's 2670 for a long time, I think.
बट नॉट
निजत की सिर्फ
2700 ना.
एक बारी निजत बट निजत की एक ही बार 2670 गई थी and he didn't maintain it. So there is a slight
करेक्ट
difference, I
करेक्ट.
think, between these two players. By the way, Gukesh has won. We're getting some updates from the chat. He has officially won his game against Vologatin Andre, and what a
कम ऑन
finish
गुकी.
for the world champion. Bhai, Gukesh hope you रुकना नहीं चाहिए यार. I mean, come on. He needs to see this. He needs the love.
या
Two wins in a row after this, after such an event is huge for the world champion right here. So he must be feeling so He must be feeling like he's back. Yeah, come on.
Absolutely, bhai. And Divya Deshmukh has drawn. She ends on 5 out of 11. I think she had a dream tournament. In fact, the other women also playing in the open section, Alexandra Goryachkina also had a great tournament. So definitely shows, they belong here. They can compete at the highest level. But yeah, Sahaj, I think a great tournament for both the women in the open
Yep,
section.
absolutely. By five out of 11 is insane. I think. Sorry, 5.5 out of 11 is insane in
Yeah.
this event. Also, Goryachkina also defeated Gelfand. She defeated Daniel Yufa
hmm
and
hmm
Dimitri Kola. So 32650 players she has defeated. That's insane. And Divya also defeated, I think, 22600 players as well in this event. So, like, both
Yeah.
fantastic achievements, plus 20
And she
rating
drew
from
the
both.
world champion. Right.
And of course, let's not forget that she drew the world champion. And also, she makes a GM nom here too. I mean, मतलब
Oh,
I know मतलब
finally.
मतलब मैं
Never
ना
needed.
मतलब बार बार लोग मेरे को बोल रहे हैं वो ऑलरेडी जीएम बन चुकी है उसको जरूरत नहीं बट एज अ जीएम
Hmm.
ऑल्सो जब आप जीएम नॉम बनाते हो ना तो अच्छा लगता है मन को अच्छा लगता है कि आई एम स्टिल प्लेइंग एट दैट लेवल आई एम स्टिल बिकॉज जीएम टाइटल के लिए आपको 2500 चाहिए होती है जीएम नॉम के लिए आपको 2600 चाहिए होती है तो यू स्टिल गेन अ बिट ऑफ रेटिंग and it feels nice to make a GM nom even after you've become a GM. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Rakesh bhai?
I've, yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure.
Oh, by the
And
way,
if you come,
what is this?
Sahaj bhai, draw incoming, draw incoming chat on board one, जिसका मतलब दोनों ही गारंटीड नहीं है ब्लू बॉम और फिरोजा का तो पत्ता कट फिरोजा इज
फिरोजा गया,
गॉन
फिरोजा
ही
गया.
कैन टेक अ फ्लाइट होम खत्म हो गया उसका ब्लू बॉम इज प्रेइंग पहली बार आई थिंक वो एक विंसेंट के खिलाफ रूट कर रहा होगा फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन हिज लाइफ प्रोबेबली
मत जीतियो मुझे. But one, I think, yeah. If Arjun wins, then also इनका chance. नहीं, then also blue bomb goes, yeah.
या ब्लू बॉम जस्ट डजंट वांट विंसेंट टू विन
So
एंड
basically,
चैट एक्चुअली
one German player is confirmed, yeah.
correct. Anish Giri is confirmed if this game ends in a draw, which I think सहज ये तो शायद मतलब मैं भी डिफेंड कर लूं
ये position,
फिरूजा के हाँ फिरूजा के
हाँ,
अगेंस्ट
I think कर लोगे, कर लोगे.
टिकू ही कर लेगा आई थिंक टिकू भी कर लेगा मुझे लग रहा है मैं तो क्या ही
I mean,
हूँ Yes,
नहीं,
Guki
I'm just
won.
kidding. I'm just
Yeah, we
kidding. ठीक
celebrated
बोल,
that
ठीक बोल.
chat. Guki won. Divya also had a great tournament. I have an interesting question to chat and Sahaj bhai as well. Let's say Sahaj bhai would have played the Grand Swiss this year. उनके कितने पॉइंट होते 11 में?
अबे यार,
How
चैट अब
many
जो मुझे
points?
ट्रोल करेगी ना, you have no idea.
How many points would Sahaj bhai score if he played the Grand Swiss?
Out of 11.
Out of 11 chat. 0.5 बोल रहे शिवम टिकू नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ हाउ मेनी पॉइंट सहज वुड स्कोर 6.5 very generous 11 11 2 5 3 18 22
11
6.5
आउट
तो
ऑफ
कर
11
ही
इसलिए
लेते
बोला भाई तेरे को मेरी तरफ से एक मैगी.
1.5 ओके -2 ओके 5 3 4 18 बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया
किसी ने
6.5 अच्छा
-5
होता है
लिखा.
भाई
That's
बढ़िया
insane.
चैट बट सहज भाई आपसे क्वेश्चन है हाउ मच वुड यू एक्चुअली व्हाट वुड बी योर प्रेडिक्शन खुद के लिए
No idea, भाई. No idea.
अरे करो
No.
ना अभी देखो दिव्या दिव्या ने किए 5 पॉइंट वो आपके रेटिंग के आसपास है ऐसा एक अंदाजे बोल दो ना कुछ नंबर
I don't know, यार. I don't know. I have never played an event like this. I would love to,
जल्दी
but
जल्दी भाई ये गेम खत्म हो रहा है उसके पहले बोलना है आपको ये गेम अगले 3 मूव में खत्म होगा जल्दी बोलो
I will say 8.5.
8.5 तो भाई आपके नॉर्मल टूर्नामेंट में नहीं होते ग्रैंड स्विस में थोड़ी कर दिल्ली स्टेट चैंपियनशिप चल रहा है
ये
क्या
सही
साढ़े
था.
आठ पॉइंट
नॉर्मल
करोगे आप
टूर्नामेंट 8.5 होते नहीं तेरे यहाँ पे हो रहे हैं.
भाई अनीश भी इवन लाइक विनर विल बी ऑन 8 पॉइंट्स एक्चुअली ऑफ दिस इवेंट
क्या कह रहे हो?
विनर ऑफ दिस टूर्नामेंट इज ऑन 8 और आप 8.5 पॉइंट बोल रहे हो
वही
मतलब
तो मैं खेल नहीं रहा ना इसलिए. That's why.
एनीवे लेट्स
आपके
कम
कितने
बैक टू
होते हैं?
द
साढ़े
दो
साढ़े
ढाई या तीन आई थिंक
दो, ढाई या 3.
रियलिस्टिक
हम्म.
डे डे ड्रीमिंग बोल रहे हो
ये 8.5 तो है मतलब मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ ऑब्वियसली बट Yeah, I
श्रेयस
don't
आप
know.
बोल रहे हैं बीबी सारा विंस वैशाली विल, भाई हो गया, वैशाली जीत गई टूर्नामेंट. डोंट वरी अबाउट वुमेन सेक्शन. व्हाट वी हैव टू वरी इज, can is Firuza, can he do something, or it's just a draw edge now?
The answer
क्योंकि
is
pawn
no.
आता
He
है
cannot
black.
do anything. This king is, yeah, but this king is stuck. You cannot play king
That's a
h4. This
nice
is hanging.
variation. So white to play king g2 again, you can't touch the king. ये king ने मार के रखा है, आई थिंक चांसेस फिरूजा के, तब से वो
Yeah.
ब्लॉक्ड ही है बेचारा. एंड इफ यू
Hmm.
कुड अपडेट, रुक f8 खेला गया है. एंड
Okay. He's
so the
trying to
point
play
is
rook
you can
h8, but
never.
the problem is मेरे पास king g3 है just.
हम्म. फिर तो भाई ये ड्रॉ ही है. नथिंग.
No chance for Arjun. Yep, no chance for Arjun
अर्जुन इज आउट.
indeed. अब ना अर्जुन को रियलिटी सेट इन हो रही होगी, वो बोर्ड देख रहा होगा, उसका ड्रॉ हो गया या फिर वो जीत गया, एंड देन ही नोज के हिज चांसेस आर बेसिकली जीरो. बाय द वे चैट, also looking at the results how they're going, if Abhimanyu Mishra had won his game, he would be second.
वाओ.
So
दैट्स
that's a
दैट्स ह्यूज.
very big point, I think. उसको लगेगा वहां पे मिश्रा को थोड़ा सा, I think.
एंड आई फील कहीं ना कहीं भाई आप, मतलब ऐसे क्या क्या ही कर लोगे ना विद दैट अनबीटन स्ट्रीक, और विद, आई थिंक ही कुड हैव चोजन अ रिस्कियर ओपनिंग. प्लस अनीश,
Hmm.
सॉरी, Abhimanyu Mishra, great talent, youngest GM of the world. Imagine him being a candidate. By the way, rooks
That
are
would be
traded. Sahaj bhai, rooks are traded.
already.
Yeah, rook g8, rook g6 खेला गया था. And now
Oh,
is
oh,
it pawn
oh.
to f4 just drawing the game?
Yep, it is. That's a
Oh,
draw.
chat. बोर्ड वन हो चुका है ड्रॉ, जिसका मतलब है अनीश गिरी हैज क्वालिफाइड टू द कैंडिडेट्स 100%. टूर्नामेंट जीते नहीं है, बिकॉज विंसेंट कैन कैच अप एंड टाई ब्रेक सेम हो सकता है. तो अनीश गिरी थ्रू टू द कैंडिडेट्स 100%.
So two things are confirmed. Alish Kiri is through and Alireza Firuza is out. For sure. Alireza Firuza cannot make it anymore because Blue Bomb's tiebreak is better than Firuza here. So he's completely
करेक्ट.
out. And now I'm going to switch to Arjun versus Vincent. This is the current position. Basically, the chances for Vincent Keimer are he has to win, basically. And Arjun, matlab, of course, he's not playing for anything, but of course, at the same time, it's a match, and of course, he's the only obstacle in front of Vincent here.
या एंड सहज भाई, और एक चीज कंफर्म हो गया कि वन जर्मन प्लेयर इज गोइंग टू द कैंडिडेट्स फॉर श्योर.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And also, let's not forget, Arjun जो एक ही मैच हारा है ना इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट में, वो भी जर्मन प्लेयर के अगेंस्ट हारा था. That Matthias Bluebaum. He hasn't lost a single game apart from that. So he has to save this one, I think, Arjun. And I think Vincent has to win. So chat, question for you, Vincent or Matthias? भाई पोल हो सकता है क्या? Do you have control of that, राकेश भाई?
ऑफ कोर्स, बिल्कुल.
डालो ना यार पोल,
बिल्कुल.
विंसेंट और मैथियस.
आप हाँ, ये टूर्नामेंट में बिल्कुल पोल्स वोल्स नहीं डाल रहे थे यार, मतलब
कम कर रहे थे
पोल
यार,
डालना
मतलब.
चाहिए ना
हम्म.
भाई. क्या है, अच्छा कर रहे थे. रुको मैं डालता हूँ.
अबे समय भाई तो लिखेंगे मैथियस और ब्लू पावर, नीचे लिखेंगे आई वन मैगी. बिकॉज अनीश हैज वन. लेट्स गो भाई. पोल डाला क्या?
डाल रहा हूँ भाई, ये इसकी स्पेलिंग कॉपी कर रहा था.
ब्लू बॉम.
मैथाइयास ब्लू बॉम. आप खेले हो मैथाइयास ब्लू बॉम से कभी? चैट, पोल इज अप, पोल इज अप. सहज भाई खेले हो क्या आप ब्लू बॉम से?
आई हैव टू चेक. आई थिंक आई हैव. उससे तो खेला हूँ मैं, स्वाने से तो खेला हूँ मैं. स्वाने आई रिमेम्बर, बट ब्लू बॉम से मे बी व्हेन ही वाज यंगर.
तो आने को तो मैंने भी हराया यार.
हाँ
ब्लू बॉम
खेला
पे
हूँ.
बताओ.
वर्ल्ड जूनियर 2012 आई प्लेड. ड्रॉ हुआ था, बट वो उसकी रेटिंग कम थी मेरे से उस
भाई
टाइम पे.
चैट में, ओके ओके, चैट में सहज भाई 62% को चाहिए विंसेंट, और 38% को चाहिए ब्लू बॉम. सो इट्स क्लोज.
क्लोज कहाँ हुआ भाई ये तो. ये तो पूरा एकदम वन
सिक्सटी
साइडेड लग रहा
फोर्टी है ना, ऐसा मेरे को लगा 90-10 ऐसा कुछ होगा मतलब।
है। हम्म।
आई ऑलवेज रूट फॉर अंडरडॉग्स, बिल्कुल। टिकू का है भाई, टिकू भाई इज सिक, तो
अंडरडॉग
बीमार
बोलते
है।
ही लोगों ने टिक्कू का नाम ले लिया।
बिल्कुल। तो चैट, एक ही गेम है सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आई थिंक जो अभी स्क्रीन पे है। इसके बाद तो आई थिंक रैप अप भी कर सकते हैं अपन सहज में।
या वी कैन। तो स्प्रग का भी ड्रॉ हो गया। हरी बाय द वे हैज डिफीटेड रॉडस्टाइन। या आई थिंक मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द प्लेयर्स हैव फिनिश्ड। गुकेश आल्सो वन, दिव्या आल्सो वन। So we're just
हम्म।
waiting for this game between Arjun and Vincent. Arjun का कोई चांस नहीं, Vincent का चांस है. Also, Abdul Sadarov is playing against Awonder Liang as well, and Awonder Liang is pushing, by the way, against Abdul Sadarov.
नाइस, नाइस। बट ऑल्सो इनकॉन्सिक्वेंशियल टू द स्टैंडिंग्स, सिर्फ लोकल स्टार अब्दुल सत्तारो के लिए। एंड चैट में एक बंदे ने ऐसे ना एक अच्छा इंसाइट या रिमाइंडर दिया कि अब्दुल सत्तारो नॉट क्वालिफाइंग आफ्टर मेकिंग दैट स्टेटमेंट अबाउट गुकेश इज
अब
इंटरेस्टिंग,
वो तो
नॉट
बाद
क्वालिफाइंग
में
एज अ
बोल
कैंडिडेट।
सकता है ना कि भाई मैंने तो ये बोला था कि गुकेश बचाएगा नहीं, और किससे नहीं बचाएगा ये थोड़ी ना बोला था मैंने।
हाँ नहीं, बट ऐसा ना कि भाई तू क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ खुद, और तू क्या स्टेटमेंट दे रहा है ऐसे, मतलब इसमें चेस चेस वर्ल्ड में ड्रामा होते रहता है ना भाई, ड्रामा होते रहता
या या ट्रू, ट्रू। बट डू यू थिंक ही मेंट के वो हटाएगा गुकेश को?
है। नहीं नहीं, उसका था कि गुकेश नहीं बचा पाएगा, ही डिडंट से हिमसेल्फ।
बट आपको लगता है कि उसका कहने का मतलब, हिंदी में इसलिए पूछ रहा था कि कोई कहीं हुआ ना हो, कहीं
कोई
मतलब जाए
क्लिप
ना।
करके आपको
हाँ,
एआई से
डालना।
ट्रांसलेट करके ना देख ले ऐसे।
इसलिए
नहीं
बोल रहा
नहीं,
हूँ।
आई थिंक वो खुद खुद के लिए नहीं, वो ओवरऑल गुकेश के लिए बोल रहा था। आई फील
अच्छा।
ये मैच 2-3 घंटे चलेगा, रिचर्ड भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो यार, बड़ा फट खेलो विंसेंट भाई, ताकि हम बाकी ये भी कुछ काम कर सकते हैं। वुमेन्स सेक्शन में आई थिंक सारे ही गेम्स खत्म हो गए, नहीं चल रहे कुछ गेम।
आई मीन 5 घंटे पड़े हैं, आई थिंक 5 घंटे हुए आई थिंक स्ट्रीम को। आई थिंक जनरली स्पीकिंग वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग अनदर आवर ऑन दिस मैच, कंसिडरिंग वन प्लेयर हैज 41 minutes and one has 29. See,
हम्म।
आई मीन इस टूर्नामेंट को कमेंटेट करके एक चीज समझ आ गई मेरे को, कि जो बंदा बचा रहा होता है और उसका टाइम
हाँ।
ज्यादा होता है, दैट्स द लॉन्गेस्ट गेम यू कैन हैव। सो मे बी द चैट हैज अ पॉइंट हियर, क्योंकि रिमेंबर जब विदित और वो कौन था, विदित और शांत था क्या, सर्जिसियन, जो वो क्वीन
क्वीन एंड
रुक,
गेम, क्वीन वर्सेस
क्वीन
रूक, हाँ
रुक,
हाँ।
तब विदित के पास 10 मिनट पड़े हुए थे और उसके पास 40 मिनट पड़े हुए थे। तो इट्स लाइक दैट्स द वर्स्ट कॉम्बिनेशन यू कैन हैव, आई थिंक, आई मीन इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ लॉन्ग द गेम कैन गो। एंड आई थिंक विंसेंट, ऑफ कोर्स विंसेंट के लिए तो डू और डाई सिचुएशन है ना, ही इट्स दिस इज द लास्ट गेम एंड ही हैज टू मेक अप फॉर व्हाट हैपेंड यस्टरडे। भी कल अगर उसको वो जीत जाता, आज कोई टेंशन ही नहीं थी उसे। एक ड्रॉ गेम,
करेक्ट।
मतलब गेम खत्म।
ट्रू दैट, ट्रू दैट।
और भाई मतलब ऑल्सो 8 पॉइंट में सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर है, और मैक्स दो आ सकते हैं। हम क्या 8.5 बोल रहे थे, एक ही प्लेयर आया 8-8 पे, और दूसरे का भी आने का चांस लग नहीं रहा।
करेक्ट भाई, 8.5 तो आपका स्कोर था ना, 8 पॉइंट ही हो सकते हैं
वो तो
मैक्सिमम।
मैं इसीलिए नहीं खेला
फिर
ना, मैं तो।
विदित ने पिछले बार किए थे 8.5।
हम्म। विदित ने भी तो किए थे 8.5।
ट्रू,
विदित ने साढ़े आठ
ट्रू।
विदित ने 8.5 किए थे, आई रिमेंबर।
हाँ, वो भी पहला राउंड हार के, सोचो।
हम्म। भाई परहम कहाँ गया? परहम का यार बहुत जल्दी ड्रॉ हो गया था, आई थिंक।
भाई
डिडंट
वो एक
अनाउंस
चीज
इट।
मैंने नोटिस किया कि परम एंड निहाल, जो इन टॉक ऑफ द टाउन थे इन द फर्स्ट हाफ, couple of losses and they just went so far back कि देखो आज अपन ने आज परम का नाम ही नहीं लिया। तो
परहम का आई थिंक वो, यार वो मूड खराब हो जाता है ना, आपको फ्लो टूट जाता है, अब 2 गेम आप हार जाओ ऐसे, तो आई थिंक इट जस्ट हॉरिबल फॉर, आई थिंक ही ड्रू इन लाइक 1 hour और समथिंग। आदित्य मित्तल से मैच था उसका बाय द वे आज, एंड 1 घंटे के
करेक्ट।
अंदर खत्म हो गया था। ही वाज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट वंस टू फिनिश, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली।
या
परहम वाज नॉट द वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट वंस, ही वाज लाइक, जल्दी हुआ था उसका, मतलब काफी जल्दी खत्म हुआ था उसका मैच। या ही वाज लाइक 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 नाइन्थ प्लेयर टू फिनिश टुडे। नाइन्थ, लाइक इट्स लाइक Yeah. Okay, so knight d6 played by the way by Arjun. वेरी शार्प पोजीशन। आई थिंक अर्जुन जीतने के लिए खेल सकता था अगर ये पॉन इतने कम होते तो, पॉन इतने कम ना होते तो। इट्स लाइक दिस इज ऑल्सो हैंगिंग, दिस ये तो एक्सचेंज हो ही जाएगा। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस, लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस।
सॉरी, एक
अटैकिंग द रूक।
स्टैट स्टैट बना रहा था मैं।
बताओ
तो
बताओ।
इट लुक्स लाइक कि 2029 सॉरी 2029 2019 2021 और 23 पिछले तीन एडिशंस एंड इंक्लूडिंग दिस एडिशन एज वेल, एवरी टाइम जो टॉप टू प्लेयर्स क्वालिफाई हो रहे कैंडिडेट्स के लिए, उनमें से एक पुराना खिलाड़ी है, लाइक फॉर्मर कैंडिडेट है, और एक न्यू कैंडिडेट है। तो इस बार भी हमको अनीश गिरी है पुराना कैंडिडेट प्लेयर फॉर एग्जांपल, एंड ब्लू बॉम और केमर होंगे नए कैंडिडेट्स।
तो लास्ट टाइम विदित था और दूसरा कौन था?
हिकारू था जो पहले खेल चुका था कैंडिडेट्स। उसके पहले
ओह अच्छा
2021
अच्छा।
में फिरूजा और फाबी था, तो फिरूजा का पहला कैंडिडेट्स था 2022।
नाइस नाइस, ये कहाँ से सोचते हो आप ये स्टैट्स यार? भाई सोच
भाई
मतलब एक तो स्टैट निकालना अलग चीज होता है, ये चीज सोचना अलग बात होता है।
एक्चुअली ना, देखो
लाइक
ना, ये तो ऐसे पूरा क्रिएटिव है, क्रिएटिव है।
हम्म। If Arjun wins this, does he qualify? No, he doesn't. Only Vincent, if he wins, then he's the one who can qualify, basically. But yeah, यहाँ पे सोचते हुए 25 मिनट, लास्ट गेम आई थिंक ऑफ टुडे। अब तो सत्रह का भी गेम है, बट आई थिंक इट्स, आई हैव अ फीलिंग इट्स अबाउट टू फिनिश। बट यार टॉप 10 बोर्ड्स में सिर्फ यही बचे हैं। कोई पूछ रहा है चैट में, ये टिकू आईएम कब बन गया? बाय द वे नाइट डी टेक सी फोर टेकन, इग्नोर ही कर दिया यार आपने तो।
अरे भाई, मैं वो स्टैट डाल रहा था तो टीम के
अच्छा
लिए। बट
अच्छा।
हाँ,
ओ अच्छा।
इग्नोर करने जैसे ही कमेंट था। फालतू का कुछ, मतलब कौन कौन लिखा चैट में?
किसको बैन करना है?
इसको बैन कर रहा है तो। राकेश भाई, तो स्टैट है, यस आयुष, मजा आता है ऐसे कुछ।
हम्म। भाई ये तो ड्रॉ ही है यार, आई फील।
करेक्ट, सौरभ भाई इज राइट। अनीश गिरी ने आई थिंक 2016 का कैंडिडेट था, जब भी 14 की 14 गेम ड्रॉ किए थे, एंड
हम्म।
उनको काफी ज्यादा निक नेम्स और ट्रोल किया गया था। बट या यू नो, इफ अनीश विंस दिस इवेंट, जो लग रहा है हाईली पॉसिबल, तो काफी सही होगा। मतलब ही इज वन काफी कम टूर्नामेंट्स टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लाइक टाटा स्टील जीता है, डच चैंपियन रह चुके ऑफ कोर्स, बट इतने ज्यादा ऐसे अलग अलग टूर्नामेंट नहीं जीते। सो दिस वुड बी डेफिनेटली ऑन द टॉप, हिज हिज हाईएस्ट अचीवमेंट एक्चुअली, आई थिंक, ये उनके करियर का।
डू यू थिंक टाटा स्टील इज, आई थिंक टाटा स्टील इज अ बिगर टूर्नामेंट, नो?
हाँ, बट ये भाई
लाइक
एक
इट्स
फीडे
एन
इवेंट
एलीट
जीता है
टूर्नामेंट।
आपने, ऐसा है। एलीट टूर्नामेंट ठीक है, बट फीडे इवेंट जीता है कभी आपने ऐसे? टाटा स्टील कितने, दस
एलीट
बार
में
जीत
वहां पे
लो।
मैग्नस खेल रहा था भाई।
तो वो पॉइंट नहीं है ना। मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बना, मैग्नस नहीं खेल रहा था, तो छोटा अचीवमेंट हो
भाई यू डोंट नो व्हाट यू हैव जस्ट सेड,
गया।
यू हैव नो आइडिया व्हाट यू जस्ट सेड भाई। अब
बहुत होते
चैट में जो
कैंसिल ही।
शुरू होंगे ना
हाँ,
लोग भाई, यू हैव नो आइडिया भाई। ओ तेरी भाई क्या बोल दिया। अरे 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 अरे, मेरे को डर लग रहा है अभी चैट से।
समय भाई, हमारा जूम कॉल भी इस पे है क्या, डिले पे शायद, तो कुछ कर सकते हैं चेंजेस। पता नहीं, मस्ती मस्ती
अब
करो बट
भाई अब तो
मैं थोड़ी
फंस
फंसा
गया
हूँ,
बस।
सहज भाई फंसा है।
मैं कहाँ से फंसा भाई?
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई, बड़ा
क्वेश्चन जो
ये है।
आपने पूछा, सोच की बात होती है भाई, सोच की।
सोच किंग से ही की वजह से ही ऐसे सब चीजें होती है, बट
राइट राइट, बट आई स्टिल फील के भाई ये गोल गोल क्यों घूम रहा है, क्या हुआ? सब ठीक है?
क्या गोल गोल।
ओ स्ट्रीम भाई स्ट्रीम।
रुक, H5 प्लेड बाय द वे,
हाँ
मेरी
हाँ।
तो चल रही है स्ट्रीम में।
नाइट G4 का आइडिया आई थिंक, एंड देन किंग G7 आई एम गेसिंग।
अंकित पूछ रहे, इज देयर एनी चांस बाय विच हांस कैन क्वालिफाई टू द कैंडिडेट्स? यस, ही हैज टू कम इन टॉप 3 फीडे वर्ल्ड कप में। जो गोवा में हो रहा है नवंबर में। सो चैट, मेक योर प्लान्स फॉर गोवा इन नवंबर। मजा आएगा काफी। साथ में यू विल सी अ लॉट्स ऑफ टॉप प्लेयर्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। ए बी मैग्नस डिफेंड करने आएंगे, क्या लगता है सहज? वर्ल्ड चैंप
बिल्कुल
टाइटल
भाई।
डिफेंड करने आएंगे? आएंगे।
गुकेश ऑफ कोर्स।
ओके,
गुकेश यू
अरे
मीन?
नाइट। नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैग्नस का भी डिफेंडिंग टाइटल है, लाइक
नो,
डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस।
मैग्नस तो नहीं आएगा भाई। मैग्नस क्यों? आई थॉट यू सेड गुकेश। वो थोड़ा आप कटे थे शुरुआत में मेरे लिए। आई थॉट यू सेइंग
ओके।
गुकेश। बट मैग्नस तो नहीं आएगा भाई। मैग्नस क्यों
Yeah,
आएगा?
plus, he's going to be a dad in the next couple of
हम्म।
weeks. So, daddy duties के साथ तो मुझे नहीं लगता इंडिया आएंगे।
Also, like, I don't know if you saw the interview of Anish yesterday, but he said something very interesting. He said something along the lines of, if Gukesh can be a world champion, then why can't I be a world champion?
यही तो डिफरेंस है
Yesterday
ना।
he said this,
अनीश
huh?
अनीश बोल के अनीश ने करके देखा, और अब्दुल सत्तारों का रह गया वो करना।
हाँ, बट अबुल सदर ने ये थोड़ी ना बोला कि मैं बनूंगा। उसे बोला ये नहीं बनेगा। देयर इज द डिफरेंस।
ये तो क्या क्रैप मेंटालिटी यार, मतलब मैं नहीं हो चलेगा, तेरे को नहीं होने
ये नहीं
दूंगा
होना
भाई।
चाहिए बस।
अरे नाइट जीतो भाई। अर्जुन अपना दोस्त है, भाई है, तो वो एक एक अच्छा चीज कर रहा है कि फटाफट खेल रहा है। जो भी
हम्म।
है भाई, विंसेंट ही टाइम ले रहा है।
हम्म।
And poll is up, chat. In case you're joining us now, we have asked you कि which German player are you rooting for? Matthias Bluebom, जैसे हम हमारे कैमरास के ऊपर देखते हुए स्टैंडिंग्स में, he's at 35% and Vincent Keimer is at 65%.
बेसिकली अगर विंसेंट काइमर ने ये मैच ड्रॉ किया ना, जिसके चांसेस काफी हाई हैं यहाँ पे, लेट्स बी ऑब्जेक्टिव, so that
Mm-hmm.
would be two games that he was basically winning. Okay, yesterday he was much more winning. Today also he was winning.
Correct.
Two games that he
Mm-hmm.
was completely winning, and both games ended in a draw.
Yeah.
Now, whether it's unlucky, whether it's nerves, you know, still that is a very tough, I think, thing to accept as a chess player. You go home and you're just saying over and over again, भाई मेरे पास ये चांस था, ये चांस, ये भी विनिंग था, ये भी विनिंग था, and that is sad, I
Mm-hmm.
think, for Vincent for sure.
And especially after the year he has had, it will be heartbreaking भाई। और जिस बंदे के साथ आपने चांस मिस किया भाई, वही आगे चला गया थोड़े से रेटिंग, बेटर टाई ब्रेक की वजह से।
हाँ, जिसको आपने हराया नहीं, जिसको आप हरा रहे थे बेसिकली, लाइक इन द लास्ट मूव
करेक्ट।
दैट नाइट जित भाई, आई इट वाज अ प्रीटी लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम yesterday, and yesterday, when I finished, the first thing I did, like literally I didn't even get up from my chair. Like, the first thing I did was immediately go to like Vincent versus Blue Bomb, and I went back to that moment जहाँ उसने नाइट जी थ्री मारा, and I'm telling you
वो
राकेश भाई, like I'm telling you, उसका चेहरा लाल हो गया था वहाँ पे। Like it was like he was so shocked कि how can I miss something like this? And that's, I think, very, very difficult to swallow, because your candidate spot was right there. Everything was right there. You were I mean, now you have to wait. Now you have to perform well in World Cup, and it's difficult, I think. Yeah, his hands were shaking. He was like this for like at least 5 minutes. He just didn't move like this.
या भाई बेचारा विंसेंट, आई फुली एग्री।
सैज सर,
इस
राकेश सर, चेस वर्ल्ड कप के टिकट्स कहाँ मिलेंगे? हम नए नए फैंस हैं, देखने आना है गोवा।
ओ बिल्कुल। सारे डिटेल्स आई थिंक अराउंड और 2-3 हफ्ते में अनाउंस हो जाएंगे। सो आपको सारा डिटेल्स वहां पे मिल जाएगा। एंड या कोशिश करेंगे कि वी विल हैव लाइक जो चेन्नई जेम में किया था, लाइक अ फैन जोन, या पिछले वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, वी विल कीप यू अपडेटेड चैट। बट हाँ,
हम्म।
गोवा के टिकटें तो आप बुक कर लो, ये बाकी का तो आपका हो जाएगा।
हम्म।
Vincent or Blue Bomb, who has better tiebreak? Blue Bomb will go through. If Vincent does not win, Matthias Blue Bomb will go through. And also, if Vincent draws, Anish Giri wins the title. FIDE
हम्म।
Grand Swiss champion हो सकते हैं Anish Giri.
He will be the sole leader, I think, at 8 points, if I'm not mistaken. Just one result, I think, amongst the players who had 7 points.
Mhm.
And what is the first prize in this event in the open section, by the way?
भाई काफी लाइक 1 लाख रुपए 1 लाख डॉलर के आसपास है.
The first prize.
या इट्स अ ह्यूज टूर्नामेंट भाई. समय भाई बोल रहे हियर इज इट $90,000, टोटल ऑफ 6,25,000, मतलब 6 करोड़ का प्राइस फंड है चैट. एंड जिसमें से 85 लाख रुपीज लेके जाए. 85 लाख नहीं, ये गलत हो गया. 75-80,000 के बीच में अनिश गिरी लेके जाएंगे नेदरलैंड्स उनके घर.
Hmm.
लुकिंग लाइक दैट
Gukesh
साइड.
3 played black. I think it's black to move now.
या
तो कुछ
एंड
चांस ही
सहज
नहीं
भाई
बचाना है.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं. और मतलब मुझे तो ड्रॉ दिख रहा है से बोर्ड पे तो क्लियरली. बट नाइट F6 भी खेल सकता हूँ मैं. ये ना दो घोड़े का प्रॉब्लम है. एक घोड़ा था A4 पे, वहां से वो आ गया है सेंटर ऑफ द बोर्ड पे. तो उसके चलते मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत ही मुश्किल है फॉर विंसेंट टू विन दिस.
Hmm. दिख तो मुझे भी रहा है लाइक बोर्ड पे. लाइक इट्स अ लाइक दैट इट्स अ ड्रॉ. लाइक किंग D3 के बाद.
करेक्ट करेक्ट. इट लुक्स वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट.
वेरी डिफिकल्ट.
और
आई
भाई
ऑल्सो
अर्जुन
लाइक
को भी रिस्पेक्ट. ही
विंसेंट.
इज प्लेइंग सुपर फास्ट.
Also, Vincent के perspective से भी ना लाइक यू आर अ बिट स्केर्ड आई थिंक हियर एज वेल बिकॉज अगर कहीं गलती से A5 मर गया B4 मर गया लाइक नाइट D3 नाइट के A5 मारना मुश्किल है बट B4 मारना उतना मुश्किल नहीं है. बट वंस दिस गेट्स टेकन देन यू आर ऑल्सो थिंकिंग अबाउट कि वाइट पुश कर रहा है कि नहीं. दैट्स अनदर ऑल्सो अनदर थिंग.
व्हाट भाई दिस गेम हैज. वेट व्हाट.
हाँ.
भाई मतलब
मेरे
हम
को लगा
हम
मजाक
इतना.
कर रहे थे.
नहीं 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 नहीं, हम इतना क्या कॉन्फिडेंशियल दिख रहा है. पीडे ने ट्वीट ही कर दिया है. सो देयर इज नो डिले विले घर पे. अनीश गिरी हैज वन द टूर्नामेंट. ही इज द ग्रैंड स्विस चैंपियन. जिसका मतलब एक ही हो सकता है कि ये गेम सहज ड्रॉ हुआ है.
या.
पीडे
या.
वेल प्लेड. मतलब डिले का तो पॉइंट ही नहीं है फिर तो.
बहुत बढ़िया भाई बहुत बढ़िया. बट यार बेसिकली ड्रॉ हो चुका है. दैट इज द ओनली लॉजिकल
या
एक्सप्लेनेशन. Rookie 6
तो
played.
इट लुक्स लाइक भाई ब्लू बॉम्ब एंड गिरी आर थ्रू.
Wow. Blue Bomb, the dark horse, yeah? Makes it.
Matthias ब्लू बॉम्ब.
Matthias. भाई मतलब ब्लू बॉम को देख के मजा आएगा. एटलीस्ट इट्स अ न्यू फेस इन
Yeah,
कैंडिडेट्स
it's
हु
a
हैज
new
नेवर.
phase. Heartbreak, bye, but
भाई
heartbreak
अब
for
ऑल्सो अब विंसेंट अब ब्लू बॉम का सेकंड बनेगा कि उसको पूछेगा तो सही कम से कम. जैसे जब निजत भी गया था राइट तो मामेद अरफ और राजा बब उसकी हेल्प कर रहे थे. आई एम गेसिंग.
और एक वो इंडियन भी था ना, सहज करके कुछ,
अच्छा
जो
अच्छा
हेल्प
अच्छा
कर
अच्छा.
रहा
मैं जस्ट बोल रहा हूँ लाइक आप आई मीन
था. हाँ.
जस्ट लाइक Mame Diarov and I think Rajab I'm sure must be helping in some at some extent. यहाँ पर भी अगर विंसेंट का नहीं होता let's say he doesn't make it to वर्ल्ड कप मैं पूछता है उससे भाई कैन यू हेल्प. यू शुड हेल्प नो. तो फिर से सेकंड बनेगा यार वो विंसेंट डिस्पाइट बीइंग 2750 एंड 20 years old.
या गुकेश का सेकंड था और अभी बन जाएगा शायद इसका भी सेकंड. बट या आई डोंट नो गेम कैसे खत्म होने वाला है. बट गेम सूत्र फीडे ही सूत्र है भाई. फीडे ने अनाउंस कर दिया ट्विटर पे दैट अनिश गिरी इज द चैंपियन. तो चैट वी विल स्टिक टू द एंड ऑफ दिस गेम एज वेल. सहज भाई ऐसा नहीं, आपको
Yeah,
अधूरा नहीं
let's stick to
छोड़ेंगे.
the game. Let's stick to the
बट
game.
या मच हो गया कि इट्स कंफर्म नाउ.
Yeah, basically. Also, like you can see black के sort of अभी जो बार है ना, it's like sort of starting to like white's position more and more the more you leave the position. So it's like केमर के भी हारने के chances बन सकते हैं यहाँ पे. तो I'm guessing one of the players offered a draw, just probably Vincent offered a draw and Arjun just accepted. Yeah, it's probably like he
और
can play but he doesn't want to play.
यू नेवर नो फॉर दैट मैटर इवन अर्जुन जीत जीत चुके हैं ये गेम सहज. फीडे ने अनाउंस किया अनीश जीते हैं उन्होंने. ये गेम का रिजल्ट अनाउंस नहीं किया है. तो हो सकता है कि
That's a
विंसेंट हैज
but यार
बेटर.
I mean Vincent blunder would mean like मतलब उसने रुक मतलब कुछ फोर्क में दे दिया हो. to the knight. Like if he plays, I mean, how do you? Like, there is no way to make a blunder here. Like you can play rook f7, knight g5 में फिर भी rook d6 check है मेरे पास. Unless you मतलब एकदम रुक एकदम नाइट के मुंह में रखा आपने, दैट्स डिफरेंट.
करेक्ट.
Anish playing candidates confirmed? Yes, it is confirmed. Anish will be
भाई
in the
अनीश गिरी
candidate next year.
चैंपियन इज ऑल्सो कंफर्म्ड बाय द वे.
Yeah.
या आई थिंक सहज अगले 4-5 मिनट में तो गेम खत्म हो ही जाएगा. सो लेट्स स्टिक टू दिस, देन वी कैन रैप इट अप. मजा आया वैसे. एंड बिग बिग कुडोस टू सहज भाई एंड चैट. थैंक यू. आपने बहुत सपोर्ट किया सहज भाई को जब भी अकेले स्ट्रीम कर रहे थे. टिकू भाई के लिए प्रेयर्स एंड विशेस कि जल्दी से रिकवर हो जाए. बहुत ही बीमार लग रहे हैं. बट
I
या
also
मजा आया
thanks to
चैट.
you for joining,
ऑफ
especially from
कोर्स.
Dubai. आप तो मतलब एकदम vacation mode में, but still, thank you for so much for joining.
अरे मैंने
मजा आया भाई.
तेरा तेरा ऐसा ये देखा कि स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे आप स्ट्रीम में. तो मैं बोला
मैं
नहीं नहीं, स्ट्रगल नहीं, स्ट्रगल इज अ रॉन्ग वर्ड. ऐसे आपको अब मिस कर रहे थे किसी को, तो ऐसे कि आपका ना
हाँ
वॉइस ऐसे आप अकेले ही बात कर रहे थे ना. तो फिर मैं
हाँ
सोचा कि
हाँ.
चलो आ जाते
चलो थैंक्स भाई,
हैं.
थैंक्स. My throat is
गॉन
grateful to
ना.
you.
एंड या ऑफ कोर्स मॉड्स, थैंक यू. समय में थैंक यू. ऐसे रैप अप नहीं कर रहे बट अभी बोल देता है, क्या पता बाद में भूल जाए. बट
हम्म
9 नहीं 11 राउंड्स और वेरी स्मूथ प्रोडक्शन समय भाई के द्वारा भी. समय रैना हमारे
हम्म.
फेवरेट कॉमेडियन. बट समय
क्रेजी भाई,
हमा-
क्रेजी.
हमारे बढ़िया से प्रोड्यूसर भी है. सो थैंक यू.
Awesome.
Now I understand what Gukesh achieved in only 18 years. Yeah, yeah. Why that achievement is so difficult to replicate. क्योंकि यहाँ पे क्वालिफाई नहीं हो रहा है ना 18 पे वर्ल्ड
हम्म.
चैंपियन के लिए. आपको 16 पे तो कैंडिडेट बनना पड़ेगा, 16-17 पे. तो वो ही नहीं हो रहा है करंटली.
यार विंसेंट के लिए मुझे बहुत खराब लग रहा है, स्पेशली अगर वो अनाउंस कर दिया
सही
उन्होंने
में
ये
यार,
सब.
सही में.
मतलब विंसेंट जीता नहीं यार, मतलब दैट देन इट्स सैड.
या विंसेंट जीता तो he would have even maybe come first. But I
हाँ.
don't think people care about the Grand Swiss. Of course, Grand Swiss title is sweet, but even पैसा ज्यादा है. But वो candidate spot ना, and once you play the candidates, like you are always known in chess history. ऐसा है.
या ऑफ कोर्स, क्योंकि अब मतलब एक वो लाइक विकिपीडिया पे भी ना आपके नाम के आगे लिखा होता है
Correct.
कैंडिडेट प्लेयर. तो इट टेक्स यू टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल आई थिंक, फॉर श्योर. सहज भाई, यू केप्ट द एनर्जी, इट वाज वंडरफुल. थैंक यू सो मच रेहान भाई. थैंक यू सो मच भाई, बट मजा आया. इट वाज फन. आई थिंक वी हैव अ फ्यू मोर मिनट्स. आई थिंक केमर इज थिंकिंग व्हाट
दो
टू
तीन
प्ले.
मिनट ही है भाई अभी.
मुझे लग रहा है कि अर्जुन ने ड्रॉप पूछ लिया होगा इधर उससे कि खत्म करते हैं टाइप्स.
बट भाई इफ यू आर क्वालिफाइंग टू द कैंडिडेट्स तो आप क्यों ही बोलोगे ना, मतलब.
और फिर विंसेंट ने पूछ लिया होगा आई थिंक, वन और द अदर. गुकेश ऑलरेडी वन
रुको मैं
सम
मेरे
टाइम.
सूत्र से पूछता हूँ भाई.
हाँ पूछ चुका मैं.
नो, इट लुक्स लाइक विंसेंट अभी कुछ ही समय में चैट. लेट्स प्रेडिक्ट द फ्यूचर. रुक को आगे ढकलेंगे और फिर ड्रॉ ऑफर करेंगे. सहज भाई कौन सा
हम्म.
रुक लग रहा है आपको?
आगे करना है तो एक ही रुक बचा ना भाई, ये तो नाइट के एकदम. यू कैन जस्ट टेक इट.
करेक्ट करेक्ट. सो रुक F4 एंड ऑफर टू ड्रॉ कमिंग इन चैट एनी मोमेंट नाउ, एनी मोमेंट.
या एग्जैक्टली.
ऑल्सो सहज भाई अपने सिर के ऊपर आप अगर देख सकते हो तो 3 अमेरिकन इन द टॉप 10 इज ऑल्सो रेयर एंड नाइस टू सी. मतलब नॉट द बिग वंस, मतलब
भाई
फाबी
आई वाज
हिकारू छोड़
लुकिंग
के.
लाइक दिस. अगर क्या बोल रहे हो?
भाई भाई, अरे अपने कैमरा मतलब स्ट्रीम पे नहीं,
मैंने
स्ट्रीम
बोला
पे.
भाई. हाँ अभिमन्यु मिश्रा, एंडी वुडवर्ड, हंस नीमन. या
या.
क्रेजी एक्चुअली. Very, very crazy. Andy Woodward, I think, very impressed with his performance overall, defeating Aronian and Parham back to back.
सो दैट
By the way, Rookie played draw for incoming chat.
ऑफर. या
अभी वो.
भाई टिकू भाई को बुलाया था भाई इवन फॉर 5 मिनट्स, बट ही इज वेरी सिक, इसके लिए वो नहीं आ रहा है आज. दैट्स द
हम्म.
इशू. एंड या थिंग्स विल बी ऑफिशियल वेरी सून.
यार इतने इस टूर्नामेंट में कितनी मैगीज हार गया मैं.
बहुत ज्यादा.
आई थिंक लाइक अराउंड 10 एटलीस्ट. Crazy. By the way, official draw कह रहे हैं लोग. I don't see it yet. Not up
भाई
for
हो गया ना
us.
ऑफिशियल भाई, ट्वीट कर दिया है तो क्या ही बचा है।
ट्वीट तो उन्होंने बता दिया बट यहाँ पर नहीं आया अभी तक ऑफिशियल.
करेक्ट करेक्ट।
वेटिंग फॉर द यू नो फॉर हिम टू एक्सेप्ट द ड्रॉ. भाई थोड़ा टाइम लगा रहा है अर्जुन, एकदम से नहीं माना. इज ऑल्सो
बिल्कुल।
थिंकिंग थोड़ा.
ये
एंड
कोई
देयर इट इज.
चांस बन सकता है।
There it is, by official draw, and that means Vincent Keimer is, well, his chances for the candidates qualification is out, and most likely Blue Bomb is going to go through in the
मोस्ट
top two
लाइकली क्या हो
place.
गया ना भाई, खत्म हो गया, इट्स ओवर।
हाँ, it's over. I think it's over.
ऑफिशियल।
Maybe like अच्छा नहीं तो वो change थोड़ी ना होता है. But yeah, basically
वो
Blue
खोल
Bomb
सही
and
है।
Anish. And kudos to Anish, yeah, for winning the event with half a
हम्म।
point above everybody else. I mean, he delivered at the right moment, defeating Hans Niemann with the white pieces. Also, कितना comfortable game था, I think, for Anish. I don't think he was ever in trouble in that entire game. Also, making a draw against Firouzja was a very nice calculated decision yesterday as well. So I think the tournament came up perfectly for Anish in this sense.
True,
Yep.
true. Very nice tournament. And we have the graphic here. Anish Giri winning the 2025 FIDE Grand Swiss, qualifies to the 2026 candidates, and takes home $90,000, almost, I think, 75 lakh Indian rupees approximately. And सबसे important, we will, have like 25% Indian maybe in the candidates through Anish. And in the women's section, says by we have Vaishali Ramesh Babu, who won the tournament for the second time matlab, in a row. Abhi. She defended her title. She also qualifies for the women's candidates. And we will have three Indian women in the candidates, which is great news for us, Sejman.
Insane, yeah, insane. I mean, happy that Vaishali won. I think that, I mean, at least there is one Indian who not just qualified, but also just won. And having
Mhm.
three Indian women in the same candidates reminds me of that open section wala candidates last
Yeah,
year,
yeah.
where, the chances of one of them qualifying, to, winning the candidates and sort of challenging the world champion is super high. But yeah, you have to wait and see, chat, what happens there. But yes, it was a fun tournament. I think in the open section, slight, of course, the Indian players did not, finish in top two. But I think overall, a great recovery by Gukesh. I think a pretty good tournament for Arjun as well. Pretty good tournament for Pragg as well. And kudos to Anish. Rakesh, any last words?
No, I think you summed it up very well. Thank you so much, chat, for being with us throughout. बहुत मजा आया आपके साथ सारे 11 राउंड्स में. I of course joined in whenever I could, छोटो मोटो times पे. But big kudos to Tiku bhai for leading this, Edge by being his co-pilot, और समय भाई being the producer. काफी ज्यादा मजा आया. And to our mods as well for keeping the chat clean and fun for all of us. We had a blast doing this with you, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Another chat. The FIDE cycle isn't over yet. बहुत important news है कि FIDE World Cup is going to happen in India, Goa में. 31st November 2025 is the first round. There are 8 rounds and 200 players से ज्यादा भी आएंगे. So hopefully you will be there. So maybe just if you have some Goa plans in the group chat, try to make it there, and it will be super fun. But overall, Sahaj bhai, I hope you will be there as well. So क्या लग रहा है वर्ल्ड कप के लिए?
My hopefully, I mean, of course, I would love to be there, but I guess we'll have to wait and see how that situation unfolds. But yeah, bhai, Goa in November, having the World Cup, a month-long event, definitely, I think many Indians were favorites to win, including Pragg, Arjun, definitely these two, Nihal as well, of course, Vidit, of course, as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, until then, I guess we'll see you so soon, chat.
Thank you.